All right, now I think we're back. This should work. There we go. All right. I'm gonna have to get the tweets out and everything in the morning, but live a little bit later than I wanted to here. This should be an all-day stream, so I'm looking forward to it. Let's see if we get Paul and the others back in here. Let's get the stuff that I want to hear first. I know these are the big topic right now still. Let's look at the 5-minute. All right, sorry for the double notifications. Amazon with some big news too, just out. 5-minute candle coming back. This was the Amazon news. Let's see if they did anything different. I may honestly just send this in. Let's do it. The Verge, obviously give them credit. Let's get that in. Good morning to anyone who's in here. We'll get started in a real second here. Sorry for this. Ooh, why is there? Oh, that's why. All right, chat's up. Cool. Be The Verge. All right. Let's give them some credit on the photo as well. Photo credit. Verge. All right, that'll be good enough. Okay, let's get this tweeted out and posted everywhere that we are live. Let me get in the spaces too. A lot to go. Okay. Let's get in the spaces. There we go. We're going to start getting in there. Good morning, Paul. Sorry about that other stream.
Celsius.
Let's open the window.
Still a ripper. Nice. Still a ripper.
Yeah, you guys can read that email there.
You can drop a little bit. Let me get back in.
Yo, how do I share something to the space?
If you go to your
Ooh, you
tweet,
brought some
act like you're gonna
coals.
share
I'll
it
take a
like
look at that in a
somewhere
minute.
else.
Okay.
And then it should say at the top of your screen, it should say the spaces live market talk.
Yeah, I'm not seeing
And you
that.
just click that. Wait,
It has to be on the device that you're in space with.
yeah, that too. If not, I can do it for you.
Sorry.
I got my recent. It's not working for me.
Got you. No worries.
Ooh, just got added in. Now we got to buffer a little bit on the spaces. This is the full email Andy Jassy sent to employees. All right, we're going to leave and rejoin. That was my fault, though. I had another app open.
Oh, Celsius. You dirty dog. My shares are going nuts. What are those at? I want to see. Oh, yeah, baby.
Fuck yeah.
61%.
Oh, Jordan. I need to tell him this one. I
Nice.
might have bought a Celsius call when
I think it's
Jordan
gonna
was
be major
calling it out.
catalyst if you can hold that $10 level. It looks like we're starting to see some
Up
buyers,
one,
down
43%.
range.
Jordan,
Yes, sir.
I have a confession.
Hey, what's that?
I took that CELH call with you a couple days ago.
Oh, no way. You banked it. I know you did.
We're holding. Yeah, I got in
It's
at
only gone up.
320.
Let's go, baby. I'm not in it right now. I thought she needed to cool down a little bit, to be honest, and she just has not cooled down whatsoever. I just swung in phase though. That's been a ripper this morning.
Yeah. I have Roku swings. Oh my god. These things are fucking nutty. 185% here.
Ken Griffin says Trump would not have regulatory openings. Says President Biden does not understand he needs to break the back of inflation.
I need to get the SPY hedge pressure. My bad.
Yeah, Jordan, what's hedge pressure? It's 8 minutes. What
My
is
bad,
this?
boys. My bad.
Part-time
I never
streamer.
forget.
Oh, dude, how's your arm? Was that a broken arm?
I think a little more.
Not broken, thankfully. Almost.
Okay. Let's.
What did they call it?
Like just a fucking tiny little fracture.
Oh.
Just a tiny little.
Did they call you a little bitch as well?
Yeah. They're like, you're a little bitch. But yeah, we're all good.
Nice.
Take some time away from golf for a little bit.
Oh, really? That's what happened?
Golf ball got bladed into my wrist.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Watch Tesla at the opening range high here.
What'd you take? I shorted 3 at 97.
3 bigs or 3 micros?
Little.
I think that might have been a little too loud. I think we're at a good volume now, probably. Let me know.
SPY hedge pressure
Maybe
is
one lower.
posted. I will throw it up top.
Q's breath
the
so
over-
far, almost 5 to 1.
Yeah. Over under on GME halts by 10.
It'd actually be fun to bet on stocks in that kind of way. You know what I mean? Like the way we do sports betting.
Yeah, over unders.
Like if it was legit set up exactly like sports betting, but just on stocks.
Oh my god.
Like obviously you can do a version of that with what we're doing. Like, you know what I mean? Set up exactly how sports betting does. That would be fun.
I'm not super interested with GME, AMC, unless they're over certain levels, but the plug fuel cell ones are like, fuck. Okay. Still going. I just checked on save.
521 is the hedge for today.
Celsius is ripping.
Ooh, smooth. The market highs here.
Yeah, Celsius not fucking stopping, damn it.
He's filled the gap, session gap.
Yeah, GME's pulling back a little too. I guess it was halted downside. I didn't hear what side it was, but
Yeah.
definitely
Good
downside.
morning, Mikey.
Oh.
Absolute
I say GME and Mikey gets in here right away.
The highs now, $16.75.
Good morning.
That was some crazy timing.
Michael.
10%.
Good
Howard
morning,
was
Mikey.
$55 calls.
Frederick, is it normally like 1080? Honestly, man, I don't know how my computer is. Like, I bought a Mac. Oh, wait, wrong thing. I should have bought a MacBook Pro. I went with a MacBook Air. Was a little bit of a mistake. Oh well, it is what it is. It is what it is. This probably looks a little better.
It was fucking like
What does this look
$10.
like? I'm also using ultra low latency today, so it should be coming in. Like, I should be able to respond to your comments right away. And you should be hearing the space. You should be hearing the spaces before you would be hearing them as a listener. Paul or Frederick, go into the spaces and tell me, what do you hear first? Them talking through YouTube or them talking through the spaces? There should be less of a delay here.
$10 call.
I just took a
that
screenshot by accident.
Took an alert yesterday. They opened up at 500%.
What's up to everyone joining for the first time as well? I just put out a tweet. See if we get some new people in here off of
Thank
this.
you, sir. I also added right around that same time that you said that you were in $15
Oh yeah,
calls for
Jerome
January,
Powell's speaking
right?
soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And 10s as well.
Yeah, I added some of those 15s. Those opened up almost at 600%.
9250s.
Yeah,
This.
another
Ooh.
GME $15
Yeah,
calls
you're not
went
gonna
up
read that.
32,000%. The $30 calls went up to 29,000%.
This is what we have. Powell speaking at 10 a.m. So you guys should be watching out for that one.
3,000%. AMC $6.50 calls 17,000.
Good morning, everyone. I hope we're all excited for the day.
9,800%.
If you're in the chat for the first time, let me know what stocks you're watching today, and I'll make sure I keep them on my radar as well.
I'm sorry you missed it. You know,
You're an animal.
I told you to take it.
Let me
I
see.
did.
Here's some of the big news from the morning, though.
My swing
This was pretty big. Let me actually get this on Instagram.
That's actually a great point. I'm disappointed in a lot of people. You know how I am with my swing plays and my shit.
Oh,
Yeah, G. Greg. NVIDIA earnings should be good. A week from tomorrow.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm looking forward to it. NVIDIA. I'm gonna be live on here for NVIDIA earnings. I'm expecting a pretty big turnout. We'll see. So I'm excited for it. Paul, imagine the NVIDIA earnings day watch hours. That one should be nice.
They gotta be a big.
Citadel's Ken Griffin. President Biden does not understand. Okay. Rates back of inflation.
The $4 calls from Wolf Spaces yesterday morning.
Portnoy
those
just
are
going
up
hard
over
into
1,000%
AMC and
this
GME. Fair enough.
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted for a second, but they're sitting at $5.80. My original entry was 50 cents.
Nice. You're sitting around 1,000% as well.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Got Powell at 10 o'clock.
After. Greg, it is after the markets close.
Yeah, get ready for some fuckery. Off that one.
Earnings Hub.
Apple just got.
Yo, you guys see Earnings Hub? They added a. Sorry, it keeps doing that. Earnings Hub added a little some macro data on here too, which is cool. So they have Powell speaking. I should be just using this.
Popping off.
Fuck Market Watch.
I ordered.
No, I don't. I actually kind of like Market Watch. But yeah, next week,
That's a rip, dude. Holy.
Wednesday after the close. Look at the fucking run up. And this is what they're expecting. 518. Last quarter was 516. Revenue 22.86. Last quarter was 22. This number is probably gonna be. They're gonna beat this. AMC shares are resuming trading. Are you guys in AMC and GME? Any of you guys into this? I know it's popular. I am not. I am not.
As you're saying that, I'm seeing 968, and now I'm seeing 922. This thing is so volatile. Stockwitz, what's up, man?
How you doing?
How you doing?
Dude, it's Christmas morning. How are you doing?
Let's see what else. What other stories do we have in the morning?
Did you make a Lambo today?
Something like that.
You seem like way too not excited.
Keep it together.
That's because that's me controlling my emotions so I don't let it get the best of me.
Yeah.
200 IQ.
Well, I took that quick short on Nike. She was paying already.
What are all these? Why do I have like 10 of them? I think just that one. One of these is probably gonna be the
Popping
advanced
back up to
search.
the highs after
okay.
retesting
Get rid of this
and
one.
holding above the EMAs there.
Let's see if there's anything else. Oh no, Seeking Alpha. Yeah, I'm looking forward to NVIDIA though. I very much so am. I think the market is pretty focused on it as well, obviously, as it always is. Not always, over the last couple quarters. But AI is the thing right now, and yeah, there also is, speaking of additional event, Google has an event today. I wish there was a way to get that in there without doing that, but yeah, Google has an AI event today in 3 hours, 12 minutes, and 51 seconds. 1 p.m. Eastern is when that one's going. We're going to listen to that live on here, so I'm looking forward to it. But there might be some NVIDIA talking here. The market did not care about the morning numbers. It did a little bit. There was a small move in the morning. Qs. I think that was this year, right? I guess they didn't. Was that was this candle?
A drinking game that you can play if you've seen it.
Let's move this down. 5 minutes. Oh, right. Jesus. What did I say yesterday? What's happening? Oh, I went to 5 seconds. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's dumb.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
We're pretty much... No, that's yesterday. Okay.
500.
There you go.
Oh,
That's what it
Jesus.
is.
These are $1.20.
That took a little too much, honestly. I won't lie. Yeah, that's a fat down candle. Not necessarily what you want to see, but it bought it up well, and we came back. We're now above where we were before.
Mullen shares up, down now
Sometimes I ask myself, like, how do I end up opening so many tabs, and then I do this throughout the day. Like, I have another tab I'm about to bring in, the Predictograms. Anyone on here on my Predictogram team? If you're asking what that is, that means you're not. This is Predictogram. Let's see. Qs. Qs with nice. Well, we'll try. We'll test the Qs upside.
Roku knew how to.
Yep. Nike continuing to sell off. I mean,
And we'll test a Apple upside. This is more just a prayer than anything else. I can't lie. But this isn't real money, so it's just competition. Test the intuition. Teams, where are we? Second place, not by much though. Yeah, this Google I/O event will be listening to live. Looking forward to that.
For some reason, I think it's if it moves 7% within a minute, it automatically will be halted or something like that.
Let's get.
Nike knows it. If he's still here.
Pal speaking in 10. Order filled. Be fucking careful.
This is from a Bloomberg article.
What time is the Google I/O keynote? Does anybody know?
1 p.m. Eastern.
Nice.
Small short turkey.
Qs, I see pulling back session gap 443, spot 17.
Multiple highly unusual call sweeps coming in on GME on the 57 strike.
Fuck. Who's gonna
517
do this?
and 524.
I'm still a little tired, so we're just gonna not do too hard right now. Top USD open.
Order filled. Order filled.
Uh-oh, Frankie.
Yeah.
Filling orders.
Short swell. What brokerage is this order filled in the British accent?
Multiple, but
I think it's on like the. What is everybody using? Ninja Trader or the other one?
I don't know. Whatever it is, if any other broker, give it to me. I need that British accent telling me
It's on
order
both
filled.
of them. It's on Ninja Trader and Tradeabate, the feature.
I also believe it's on IBKR.
Frank is just playing a soundboard of my voice at the moment.
That's all. Order filled.
Let's get Retta to bring Cam in the recording studio. Stop filled.
I'd rather Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No, not that. There could be other people. You could make the argument. That's a bad one.
Nope, it's a good one. Oldfield. I can't do his accent.
I will say, you did actually open my eyes a little bit there when you said that.
Order reject. Stop filled.
Stop filled.
I fucking love that shit.
I'm gonna take a try on these Nike shorts. They're about 40.
Cool, Frederick. I thought it would be. It should be like a couple seconds quicker, too. So, I just gotta remember to put on ultra low latency.
Like random grunts that he does after
Power
he says
speaking.
stuff.
Soon we'll
Order
get that
filled is
up.
one grunt and order rejected is a different one. The Arnold grunt.
The Arnold grunt.
But I did tell Retta that we should be able to customize the order filled sounds when it is
Right.
out.
You can get it. You can get it.
Small pop here on BTC on the 1 minute.
Small pop. Small pop.
Oh, Semi's doing something. AMD new highs. No, Roku at the highs. Holy fuck.
Hey, Cam. What do you call, like, soda or, like, Coca-Cola or whatever it is?
Just called it Coke.
Fizzy drinks.
Fizzy drinks. There you go.
Fizzy pop.
Fizzies.
Fizzy.
At least he doesn't say pop.
No, I was just curious what we were gonna get.
Slightly.
I love the British accent. Oh, I would love to have it.
SMH is getting a push. Pushing semis.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Nothing that could be tweeted there though. Oh, that's another one.
Oh, we got Powell coming. It might not be anything we have to really worry about.
I don't think it will be anything crazy, but I have been wrong about stuff and before. It's just more like the Q&A and the one question or whatever, but I feel like everything else is going to really be what we've heard. Powell's a good speaker. Like, he's not going to say anything crazy. I would be shocked. Roku. What's happening?
Roku.
That could be one of those meme names.
65, 60 now.
Oh, Roku. Damn. Okay. Nice little green wicks up. What's SoFi doing? Same thing.
I'm taking. What the fuck?
What's the short float on Celsius? Do we know? Jordan, do you know what the short float on Celsius is?
The short float on Celsius?
Yeah.
Can I see that right here? Ooh. I do not.
What is the ticker for that?
CELH.
CLH.
What is it, Roku doing? Why is it holding up there? If this cracks this level, that's gonna be disgusting.
I don't see it.
It says the short interest percent float is 9.42%.
Okay. Celsius could be one of those meme names. You know, there is a company underlying it, but there's still a cult meme following. And if you have the high short interests, if it's ever going to happen, I mean, now might be the time.
Right.
I can't lie. I'm looking at SoFi right now. A little tiny trade. See if you can get into the meme stuff. A little bit of different. I think I had like 20% short interest according to one place. Those can vary a little bit. Well, what's SoFi's short interest?
I don't know.
I want to get this dip on Celsius, but I want it a little bit lower. Like yesterday's high.
Evan, SoFi is sitting at 18.39% interest, 182,720,000 shares, 13.18 days to cover.
Yeah, that's about what I have. I have
Jeez.
18.64% and 182.7 million.
MAXN,
about right.
Solar getting
About
a
right.
high now. Michael Alpha X-ray November, 53% MAXN.
I think I need to call it for right now.
Yeah.
Shares of Deer
Yeah.
at the high now, 417.
There's probably more, but I could take
Delta
it.
Echo.
Oh, it's funny that speaking of deer, did you guys see that Skechers and Deer did a partnership?
Oh dear.
I could see Paper Gains rocking these for sure. I wish it was out when Kevin was there because I think Kevin's in the place for it. Let me pin those up in the nest above for anyone.
Biden about to start
Oh my God,
speaking in
right.
3 minutes.
Powell in 3 minutes as well.
Yeah. Or no, yeah, sorry. I said Biden. I meant
Okay, yeah.
Powell. Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
I was like,
I thought it was both. I was like, all right, we got an eventful couple minutes coming in here.
Oh, thank you. I totally did not mean Biden.
I'm going to add some more AMC comments here.
Come on, SoFi, pull back a little bit.
I'm adding AMC
Farmer shoes.
24 calls on the
Well,
21st.
Oh yeah, I don't know, Paul. Some people will like them. They both have cult followings. Some dad shoes. 17 people. Nice. Welcome. If you guys are in here for the first time, subscribe. Hit that bell button to get notified when I go live too. That bell button is pretty important,
But I'd
actually.
rather it drop here.
Ooh, nice comeback
I'll start
there.
speaking and then add more. But I want to take a starter just
Let's
in case.
Oh, damn, GME's already back up to 55. Look at that.
Ooh.
Oh, did it just halt?
I took those 57s that you called out, Will. I took them at.
I have a live stream of
12
the
$100 a
Powell
contract.
thing, so
They're over
we'll play
15
that a
right
little
now.
bit.
And I saw all the
Um,
flow on Wellstream. Use code BUTTSTUFF to get 69% off.
I know that expired.
What's up, Warwick?
Don't use that, but you should
Welcome,
still sign
welcome.
up for
Appreciate you
Wellstream
coming in
anyway.
and saying hi.
Should I accept it? Just for this space? I think I will. You know what? Screw it. One sec. Let me extend that coupon.
I want to keep looking for Sleeping Alpha, though.
Hold on, I gotta remake it.
Net new assets.
Look at that rip on AMC. Those calls are already up.
Oh, I mean, they have 8.5 trillion, and we were talking
Those
about 10
comments that I
billion.
added a minute ago are already looking good.
Dude, I know the calls that I just called out, they're up 20% right now.
Come on.
Missing the short.
Uh-oh, selling volume.
Oh my god, the $15 calls are up 600%.
Was that right, Shark?
Let's try this.
Is AMC halted up?
I wonder if this will ever do anything.
Yep, they're both halted up.
Let's go, Shark.
Hilarious.
KC, let's go.
Where and what is he
damn.
speaking about? What do you mean? I think they're talking. Right now they're talking about AMC and GME.
Time it gets halted.
Alright, guys, the coupon's active again. Butt stuff. BUTTSTUFF.
Oh, or that.
Whalestream.com. 69% off for life.
I love the hoodie I got, but I gotta give it to Mama. It's too
Why,
small.
Mom?
I need to order a bigger one.
Oh, he is
shit.
speaking. Don't necessarily know about what on a panel.
Fucked up.
Speaks to the Foreign Bankers Association in Amsterdam. Is what the Powell thing is.
Let me hook you up. Hold on. I'll DM you naked.
Bet. How many cons you in? I took 10 on Celsius. I would like to grab 10 more off yesterday's high.
Jordan,
Yes, sir.
my account yesterday, I closed it up 12% on the day. This morning, I am up 18% on my account.
Yeah, I don't think it will be anything.
Oh, fuck.
I agree.
Dude, this has been an insane 2 days. This is
I don't
it's
know.
fucking incredible.
You don't have to disclose this. I don't know what size account you trade, but if it's anywhere like near 30K, that's
He's well away.
you're doing good. Fuck.
You hit it right there.
I mean, that's generally what I'm running.
No, I agree, Paul. I don't think it'll be anything.
I just withdraw
Do any of you guys use Seeking Alpha?
every 2 weeks.
Yes, sir. Yep.
So yeah, that's a fucking banger day.
I'm right there.
That's solid. I like it. Let's move this here. Okay. Alibaba did have the earnings in the morning.
I find that the best, Casey. You have yourself
Nvidia
5,
did
10%,
get a price target upgrade from Wells Fargo. I was going to post this a little later, but I'll show you guys here.
like, he has that
Ooh, I may actually take a quote then.
25K.
We think intra-quarter demand data points.
Like any profits made, I mean, if it's like a shittier week, then you just keep what's in there. But if it's like a solid week, you just withdraw in every other week or so. You know, it's nice.
No, there's 3 fiscal
I
years.
do
and
that because then I will never make too stupid of a decision. Obviously, if I blow a 30K
Ooh.
account, that's not good. But
Maybe I do something
That's
like
all I can
this.
blow.
Here's what I'm thinking.
which is nice.
That's not true. You could blow me.
Oh my god, I knew it was coming, bro. I knew it was coming. Fuck.
You ready?
You're gonna do it to me.
Always.
Celsius looking decent, bouncing off the 9. I'm where am I at? I'm down a whole $80. Mom, save me. Skechers announced a partnership? What the fuck? Skechers?
Jordan, you big. I could see you
Very
doing a
good.
John Deere
Then
Skechers.
on to the next
Ooh,
part of our
that is
program,
Powell
and let me
speaking.
provide you with a short background.
I'm gonna put that on mute for now. We'll get once he's talking. But Powell thing is starting. Yeah. Let's get this in here. Nope. And then let's do some work into what their data center revenue was for this past year.
SPY's looking a little bit
I know,
stronger
I
than
did.
tech.
Quarterly revenue trends. All right. So here's this.
IWM holding.
No, it's a fiscal year or whatever. No, it's gonna be fiscal year. 3.750 plus 3.806 plus 3.833 plus 0.6116 15. Double check that. So 2023 was 15 billion.
We watched Tesla yesterday. So
I'm going with what they're talking about fiscal year here. If we're wrong, we're wrong. All right, here's where it was.
Yeah, it's kind of what I'm looking for that to happen on
4.284 plus
I'd like to pick up another 10 contracts, make it 20.
10.323.
But, ooh, Rumble. Rumble's a bit of a meme. Stocky. That's getting
You see they added the macro calendar on there?
Really? Bro, Rumble's been like actually in some healthy consolidation on the weekly. Shit.
Wait, isn't JPow speaking? Why is nobody?
Yeah, no, I'm listening to it.
Oh, what's that?
He hasn't even come out yet. They were just introing. They're just clapping for him looking at right now. Can you hear that?
Are you in there? No.
They got the clap.
I could, if you guys want me to play it, I could, but I would assume that that is not something that is desired. I'm listening to it. I'll be playing it on here, and then we'll see if we go. We're testing out the live. Jordan, I'm still doing the lives. We're going strong.
Taking some starter on IWM.
Oh, do I just do a history of? No.
Thanks, Charlie.
Yeah, get wrecked. All right, let's put Powell on.
Pleasure and an honor to be here. So the U.S. economy has been performing very well lately. We had growth last year of just over 3%, quite a strong year. And it's driven by a number of things. I would point to a very strong labor market where you've got rising employment, you've got rising wages, so disposable income, consumers are spending. Generally, households are in good shape financially. They're not over-levered. And so we see a good picture. Consumer spending has held up very well. As well, business investment has.
How does it sound?
Businesses are seeing opportunities to invest, and that has helped.
Can you guys hear it? Cam, how does it sound?
To a fairly large influx of immigration into the country over the past couple of years.
It might be echoing, so does it sound better now?
Those people are joining the labor force. We're experiencing still a labor shortage in many industries, and so there are jobs, and they're going to work and they're consuming. So that's also boosting growth. So overall, a good picture looking at the data so far. The labor market is very, very strong. It was, I think, overheated a couple of years back, and what we've seen is it coming back in gradually into a better balance over the last couple of years. And now I think if you look at a broad range of data, you could say that the labor market is about as tight as it was before the pandemic in 2019, and that's good. Real wages are now positive, and unemployment has been below 4% for 27 consecutive months, something that hasn't happened in a half century. So, labor market very strong, and again, signs of gradual cooling and rebalancing, so that supply and demand of workers is coming back into balance, which just as we would want. Inflation, it's worth starting with the fact that on a 12-month basis, headline inflation got as high as 7.1%, is now down to 2.7%. Core inflation got as high as 5.6% and is now at 2.8%, so it's down by half. That progress, though, really happened over the course of last year, and particularly the second half of last year. The first quarter in the United States was notable for its lack of further progress on inflation. We had higher readings in the first quarter, and higher than we expected. We did not expect this to be a smooth road, but these were higher than I think anybody expected. And so what that has told us is that we'll need to be patient and let restrictive policy do its work. If I turn to the outlook just for a second, I would say we expect continued growth, 2% or better. We expect the labor market to continue to be strong, but to move further and further into balance. And I expect that inflation will move back down on a monthly level, on a monthly basis, to levels that were more like the lower readings we were having last year. I would say my confidence in that is not as high as it was, having seen these readings in the first 3 months of the year. So we're just going to have to see where the inflation data fall out. And I'll stop there with the economy. Thanks.
Thanks very much. We'll be digging into some of that later in the discussion, but now I'd like to turn to President Knot. Could you maybe give us a little bit of a sense of how you judge the state of play in the Eurozone and here in the Netherlands?
I think this is a banger tweet.
Yeah, I think the state of play in the Eurozone is not entirely comparable to that of the US. We just came out of more than a full year of economic stagnation. Now, luckily, the signs of recovery are clearly there. We started off the new year much stronger than we had expected. And if you look at the soft indicators, that recovery is expected to continue into the second quarter, and it's even expected to accelerate in the second half of the year. And this is mainly on the back of ongoing recovery in real wages, ongoing recovery in purchasing power, and strong consumer demand. Now, there are two ways in which you can look at this recovery. Of course, you can say, on the one hand, the economy has proven to be resilient. We've went through quite a number of shocks, monetary tightening, unprecedented, and yet we did not really go into a recession. The sacrifice ratio of the disinflation process that we had to go through was virtually zero. Unemployment did not budge. So resilience was there. But on the other hand, the growth was clearly not as abundant as it was in the US. And that is clearly remarkable. Now, I think there is a multiplicity of factors behind this growth differential, but if you allow me to single out the two most important factors in my view. First of all, fiscal policy. And this was not only about the size of the fiscal stimulus, it was also about the design of the fiscal stimulus during the pandemic. In the US, there was a choice for temporary layoffs, income support, and then rehiring when the economy reopened again.
Yeah, Debo.
Well, that means that a lot of
NVIDIA is like my second or third largest holding. Cost base is like 75 though, which I'm proud of.
Very productivity enhancing. But in Europe, we chose a different approach.
You see this one though? Wells Fargo increased their price target.
Job security. The government essentially took over the wage bills of the firms. And as a consequence, we froze the supply side of our economy for a couple of years. Then during this period of stagnation, there was a lot of labor hoarding, which means that we have gone through a number of years where there has been hardly any labor or, for that matter, capital reallocation. So we have not enjoyed these efficiency benefits of reallocation as much as the US. And secondly, the economic impact, the negative economic impact of Russia's unjustifiable invasion into Ukraine were, of course, also much stronger on this side of the Atlantic than in the US. We are a fossil fuel importing area, so it meant that this was a very strong negative terms of trade shock, and this terms of trade shock of which we are recovering still also today. Now, on inflation, I think the picture is that I'm increasingly confident that inflation will decline towards our 2% target during the remainder of the year. This is mainly on the back of goods and food price inflation that is coming down. Services inflation has been resilient for a while, but we're now also seeing the first signs of improvement there. And that has everything to do with a slow but gradual moderation of wage growth, which is quite essential, I think, also going forward in making an assessment of inflation risks. But all these developments clearly point toward further disinflation. Also here, an intriguing question is, of course, is there more similarity or are there more dissimilarities with the development in the US? From the onset of the inflation shock, it was clear that the balance of root causes between, let's say, positive demand shocks and negative supply shocks was different in Europe from the US. The US had a much stronger demand component. I think we had a much stronger supply component. Yet at the same time, there was a remarkable synchronicity if you look at the development of actual inflation. So the bump that you've been seeing in the US, the question for us now is, are we going to see such a bumpy development as well? So far, we've not seen any evidence of it, but that's clearly a warning signal for us, also not to come with any sort of premature declarations of victory. All in all, I do believe that inflation is probably less persistent in the euro area than in the US. And that leads me then to conclude that if we manage to continue on this track, if the incoming data continues to validate this development, that it will be appropriate for us to gradually take our foot off the brake, to remove some of the restriction, the monetary policy restriction that we're currently imposing on the economy. The data that needs to confirm this, a lot of that will be available at our June meeting. We will have an additional data point on the labor market coming out next week, the triangulation between wage growth, productivity growth, and profit margins, which is important. Then we will have new projections, and I'm confident, again, that if they confirm the picture, as I just sketched it, that June will be a good opportunity to make a first move in removing restriction.
Okay. Very clear hint at June there. We'll come back to whether we could see further moves in July too. But just to draw on some of your comments there, you seem broadly confident that inflation is going to prove less of a problem in the Eurozone than it seems to be at the US at present. We've seen quite a reasonably high PPI reading today from the US, Chair Powell. Some people have said that looks hot. What do you think of today's reading, and more broadly, is there a risk that inflation becomes a lot more of a problem in the US than it is elsewhere?
So we had a producer price index reading just a couple of hours ago, and I would say it's actually quite mixed. The headline numbers were higher, but they were backward revisions, and we're of course disassembling it, taking it apart, and looking at it. And I think markets and analysts are looking at it as I wouldn't call it hot. I would call it sort of mixed. But in terms of the overall picture for inflation, I think you have to go back to last year, where we had historically fast disinflation. Inflation came down by two full percentage points last year. Why did that happen? It's really two forces working together. One of them is just the reversal,
I can't believe I just closed that tab.
Pandemic-related
I had the whole tweet in there. Damn it, I forgot about it.
So that we thought we would always get that. We thought we'd get it in 2022, and we didn't, and then it really arrived in 2021. So that was a big part of this, was just the reversal of distortions, really, to both supply and demand. The second thing is just restrictive monetary policy, and restrictive monetary policy cools the economy and makes room for the supply side to heal, but also lowers demand and ultimately lowers inflation. So I do think those two have been working together. And the question you ask is inflation going to be more persistent going forward? I think, and that would essentially mean that we've gotten the supply side gains that we're going to get, and now it's down to lower demand, which would take longer and potentially be more painful. I don't think we know that yet. I think we need more than a quarter's worth of data to really make a judgment on that. We know that there are still, businesses still report that there are shortages and labor shortages and things like that, which are now being addressed. In addition, even when the shortage is alleviated, there should be lags before that shows up in economic activity and inflation. So there may be some more there. I don't want to give up on it yet at this point. I also think that having restrictive policy, we have the highest interest rates in some time. I think that it may be that takes longer than expected to do its work and bring inflation down. I am confident that we will do that, but that we will get inflation down to 2%, and ultimately we will do what we need to do with our policy rate.
And just to bring in a question that one of our members of the audience asked here, I mean, you referred to it briefly then. But from Edin at ORV, he asked, do you entertain the possibility that returning to the 2% target will not be possible with the current level of the Fed funds rate?
So I think, as I just mentioned, I do think it's really a question of keeping policy at the current rate for a longer time than had been thought. I think by many, many measures, the policy rate is restrictive. The question is it sufficiently restrictive? And I think that's going to be a question that time will have to tell. Entertain the possibility is, that could be a very small probability, but I have said that I don't think that it's likely, based on the data that we have, that the next move that we make would be a rate hike. I think it's more likely that we'll be at a place where we hold the policy rate where it is.
And is there any particular component of inflation that concerns you? A lot of people in the US have been focusing on housing and that segment, but is there that, or is it something else that?
So we think of it in three buckets, the first of which is just goods inflation, and goods inflation was negative for 25 years, mildly negative because, of course, globalization and many goods were manufactured elsewhere and shipped at lower costs. So that, I think, is performing broadly as expected over time. We had very high goods inflation at the beginning of the pandemic because of the supply chain issues. That came down a lot, and I think we expect that. Housing inflation has been a bit of a puzzle because current rents have been low. Current rent increases have been low for some time, but they're not showing up. That's not showing up in rollover leases and in owner's equivalent rent. So. I think what we've learned is that the lags between a decline in market rents and it showing up in the measured inflation for housing services is long. Their lags are longer than we thought. But as long as market rents don't go, as long as they're going up at very modest levels, it will show up. It's just a question of when. I think our estimate of the lags is there, and so you've got to look at that. That may affect your confidence, but we have to wait for it to happen. In terms of the biggest part of it is services inflation, non-housing services, and that's more than half of the index. And it's less interest sensitive. It's very sensitive to wages and that kind of thing. We had made some progress there, particularly if you look at the market-based aspects of it. But that's the one that I think may take the longest. At the same time, it doesn't need to go to 2%. It wasn't at 2% before the pandemic. You need the three of those to come out in some way that they're at 2%. And I'm confident that we will get there.
Excellent. And just to go back into this theme of divergence, I mean, to summarize your answer, it seems that, you think the geopolitical aspect of the Europe being closer to Russia, and also the aspect of the, I guess, not only the scale, but the design of the fiscal response, are the primary drivers of this divergence that we've seen between the US and Europe. Chair Power, what would your thoughts be on this? Are there other factors that you think are worthy of consideration when trying to understand why the US and Europe seem quite different economic beasts at the moment?
So I agree with all of the factors Klaus laid out. I would add we're probably also benefiting from a sort of strictly accounting GDP standard from new workers coming in to a large extent. I think the issue really is, and this is an issue that that the European economic policymakers are very, very focused on right now, is over the longer run, Europe's productivity growth has been about half of the U.S. And so ultimately all you've got is hours worked, and that's largely a function of population, hours worked, and then output per hour. That's going to be your economic activity and growth. And so productivity is really the thing that can enable living standards to rise over time. And there are a lot of theories on why that might be. I think from an American perspective, I would tend to point to the more flexible labor market, and also a more fully built out set of capital markets, which is parts of which are very focused on funding early stage innovative companies. So it's not just a bank-centric system. We've got a very highly evolved financial system. That may be another factor.
Yeah. So plenty of other reasons there that are worth mentioning, I think. Turning back to you, President Knut, you gave a pretty clear signal, I think, that we're going to see a move in June. But a lot of the questions that people have put to us today have, stressed this point of, usually there's been this sense that the ECB has been following the Fed, and it's raised a bit of a question mark as to what degree can the policies of, the two major global central banks, with apologies to the Bank of England, how much divergence can we really see? So, to what extent do you feel constrained by what the US central bank does, and would you perhaps be reluctant to cut in July should the Fed want to, stand pat and leave rates as they are for the foreseeable future?
Look, I think if you talk about monetary policy of big central banks like the Fed and the ECB, that monetary policy always takes place in a global context. I mean, our markets are interwoven to a large extent, etc. At the same time, we both have clear domestic mandates that look on an economy which may be 10-15% open, but it means at least 85% closed economy. So much of our inflation is actually being triggered still by domestic factors. So what we simply need to do is construct our own inflation outlook for the euro area. And yes, Fed policy is, of course, one factor that has an impact. And if you think about international spillovers, the first thing that comes to mind is through the exchange rate. If the Fed were to run a tighter ship than we were going forward, then probably that would lead to some dollar strength and euro depreciation, which of course leads to additional imported inflation. But at the same time, you will also have a spillover effect through global financial conditions. Bond yields internationally are also moving in tandem. If you look at the last few weeks and months, bond yields in the euro area have gone up significantly without there being a true euro area reason for doing that. It was just the spillover from the US. And that effect is, of course, disinflationary. So if you look at the two effects, it's not so clear which of the two will dominate. And it's therefore also not so clear whether the developments in the US will really have a meaningful impact on the inflation outlook in the euro area. I don't think it will change the direction of travel in the euro area that much.
So you'd be willing to cut in July too?
Well, we've been saying all along that we follow a data-dependent and a meeting-by-meeting approach. And I keep repeating here, it is essential what is happening in the labor market in particular, because services inflation is still the main remaining driver of inflation in the euro area. So we will simply have to follow the data as it comes in, both on underlying inflation trends, the labor market, etc. And that's why there is no commitment beyond June. We will just follow a meeting-by-meeting and a data-driven approach. And data, when it comes to the labor market, it's really about the comprehensive assessment of the labor market. It's too simple to just look at sort of contractual wages. Contractual wages are coming down. But one of the problems now is that we have negative productivity growth in the euro area. We had negative productivity growth in Q4. In Q1, again, it seems as if growth in employment exceeds growth in GDP, which means that probably next week we will get another negative productivity growth number. And that means that unit labor costs are actually still going up. And then the question whether profit margins are capable of continuing to absorb these unit labor costs, that's something that we really have to assess over time when we decide on future steps. So nothing, no commitment whatsoever, open mind for anything beyond June.
And just to turn back to the issue of US inflation for a moment, even though there's this sense that we did see a remarkable drop of inflation last year because it was, just so aggressive the year before that there is this sense that, there's still a public perception that prices are very high. How difficult is it to really feel as though you can keep credibility at times when trust in public institutions is under siege? And that's from Jeroen Broekman, who's from Leaders in Finance.
So I think for central banks, credibility is kind of everything, and we only earn that one way, and that's by achieving our mandate for the benefit of the public over time. And also, I would add, a part of that is sticking to our knitting. Don't take on politically fraught issues that are really not our mandate. Do your job and explain as best you can what's happening in the economy. Of course, the economy the post-pandemic economy has surprised everyone. I wouldn't single out any single central bank or group of forecasters. It's just been many things that were not supposed to be able to happen have happened. Nonetheless, we've made real progress on inflation. We're far lower than we were. I would say the risk that at the beginning we were very concerned that the very high inflation we saw might be quite difficult to bring down without a kind of very significant decline in employment and weakening economic activity. That didn't happen. That's just a great result. I think people are unhappy. You mentioned people are unhappy. That I fully appreciate that. And a big part of that, I think, is go to the store. Prices are high. You tell people inflation is coming down, and they think, I don't understand that. The price of all the things that I buy hasn't come down. So, they're not wrong. I mean, they're suffering. Particularly people at the lower end of the income spectrum are very hard hit by inflation from the start, which is why we're so strongly committed to restoring price stability and keeping it in place as long as possible.
And just to turn back to Europe now and to the Netherlands in particular, we're sitting in a venue here that's really testament to the power of trade, for good and ill. In an era of deglobalization, when we're seeing daily headlines about tariffs, and how does the Netherlands as a small open economy, and indeed the Eurozone as a very trade-dependent region, really thrive?
Yeah, that's a difficult question. I mean, it goes beyond saying that this is a development that is absolutely not a positive development for the euro area, and that we watch with a lot of concern. Now, fragmentation is there. The train has left the station. So, we have to think about sort of the ways that it can manifest itself and what we can do to try to best redress its consequences. There is a sense that international business is actually to some extent more resilient to political fragmentation than we have been thinking beforehand. So that international trade is a little bit like a river.
How is the volume? Should I make it louder, quieter?
Tends to find its way, even if some obstacles
I'm keeping my mic muted because I
being
think there's an
raised,
echo when I
here and
keep the
there.
mic on. So,
But of course, the fragmentation, it impedes the diffusion of technology across borders, so that means lower productivity growth everywhere. I would also not underestimate the limitations that it puts on our capacity jointly and internationally to solve global problems. In a fragmented world, suppose we had a global financial crisis again, like in 2008, 2009. It would be much, much more difficult to get the G20 around the table and to agree on a concerted remedial plan as we did in 2008, 2009, think about climate change, etc. What can we do about it? Well, I think in Europe there is still a lot of untapped potential to at least strengthen our internal cohesion. We're not tapping the full potential of the single market. In many, many places, the single market only exists in a name. We don't have capital markets union. I think we are really doing ourselves a disfavor. We don't have a banking union yet. And so we are missing out on opportunities to strengthen international trade, inter-European, I should say, trade and integration, economic as well as financial.
Would you have anything to add on this topic? I know it's something that's featured in the Fed minutes about the links perhaps between trade barriers and inflation and so on. Do you see it as a risk?
So this is a very, very hot political issue, not just in the United States, but everywhere in the world. And not trade policy, of course, not the job of the Fed. So, we, as I mentioned a few moments ago, I think we need to resist the temptation to just have opinions on all different kinds of economic policies, as fun as that might be. The elected government has to deal with these things, and they have to deal with the public on them. And they've given us really important assignments, and I think we need to honor the decision not to give us that.
And I appreciate this is also an awkward topic, but it is deficits in the sense that the national debt is forecast to rise by the Congressional Budget Office quite substantially over the next 10 years. Does that make your life trickier as Fed chair rather too?
I don't think it's not that it makes my life more difficult or the Fed's work more difficult, but I think it's utterly non-controversial to say that U.S. fiscal policy is on an unsustainable path. Not that our fiscal position itself is unsustainable, but the path is unsustainable, meaning that we have full employment and we're running big structural deficits, and we're going to have to deal with this sooner or later, and sooner is a lot more attractive than later. I do hear from elected people on both sides of Capitol Hill and in both political parties that they do understand this. And I think you mentioned the Congressional Budget Office. I think everyone should be reading the things that they're publishing about the U.S. budget deficit and the path, and should be very concerned that this is something that elected people need to get their arms around.
As you said, the market,
sooner rather than
that's
later.
fair.
And you've noticed a lot, you've noted a lot that these supply side benefits that you thought might come, in 2021 or 2022 did actually arrive in 2023. Now, what sort of benefits from the supply side do you think we could see in 2024 and beyond?
So I think we probably have realized most of the reversal of the pandemic supply side effects, but not all of it. But I think we could get more sort of the final parts of the supply chains really getting.
Feels like all the questions are going over to Powell, though.
Surveys of businesses, they still say there are shortages. They still say that they have a hard time hiring people, for that matter. So I do think we're still getting, very substantial numbers of people coming to the country and going to work. Let me add, immigration also not a policy that the Fed works on or has opinions on, but I'm just giving you the straight economics of it. People come in, they can get a work permit, they are getting work permits, and they go to work and they're paying taxes and they're creating economic output. And
Market is pulling back a little
so
here.
It's alleviating the labor shortage that we had in the industries that really had it the worst. So I think all of that, it probably helped at the margin a little bit in cooling the labor market off. It's both supply and demand, but we think at the beginning, in the longer run,
nice day for small
it should
caps.
be neutral on inflation.
Debo, big small cap guy?
Been positive. So,
yeah, the meme stocks, I would imagine small caps moving as well.
And just to kind of turn to these broader
Look at
demographic
IWM.
trends, there's been a lot of talk in recent years about how they will impact inflation, whether they have some sort of impact on R-star, the kind of, the Goldilocks level of interest rates in the longer term, one might say.
Yeah,
how do
IWM
you
with a nice
think
day.
about these kind of longer term demographic trends and other factors and how they're going to influence where you see this kind of magical Goldilocks neutral rate of interest?
So the R-star, for those of you who aren't central bankers who read every word of every story Claire writes about us, R-star is really a longer run concept. R-star is a neutral interest rate that would neither push up on economic activity nor bring it down at some hypothetical future time when we're at full employment, we're at 2% inflation, and there are no shocks hitting the economy. So think 5-6 years down the road, there's this sort of nirvana out there. Its relevance for current policy making is kind of limited, and I think you need to say that. Really what we're doing in an FOMC meeting is we're looking at the broad effect of the things that we're doing on the economy, and we're asking ourselves, is policy tight enough? Is it too tight? We're looking at what's happening in the economy. We're thinking about lags, and it's not a debate over the level of R-star, because that's a longer run concept. Now, and the argument is made that R-star will go up, and this is a debate that economists have been having for some years
back
now.
here.
But the idea is, between deglobalization and the need to fund the energy transition, and perhaps the need to spend more on military, and the aging of the population, bigger deficits, higher, all of that could push up what is a neutral rate. And I think those are interesting debates to have. But ultimately, we're not sitting around wondering what the longer run neutral rate is when we do policy. When we make policy, we're thinking today, is our policy delivering what the economy needs to move it toward the mandates that Congress has given us: stable prices, maximum employment.
So would you divorce it from, I think why this has come into focus, if you like, is because, now that, cuts are being considered in some parts of the world, at least there's this sense in which people are thinking, how low will rates go? Would you see that as part of the kind of R-star debate, or would you want to divorce the two factors of this current cycle and where R-star will end up being?
I think the R-star debate runs in the background, but again, it's a longer run concept. You could, if you wanted to think about a shorter run R-star, that would be more relevant. But that's not the way we think about it. We think about the effect of the things we're doing on financial conditions more broadly and on the economy, and how is it affecting the economy, and why, and all of those things lead us to believe at this time that policy is restrictive and that it looks like it will take longer for us to become confident that inflation is coming down to 2% over time.
And how is this debate occurring around the table in Frankfurt at the ECB about longer run interest rates, or even, where are we going to end up? What's the rock bottom for this cycle?
Yeah, I mean, that's, of course, a difficult question to ask because there are so many moving parts here. But what I would say is that if you look at the likelihood or the likely nature of the shocks that will hit us in the future,
I don't know if it's a Powell comment
we came
either.
Out of a period in which we had globalization, which was a slowly moving positive supply shock, ever more goods for ever lower prices.
Basically, yeah, low of intraday. Pre-market was lower,
which meant
though.
that for almost 10 years, we continuously had to approach our inflation target from below. We had a low inflation problem.
Damn.
Going forward, with fragmentation, with aging of a society,
almost red,
in my view,
green
it's
to
more
red,
likely that the shocks hitting our economy will actually be of the nature of negative supply shocks, not positive supply shocks. And if you think that through, that means that probably we will have to approach our inflation target more often from above than from below. And that probably suggests that we are not, that at least I don't regard it very likely, that we will move back to the time in which we had a continuous sort of a fairly persistent low inflation equilibrium with very, very low interest rates. We probably have to,
trying to pull it back up a little bit,
run a slightly tighter ship because of the nature of these shocks that are currently relevant to our economy.
And just to come back to something that I think has been kind of in the background here for quite a lot of the discussion about high interest rates taking possibly a while longer to have the desired impact on some pockets of the economy. How do you see that? Is this a legacy of this very low interest rate era? And how do you really address that when it comes to monetary policy? That is there just going to be this lag from now on that didn't exist, say, relative to pre-2008?
So I think if you look at the bigger picture, we've seen the labor market's a good place to see this. You've seen demand for workers cooling off pretty substantially. The ratio of vacancies to unemployed people, for example, has gone from more than 2 to 1 to now 1.3 to 1, and it was 1.2 before. So that's a decline in demand. That's demand related. You also see wages coming down. You see quits coming down. So
market's kind of shitting itself.
I think that tells you that policy is probably restrictive. I think it's also fair to say, though, that the U.S. economy is different this time for a couple reasons. One is that people financed themselves into very low rate mortgages, and now they won't move because they would be moving into a higher rate mortgage if they did, and they would be throwing a lot of value away. The same is true of businesses, many of which, as indeed you would expect, have termed out their debt. And so they're not feeling the effects of interest rates. So it may be that policy is hitting the economy not quite as strongly as it would have if those two things were not the case. Notwithstanding that, I think the overall picture still is policy's working. It's weighing on spending. It's weighing on interest-sensitive spending, and it's certainly weighing on the labor market. It's a question of restrictive policy. As I mentioned, our policy is the highest it's been in quite some time. The rate is, at 5.25% to 5.5% is high relative to recent history. So we think that it's probably a matter of just staying at that stance for longer, and that's how we're thinking about it.
And I mean, you note about housing and about the standard model in the U.S. being I think I'm right, the 30-year mortgage is kind of the standard mortgage product. I think here in the Netherlands, flexible rates are quite more fixed rates.
Yes, absolutely.
So fixed rates are quite common too, but I imagine with shorter
10, 15,
duration.
An average mortgage, I think, has an average maturity of like 16 years. Of course, that's a little bit endogenous because of the low interest rate period we had for so long that, of course, mortgage holders tended to extend the maturity. So now, lately, it's been coming in a little bit. But still, we have a lot of fixed rate borrowing in the Netherlands, and that has, of course, also mitigated the impact of the monetary tightening, which has been stronger in those areas where there is more variable rate borrowing. But in general, I would say 85% of all financial intermediation in the euro area runs through the banks. So when you look at monetary transmission in the euro area, you have to look at credit. And credit growth has more or less come to a halt. As a consequence, we increased policy rates by 4.5% within 14 months. Credit growth came to a halt. That was a feature of the policy, not a bug. And credit has been flat for quite a while. And now we're also beginning to see the first signs of life again. Now that there is an anticipation that our next interest rate move will be a reduction of rates, you also see the first signs of recovery in credit. So in that sense, I think this is more or less how you would expect monetary transmission to take place in the euro area.
And how much of an issue has that been for you in the US, where we do have this, where capital markets play a far greater role, and where, for reasons that were never quite clear to myself, the turn of the year, the markets were predicting, 6 interest rate cuts by the Fed, and pricing credit off the back of that, and there being quite a big, quite substantial growth in lending and refinancing over the first couple of months of the year. How much more difficult does that really make your task that the banks aren't as big a vehicle?
For what it's worth, it's a minority of intervention, but banks are still important, and particularly for small and medium-sized businesses that don't have capital market access. And credit has been tighter for some time now, particularly in the wake of the turmoil we saw earlier last year. But still, credit growth has been modest, and that's another sign of tight financial policy. So that's part of the picture. I think the fact that we have capital markets are so important for many consumer loans of various kinds wind up in the capital markets or securitized and are not held by banks. It's just that it's a very healthy credit machine for people, but they're feeling these higher. Those are short-term interest rates. I think that the ones that are longer-term interest rates are the ones where they're not feeling it, and that's really mortgages, and that's companies that have turned out their debt. I think other forms of consumer debt are short-term, and the surveys show that people think it's not a good time to buy durable goods like cars and washing machines, and the reason is it's a floating rate loan at a very high level.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look at the banking system as a whole, we've seen some jitters, I think, on both sides of the Atlantic, but on the whole, it seems both systems are relatively stable, despite quite substantial rises in interest rates. Has that surprised you at all? Maybe first to Chair Powell and then to President Knot.
Has it surprised? Not really. Our banks are particularly our large banks are strong, well capitalized, very successful competitively, globally. They're in a. I think one of the reasons why the recovery broadly around the world from the pandemic has been strong as opposed to the one from the global financial crisis is that the very large financial institutions came through just fine. The U.S. banking system overall is in good shape. Banks are making loans, as I mentioned. Credit conditions are a bit tight, but that's part of our policy. So I wouldn't say I'm surprised. I think we obviously had a period of turmoil early last year, and we acted pretty quickly to stem the turmoil and also to go to work as a supervisor and make sure that banks had good plans on liquidity, had capital, understood the portfolio losses that they have for longer run securities, and are in a position to understand and manage those.
Well, I think it's pretty clear that if you have such an unprecedented rise in interest rates in such a short period of time, that this constitutes a massive shock to the financial system. So when we were sort of in the process of tightening, of course, this was sort of enhanced monitoring, an area for enhanced monitoring.
I'll be back in a minute, Chap.
I think we can say so far so good. I entirely agree with Chair Powell that the core of the financial system has held up quite well. And I think this is in part, I think the success of the financial reform agenda that was rolled out after global financial crisis, under the aegis of the Financial Stability Board, which was very much focused about stronger capital, stronger liquidity, stronger risk management at the banks, which were at the core of the financial system, and that has clearly paid off. Now, there have been some idiosyncratic accidents here, the second-tier US banking system, Credit Suisse, but I think there were idiosyncratic factors behind it. The banks that arrived into trouble in the US were not even part of the Basel III arrangement and the financial reform agenda. But I would say so far, so good. The question marks today are much more in the non-bank financial intermediation space, where we have seen a couple of quasi-near-miss accidents, I would say. The Dash for Cash, the LDI, the Archegos, the commodity traders in February 22. So these have all been pockets of vulnerabilities where you saw a combination of excessive liquidity mismatches combined with pockets of hidden leverage that we were unaware of before. And that is now also front and center of the work program of the Financial Stability Board, much more the NBFI space. Of course, we have to learn the lessons from the few banking failures that we did see, and that is continuous maintenance. But I think if you were to ask me, my main focus is more on the NBFI space than on the banking space.
We'll come back to Credit Suisse because I know that's a topic that you've spoken about quite a bit, and a few of our audience have got questions on that. But non-banks, would you share that, that sense in which they're the big lurking danger in the financial system right now?
I guess I would say it this way. In the U.S., non-bank participants by non-banks in lending activities, for example, has been growing very, very fast. And it's a fairly new thing, and in many cases, whole markets are being now taken over, or now majority for non-banks. And so our job is to monitor that very carefully, because I'll say a couple things. One, there hasn't been a downturn yet. You worry about very fast growth in anything. It just kind of raises financial stability questions, and you wonder, is it a bubble? What will happen when will it deflate, and that kind of thing. And so you want to be watching it carefully. I will say, though, it's different. Some of the we've spent a lot of time looking at it. I would just point to a couple things. One is many of the lending structures are not subject to run in the way that banks have traditionally been. The funding tends to be from limited partners who have their investment locked up for many years, and they can't get it out. So as opposed to the danger with a bank can be that all the depositors want their money at the same time, and that's the traditional problem that we've been trying to solve with bank regulation for hundreds of years. But these are different. They don't have, and runs are responsible. Bank runs or things like that are really responsible for an awful lot of the problems that happen in one form or another. So the non-bank financial sector doesn't have that as much. Another thing is the ties between banks and the non-bank financial institutions are substantial and growing. So there's plenty of monitoring for us to do there. It's not obvious to me that at this point that it's a net loss to financial stability, but I would say our jobs are to monitor it very carefully and thoughtfully and understand the implications.
And just to return to the topic of Credit Suisse, we had a question submitted ahead of the event. In your keynote speech at the 7th Annual Conference on European Systemic Risk, you talked about events surrounding Credit Suisse. What can the Foreign Bankers Association, to which we're speaking today, and the Netherlands Bank learn about the collapse of the Swiss lender?
Well, I guess the main thing one can learn about the collapse of Credit Suisse is the huge importance of governance within financial institutions, because it is pretty clear that the events that led to the failure of Credit Suisse were not sort of a classic lack of capital or, let's say, too much credit risk relative to the capital. It was management failures, there was outright fraud, there were misinvestments, there was misbehavior, even at the top of the institution. And if you have a series of governance failures at an institution, it will lead to an erosion of confidence. That erosion of confidence will lead to deposit runs, which, by the way, already took place much earlier than March 23. There was already a significant outflow of deposits also in the fall of 2022. And so we have to remind ourselves, it is not only about capital and liquidity. Governance of financial institutions is of utmost importance.
And are there any questions about AT1s and the treatments of those particular instruments that you think can be drawn in the Dutch context?
Yeah, of course, there was a case where AT1s have been completely written down. So I think it behooves us to look a little bit deeper into this issue, why the AT1s were drawn down, whereas equity was not fully written off. This was, by the way, completely in line with the contractual provisions of the AT1. It was just that not all investors had really read the contractual provisions, so they pretended they were surprised by it. But I think from every case, I think we should try to draw some lessons. But in this case, at least, it allowed the authorities to write down 16 billion Swiss francs, which was helpful to generate the interest of UBS to actually take over.
And now turning back to you, Chair Powell, we've got a very nice question here from Liu Zhan from ICBC, who asks, during COVID, the Federal Reserve applied high levels of monetary stimulus to further raise asset prices and support growth. Bloomberg called you Wall Street's head of state as a reflection of how strong your actions were on asset prices and how profitable your actions were for Wall Street. How does that make you feel, and how do you look back at this with the benefit of hindsight?
It makes no point of contact with the way I remember those days, so whatsoever. So I would just say this: if you put yourself in the place where we were in March of 2020, no one knew how long it would take to have vaccines. No one knew whether millions of people were going to die fairly quickly, or how long the economy would remain closed, or was it even going to be possible to reopen the economy if it had to be closed for a year? What was that going to look like? So I think it was so uncertain that I came to the view, and my colleagues did too, that we really needed to use our tools in ways that we hadn't before, because I would never have been, if things didn't work out, I didn't want to, if we had to go through a really deep, lengthy downturn, I would not want to have to explain why we didn't do that. So we did, and what happened is we announced these very aggressive, vigorous programs to support markets that we had never had to support before, the municipal market, corporate debt, these were red lines that we said we'd never cross. But the thing is, when we made the announcements, the markets healed themselves. So we made very, very few loans. We had something like 6 trillion in lending capacity. So the announcement effects of the things that we did, it really worked this time. So I think, broadly speaking, that the initial response was very successful and involved ultimately very, very little in the way of actual lending, a lot of announcements. Then the story goes on, and you have the reopening and the inflation, and we're still living through that. I think we'll have to judge that from a greater distance.
Anything you'd do differently in retrospect?
There's nothing I would do differently in the initial response. I think we did very well, and I think that the world continues to benefit from the strong response that we took, and we really avoided an awful lot of bad tail risk there that could well have come due.
Okay, Q's making
again,
a little
I would say
recovery.
on inflation, when inflation kind of unexpectedly arose in the first quarter of 2021, I think we're going to need to. I've tried to resist reaching conclusions about that episode until it looks so different now than it looked a year ago. For example, all the progress we made in 2023, I think we're talking about it in a completely different way now. I think 2-3 years from now we'll be doing the same. So I don't want to try to learn lessons, in the middle of the story.
Sure. I think that's very fair. And another question here that's just been submitted from Abir, who asks, is Chairman Powell confident about the degree of independence of the Federal Reserve in relation to the executive branch of government? Do you think you have the powers that you need to defend your independence?
Yes, without question, I do. I think when I talk to elected representatives in both political parties in the House and the Senate, and I think there's very strong support on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of Capitol Hill, for an independent Fed. I think people do understand that we're just there to do our job on a non-political, non-partisan basis. Nobody's perfect. Everyone makes mistakes, but the Fed is doing the absolute best we can with the tools that we have and the understanding of the economy that we have. I think that is very broadly understood and supported on Capitol Hill. So I'm less worried about that than the sort of things that have been in the press lately might suggest.
Okay. The same question to you. Do you feel as though the ECB's independence is well enough enshrined?
Oh yes, I think the ECB has one of the strongest statutory independencies of maybe all central banks in the world. And I just, let's zoom out just for one moment. I mean, this inflation shock that we had, if you compare it to the previous inflation shock of the same magnitude, which was the 1970s, when we didn't have independent central banks, the main difference why I think now we have a credible prospect of getting the problem under control within, let's say, 3 or 4 years, while in the 1970s it took 10, 12 years, and the disinflation was so much more painful. The sacrifice ratios were so much higher, higher unemployment, etc. The big difference is central bank credibility. During this huge inflation wave, inflation expectations continued to be well anchored. They never drifted away from 2%. This is so different to the 1970s. And why were inflation expectations so much better anchored this time around? Of course, that you can have a debate about it. It's about psychology, etc. But I would posit that the higher degree of central bank independence is clearly an integral part of that story. So this is a very tangible way in which we can show to society the benefits of having independent monetary policy making.
And would there be anything that you'd like to add to that on the case for central bank independence?
I think Klaas said it very well. I mean, and I think in the United States we don't have quite the constitutional, I think, support that you have for it. It's a statutory arrangement. It's an institutional arrangement that has benefited the public. And that's all it is. Congress can change it any time they want. It would take Congress to change it, though. There's nothing the executive can do. I don't think that's likely, but as long as what we're doing is keeping our heads down, working on the things we're supposed to be working on, doing our absolute best, and explaining ourselves as best we can, acknowledging mistakes, and going forward, and that we will.
I think that's very suited to I'd like to take this opportunity.
Computer lagging, like always. Eventually we'll be getting that new computer and I'll stop complaining about it. If you guys are new in here and listening to the live stream for the first time, make sure you're subscribed and hit that bell button to get notified when you go live, when I go live. But let me join back into the spaces. Also, just so everyone is aware, there's still a lot coming. In an hour, we're going to start talking Tesla with that whole crew. And then at 1 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to be watching the Google I.O. event. We're going to listen and watch that live on here. I'll actually have the screen up because that's some more visual stuff. So keep an eye on that, and then some Power Hour and live earnings. So this is actually going to be a busy day, but let's get back in the spaces.
Copper's ripping today.
Order filled. Order filled.
Let's change the title back.
Order filled.
All right, we're back in. Yo. All right, we got
those $100 calls on GME doing.
I wish I was in, but TOS said fuck me.
Order filled.
Do you guys have any thoughts on Powell? If you do, I would love to hear them. Here's what I tweeted about it. I thought there was an interesting one at the end, which I wasn't quite able to get to. Let's switch this over to...
Lauren Kitty just tweeted.
Actually, this one could be interesting. Let's see if there's anything in here. Last recurrent... This headline was one. I don't think it's likely the next one will be hike.
Bro, since he's got back, he's literally only posted memes.
That's what I'm saying. Conspiracy theories. Is it him?
Meta, 470 call in the money.
Literally every single post has not had a word on it. It's just memes.
Do you see what time did he tweet?
3 minutes ago.
At 11?
Yeah.
Do you see the 11 o'clock candle on GME? That is an influencer.
Yeah, is an influencer.
I'm seeing the cat on all this stuff. SoFi with a little pump too. Come on. Don't you know? Hey, Mikey. Can I request a song request? I don't know if you've heard it before. It's called Pump It Up.
It definitely has not heard that.
Yeah, it's like a fringe classic, but it might work.
Bro, this is the time when everybody's making money in this market. The uneducated, the educated, everybody's making money right now.
Even Whale's making money. That was sorry. I had to go for someone. I like you, so I went for it. Love you, bye.
Yeah, I'm like the only person probably not making money right now because I haven't been able to trade because I'm training some assistants because I had to replace my old assistant.
This is when all the motherfuckers... Choose back testing, opening range. That's where I tried long before and I got flushed.
I'm still short, a little Sharpie. 42.50.
A little short.
Yeah, I have stop set.
Oh, we're right at the previous day high. But other than that, we're above the range, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Come on, SoFi. Jordan, did you trim more Celsius?
No, I missed it.
No,
I need another new high.
What expiry did you take? Same one you did last time next week? Or
May
the
31st.
Gotcha. So you're a 3 week out guy? 2 week out? 2 week out actually?
Like 2 weeks out, basically, yeah. Dude, you know how stress-free trading has been, this past 2 months? So nice.
Why 2 weeks instead of one?
Stress at all, bro.
GME open.
I literally sit here and I'm like, oh, there's an opportunity. Take it. Boom.
Order filled.
No stress. I'm just following my plan. If I lose, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter.
AMC open.
Let's go. Come on, Celsius. Give me that new high right here, right now. Boom, 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 come on.
Damn.
Right here. Right now.
Wagwan.
I don't know if you have the facilities for that big man.
Dude, Mikey's for sure up a few hundred G's this week.
Oh my goodness, those $100 calls, and it wouldn't let me fucking buy them.
Okay, AMC $12 call May 17th. This is extreme high risk. Almost
$12 call.
Can we get Celsius to a hundo?
I'm a little surprised with the amount of share dilution that AMC does that they still the people haven't gotten turned on them a little bit. You know? If you guys didn't see it, AMC did a dilution last night.
Celsius. Come on. Little Mitch.
Who cares if they diluted? I mean, your shares are worth less now than they were of the company. I mean, if they want to make the company survive, then that's what they have to do. But it's not generally the most popular thing with shareholders. It does have.
The last time you went to
It does have to do with price action because now you have to move 250 million more shares. No, 72 million more shares. Makes it harder to move the float a little bit.
The opening range high.
BTOC is opening down at $4.61, down 48 cents. BTOC.
Yeah, Paul, it's weird. They literally diluted last night. Yeah. Lion. Let's first see how this tweet's doing. Not bad. Would have hoped better. Yeah, this is what they did, Paul. They did an at-the-market offering. They had it already out there. They got it approved on March 28th and just been sitting there. $250 million of capital, 72.5 million shares at $3.45 average price. They didn't even want to hold AMC stock. You know what's funny, actually? AMC, that at-the-market share offering they did, they raised... Let me get it back in front of me. 250 million, sold 72.5 million shares. The shares were an average cost of $3.45 per share. So about a third, no, 3/10 of where they are currently now. That's interesting one. They were quick to do it. Let's actually look.
Tesla.
345 is the level.
In the 180s with me.
Horizontal line. 345. Bro, why doesn't it let me fucking do 346? Shut up.
Come on, Tesla, push.
Bro, come on. Let's get rid of this.
Say you working on, but
So let's try this. Copy image. What happens when I do this?
11 minutes ago, huh? Interesting. I call up $100 calls. And Roaring
you did
Kitty.
that like 5 minutes ago, right?
No, I did that at 10:51 a.m. and it's 11:12. And Roaring Kitty just posted 11 minutes ago. And those $100 calls are up 26%.
Boom.
30%.
Boom.
It's kind of crazy that everybody's listening to a guy named Roaring Kitty, you know, and he's beating all these institutions.
Right.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, had they just listened to me, they'd be up 35,000%, but that's neither here nor there.
For real.
Maybe you should name your profile like Screaming Monkey or something.
Yeah. Do you think all the institutions are on the sell side? I don't think so.
No, the institutions, in my opinion,
right? What?
In my opinion, they started their run. They're covering their short positions, and they're doing it by going long and then buying long-dated option calls, making millions off of those. So as they're writing the shit up, and
taking their gains. They're taking their gains on the call sides as well, and on the stock side. So.
And they'll wait for when the music stops, when earnings come out, and the music stops, they'll fucking collect that way too. So
exactly.
It's ridiculous that these people are so naive that are trading this. I mean, I don't care, but like that they think they're beating the man. Like I know.
You'll never beat the man. Sorry.
I was just gonna say it, man. We can trade with them all we want and make our piece of the pie, but you will never beat them.
Here's what most people don't understand. Here's what most people don't understand. Market makers, they lose maybe once or twice a year. Maybe.
They're laying it off so quickly. Oh my god.
The house always wins. That's how the game is designed.
They have a $1 computer that spits it out. And it's just going to get
Celsius looking nice.
with
Come on,
AI.
Keep going. Just keep going.
Yeah, no, imagine implementing AI on those stock trading computers that are worth billions. Are you kidding me? Think about that the next time you don't want to give yourself education on the weekend. That computer's educating itself 24/7. Tesla 180 calls almost in the money.
Is anything moving right now in here? What's happening? I think this is glitching. There we go. Why is it like coming in so piecemeal? Weird.
The house, when I say the house wins. The house is whoever the market maker is for that particular ticker. That can be anybody. You just have to have the money.
True that.
Dude, I'd like to think someone is hurting from this, though. Like, someone had to have sold the calls on this. Or, I don't know, I can go on about the possibilities, but there's got to be at least a couple people on the wrong side of this.
Hey, dude.
Yeah, like the GME and AMC haters. The ones who saw the stock price at $70 today and be like, I'm going to short this bitch. Good luck. Bon chance.
A little heads up. I don't ordinarily do this. I'm up well over 50 grand on shorts in GameStop today with my partner. Well over 50,000. Just so you guys, and that's the last time I'm going to mention it. We're flat right now.
You're flat right now?
Yep.
Okay. Well, bro, you know I love you, but I don't mean to be cheering against you.
Oh, I don't care. I think it could go to 100. I'm just telling you, you have a plan, you follow your plan. So like someone's losing on some other side, right? That's just the way it works. And I'm not trading it the rest of the day.
So fine now, pumping.
And right now, the ones that are losing and not
so
really losing technically, but anyways, are the ones who didn't take the profit at the beginning.
765 behind that thing.
I was a market maker. You can completely hedge.
Nice
You
pump
can
in the
be
morning.
short synthetically and actually be net long on this thing.
Too. Nice couple days.
This is why it's important that everybody go inside your brokerage in the settings section. Make sure you have that check.
I'm looking at SoFi because it has high short interest, kind of a little bit of a meme cult type name. As long as GME is going to keep running, then hey, I might as well play a little bit of action in it. CLH, similar thing, had it before. Cult following, kind of short interest type name. So we'll see. That's why I'm looking at and actually in a call and trading both of these. The Celsius one is from a couple days ago before this whole thing. It was actually off a different thesis, but that's the reason I've held it. The total return on the SoFi ones are down 1.2% though. So, yeah. Watch there. See if we get a little pump up, trim some. I bought weeklies and I bought 1 week out for SoFi. Mostly 1 week out though. I'm going to trim the weeklies first. Hopefully.
I was gonna say SPY 522 calls, 0DT in the money.
I mean, what I was saying is, like, at the end of the day, you know.
For Celsius, I am in $87 calls expiring the 24th. For SoFi, I'm in $7.5 calls expiring, like I said, this week and next week. That's the play.
You know, God, like, so many things can happen. You know, someone can be preparing for retirement. Somebody can be just coming into some money. You know, millions of reasons for people to do all kinds of different actions in the stock market at any given moment.
Sharky, I completely missed that fucking run. Hope you got out of your shit.
I think GME moving higher is the key for these ones to move higher.
Fuck. See, that's what
Which
I
is
get
funny
for
to say,
myself.
but
That's what I get for not paying attention. That was a sale up there. Lower high.
Yeah, I missed it. I'm trying to be very careful.
let's get the spaces back a little louder.
Earlier, what I need to be doing today,
That's probably good.
considering how I got caught in that flush.
It feels like these meme stocks right now are just moving off of GME. We get a pump there. They'll move higher. You get a pump lower on GME. They're just going to follow. Got quiet.
Yeah, I hate when I say something and everybody's quiet right after. It's like that little awkward silence, you know what I mean? And you're kind of questioning whatever you just said.
Yeah, no, I know. It is something. So I kind of like the background noise in Frank's background, so I know that I'm not frozen. And that like, there's here, maybe I can't hear someone, but
Yeah.
it's a good little reassurance thing that we're still here.
Sharky, I am so pissed off I did that. Oh, God. Get involved in this nonsense.
Celsius is acting strong. Come on, Celsius. Jordan, you trimming anymore?
Oh, I just got back to my computer.
Celsius, new high of day. Maybe it was close to new high of day. I don't know if it actually hit it. Yum.
I want higher.
I want higher too.
Dude, are you still in?
I am still in.
Holy shit. What contracts do you have?
$87 expire next the 24th. I think that's next Friday, right?
Oh my god. You're paid.
It's been a nice
I don't know
move.
how many you have, but like the contracts
Not
themselves,
enough.
those are
I'm still in the testing phases, you know?
yeah. No, you're an animal. I would have sold that shit so far ago. Oh my gosh, I love that you're holding that. That's awesome.
If GME can break 57.42, she will make a new high a day.
I got this 345 Kevin.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is.
We're trapped between that and the 373, 375.
I trimmed 3 cons. I'm holding 2 on Celsius. Got him out at 360. 115s, 531. 360. Holding 2 runners.
IWM breath is still pretty strong, 11 to 1. Q's is almost 5 to 1. 19.4 to 1.
Well, yields have held. They're going to hold through today. Tomorrow it's a CPI, at least.
Paul, so far we are at... It's been live for an hour and 50 minutes.
Go ahead, Mike.
We are at 28.8 watch hours.
Do you guys remember,
28.8
back in
watch hours.
January, I was saying that I think that there's gonna
What I'm seeing
be like a squeeze central
is not a lot of people actually coming in. There's like 100 total, but the people who do come in stay for a good little bit. The average view duration is 17 minutes and 51 seconds now. So yeah, there's a good strong community of you guys in here, and not a crazy amount of people coming into it, but it sounds like when I get someone in here that they stay and stick around. So that's kind of, dude, that's part of the reason that I want to push so hard to everyone setting their bell, hitting that bell button and getting notifications going, because I think that'll be a big part of it. So I think goal is those watch hours, get to 4,000, start making some money from YouTube, and maybe start like a little bit of a computer fund or something, and then buy the better computer like naturally through what I'm doing. I have no idea how much money I'm going to make, probably not a lot when I'm live, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It's definitely tough to get people over from other platforms, but once you get them here and you can get them to stay, it's been pretty strong so far. Let's get the spaces back up.
of what you see in the flow. If you
Ooh,
watch
boner
flow
candle.
every
CLH, come on.
day, you see the flow. You are cognizant of the tickers that show up there. You're cognizant of the premium sizes for that ticker that show up there. Learn what the average premium size is for that ticker. That is a
Come
must,
on.
that is a must, that is a must, that is a must. Why? Because when you see GME $34 calls rolling in for 600,000, that's going to catch your attention immediately. Not because it's GME, but because it's $600,000 worth of deep out of the money calls. My point being is that there
Pre-built. I definitely do not know how to build one. I honestly may go for something like a little more chill. Maybe I do go for a full PC setup. I will have a space for it too. Yeah, maybe I should actually go PC. I was just thinking about getting a MacBook Pro, but you're right. I do not know how to build one though. I wish I did. I've never been a huge computer guy. I'm a little bit of a boomer in some aspects on the computer. Definitely don't show my age. I move like a 60-year-old down here, not a 25-year-old. Let me finish going through this. Do any of you guys use Seeking Alpha?
Yeah, one of my favorite ways to use Flow is actually, like, I like to look at where these large
That's funny.
trades come in. And I like to look at what price they are and try to find out what these guys are seeing, you know. And I like to chart these levels on my charts, and, you know, just know, like, these are areas where it's pretty volatile, and it's been pretty helpful for me.
Check out Newegg. I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
NEGG. Let's look.
Wondering about a sale here, possibly.
Yeah.
We're back under May 10th high.
What's up? Seeking Alpha is this. I think that I was going through here. There's a lot of stuff. But I mostly use it for the... Yeah, I mostly use it for the news part of it.
NVIDIA, NVDA, 920 call.
What do you want to talk about Newegg, though, Paul? Stock didn't look that interesting, I won't lie. Love you, bye. What is this? Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to turn that on. I meant to go to live. Newegg, yeah, no, I'm looking at it. I'm also looking at the retailer. Oh, it's a computer hardware. I hear you. Okay. This website looks like it's a where is this website based? This little terrible fucking UI. But yeah, no, this is interesting.
Samuel Oscar Kilo.
You want to see volume? I'll show you fucking volume.
You're going here, Sharky. I'm sure a little.
So how do I use this? Where should I find? If you're on a corner from Maker Center, they have a community forum where you give people a budget and what you need. They pick up the parts of you and they build yourself. Oh, this is just parts. I kind of need like the full build. Interesting. Yeah, someday. We'll see. I need it though. I need it. Someone sent me a DM. It's just a guy talking about AMC. Don't piss him off. Order filled. Is it?
So what's the video? Those 920s. I mean, I guess we could.
Oh yeah, big push there on NVIDIA.
Oh shit, real good.
Ooh. Yeah, I'll take a look at the computer. My thing was just lagging. Like it's funny. I'm looking for new computers and my thing is just lagging its ass off. But whatever. It's about time to get a tweet out. Let's actually over here. Let's retweet this.
Order filled.
Anything interesting over here?
Order filled.
No, nothing really else. Just that one NVIDIA price target upgrade.
Upper review update here on the 30-minute.
Let's check through some of the news orders. May do heat map. NVIDIA did have a nice move there. They have builds for under 1.5K. No, I'm down to spend, Paul. I mean, like, listen, if I'm naturally doing it through YouTube and making some money, 14 people in here, I'm not gonna get a lot, but maybe at that point when I'm there, you got 20, 25, 30 people in here live. That's the goal. So we'll see. But I'm down to spend money on a nice computer. I use this thing every single day. Let's look.
Ooh. So are you saying we can finally rip her?
Oh no, I'm talking about NQ.
Damn. Here I am thinking you're talking about GME.
Order filled.
Now, is that just coincidentally hearing crickets on the other end, or it's someone?
No, that's my screen. That's a commercial. I had the commercial turned off, so it just goes to crickets. If it's too loud, let me know.
How do you turn off the commercials? What's this? What's this sorcery?
40. Order filled.
No answer.
It's called Netflix Premium.
Ah.
No ads.
No, but isn't he like watching like CNBC or something?
There they go, Sharky. Boom. Boom. 33.
Nice.
That's 30 points. Celsius new high day.
Let's go.
Let's go! I want $92 calls in the money, but that might be a stretch.
Rip down.
Just keep going and going.
Getting close. Previous day high here again, and getting close to
Moving stops down. I'm like, you got to take it when it's there.
Celsius. Celsius. Celsius.
That's a lower
I know you can make nice budget builds. Oh yeah, I like I said, I was never really using dual monitors, and right now I am. Where my setup is right now, and it's actually I need this. I need it. I also need a SoFi pump here. I may sell out one or two if I don't get anything in like the next hour or so. But and also, by the way, in 30 minutes we should be talking some Tesla on here. Gonna have hopefully Omar and Sawyer, etc. come in. So that should be a good time. And then the Google I/O event will watch live as well at 1 p.m. Eastern.
S&Ps.
See if I watch Tool interesting. We'll get rid of that for now.
I moved my stops down to 43.50.
What percentage we got? BlackBerry.
Oof. Momentum.
I got some off on Spoot since we broke under. Let's see.
You're okay for kidney eating more ice now, up about 28% Dr. Robiel per kilo.
It's a good one. There's certain things you got to be first on. Certain things you just want to get up. That's one that you just want to get up. Interesting data. Doesn't move crazy amount. Ooh, pulling back. Pulling back a little. Pulling back. SoFi with a dump. Fuck. The Celsius is still looking good though.
From TechCrunch, sources say Meta is shutting down Workplace, its enterprise communications business. We've seen an increase of activity on the circulations.
Interesting.
ZM, Zoom, $65 calls.
Wait, can you get that in front of me? Fuck, what was he talking about? Meta, there it is.
Q's at range high now.
TechCrunch reported that it is shutting down Workplace, its enterprise communications business. That's Michael Echo Technical Alpha.
Order filled.
Facebook, according to an internal memo, is recommending Zoom Vivo as their migration to the alternative that was acquired by Zoom in 2023. That's Zoom Michael Echo Technical Alpha.
Is Meta moving off of that at all? I don't think so. If anything, maybe even higher. Dumping a little, but so is some of the other stuff. Meta stuff you gotta post to Instagram, right? So we got that up. Maybe I'll even post it to Threads. Do any of you guys use Threads?
Boom. I'm gonna cover a little bit. But yeah, we should head all the way. I mean, if Q's gets back inside, look for that bottom range.
Do any of you guys use Threads at all, ever?
Threads?
Yeah.
Took a key off the fast golf from your Andy. But headline ripples says to be on track to meet financial guidance. And click that.
I was like, cool, this is just like a shittier version of Twitter, and I have no followers here, so why would I post?
That's fair. We're hedging. We'll see.
Like, yeah, I'm not going to stay on here. What, sit there and double post the same shit from Twitter to there? It's just like so
That's
much
what I
work
do.
for like, yeah, it's like dumb. And now, like, I mean, I never hear about people like, yo, let's go on Threads. Like,
There is sometimes that posts do pretty decent, but
yeah,
a couple thousand likes on there.
yeah.
But it's definitely it's a shittier version of Twitter, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, I'm just not going to spend my time on that. Unless they want to give me some fucking money.
Quick water sip. Celsius pulling back a little bit. 555 though, not bad. And here's that meta story, which we can actually try and make sure we get up. Donde es? Here. Later today, official announcement might be coming. Okay, interesting.
Dell, 135 call.
That's interesting. By the way, in that Facebook news, I think Charlie read this out, but Facebook, according to an internal memo, is recommending Zoom-owned WorkVivo as a migration-ready alternative for that platform it's shutting down.
That's your Boeing BA-15 continuing heavy activity, new highs for Boeing. Bravo Alpha.
Boeing. Okay, absolute ripper today, huh?
Yeah, let's watch.
Look at those candles.
Keep Zoom on watch right now.
Looks like we're setting up with a bit of a bear flag here, potentially.
Chad, I actually think I'm gonna go get something to eat for like 2 minutes. Stuff my face. I have that Spaces that I'm gonna have to actually hosting with everyone in like 20 minutes or so. Hopefully Omar will be there, so that'll be a good lift. But yeah, I'm gonna fucking eat something real quick. Probably get some fried chicken and like a chicken cutlet and some coleslaw or whatever. We'll see. I'll be back in a minute. The Spaces is on. They should talk in a second. Celsius pulling back a little. Jordan, make it go up.
What, Celsius?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're blowing on the screen. There you go. I'm walking away from my computer, Jordan. When I come back, I want to see new Hive Day.
Heard that. It's already locked in, bro. It's already happening.
Whiskey Delta Alpha Yankee shares also saw a spike in activity on those circulation from TechCrunch on Meta discontinuing its enterprise business.
Drop it down.
Services.
AMC, hold it down.
Ooh.
So we are on that trend line, Sharky.
A bit like an M. Come on.
Yeah, it gets a little ugly through here.
Push.
I'm flat, but it gets a little ugly through there. I covered my short. I don't really want to buy it here, but it's
we are right at VWAP, actually.
Yeah, it's kind of a buy here, but like, after those whooshes today. I'm afraid if I buy it, it'll get worse. This is where I bought it last time. Started.
Well, I'm still short a little, so you want to take one for the team? And
Fuck. Yeah, if I buy it, it'll go right through. Yeah, it's 11:44, so I'm gonna wait till after lunch.
It's 520.88. Come on. This is a big area here on tech. They might find a bid here on QQQ.
Not through SPGI, Sandy Papa Golf India. You're seeing a spike in activity, new lows for SPGI. Order filled.
Spy's almost there.
Order filled. Order filled.
Guys, I got some good news. I'm now able to get into my TOS finally. Thank God.
Let's go. It wasn't working?
So I had an existing Schwab account. That's where I hold common shares. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Apple and Microsoft, that stuff. I don't mess with it, though. I just let that sit there.
Yeah.
And TOS, when I signed into my TOS on mobile, it was giving me a message saying, we've been transferring you over to Schwab. And when I use my Schwab login, it brings me to the equity account, So
Yeah.
I just had to sit with somebody on the phone, and they resolved it, and now I'm ready to attack this better.
Good shit. That's scary, bro. I hate that shit.
I mean, I knew it wasn't gonna get taken away or deleted,
Yeah.
but It's just like I'm sitting with a Weeble with a couple $1,000 in it, and a Robin with a couple $1,000 in it, you know, and like it's just annoying running out of buying power. I can't tell you the last time I've experienced that problem. Dude, I bought common shares of AMC on Cash App yesterday.
No way, Cash App?
On Cash App, dude.
That's fucking great. Oh, I love it. No, I didn't know you could actually purchase stocks on there for the longest time.
I don't recommend it, to be honest.
I don't recommend it either. Probably not the best spot, but fuck it.
Dude, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Exactly.
It's probably like the only place I could just throw money in and have it instantly ready to trade.
Yeah, that quickly, yeah. It is good for that. You could just literally buy whatever you want in seconds.
Ticker CCJ, $51 call.
Ooh.
You know that emoji with the eyes looking like it's about to shoot out of its head?
Oh, yeah.
That's what I felt like for the last hour listening to all of you guys rip, and like I'm just unable to do anything.
I know. Making some grubbo now, but I'm still in those two runners on Celsius. We're letting those ride. But other than that, I'm probably done for the day. Which is a great feeling.
Open range back test again here on tech.
So, RBLX, $33 call. I expect it to break the high of day.
How we looking, chat?
For that.
Ooh, Celsius. Okay, had a little pump. So far, not really. The Celsius calls are at 560 right now. I want like 6. What did I buy them at? I bought them at 320.
Roblox had earnings last week, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Roblox is one of those names, you know, you can't look at it out of personal bias, you know, because like us as all adults, you know, we look at it and it's like you're spending money to buy stupid tokens in the game or Robux, I'm pretty sure it's called.
Yeah, yeah.
You know? But like, oh my god, man, they make money. Like, it's all real kids, obviously, but like the parents buying it. But like, you can't look at it like biased. You know, like we think it's a piece of crap, but like in reality, they're bringing in money.
I know, it's ridiculous. I remember when I figured out like that was an actually traded company. Like when I was first starting, I'm like, Roblox? Like, are you sure? We want to trade that? It's a fucking video game. What? I'm like,
I remember their IPO, to be honest. It was.
I don't even know. No idea. Couldn't tell you. I think it's been around for a while, though.
Yeah, we had a lot of, like, I think that was in 2022. We had a lot of interesting IPOs. I think we had Krispy Kreme, the tickers.
Yeah.
They started off way too high. Thinking about who else. So there's a couple of interesting IPOs that year. Reddit came out.
Coin, 210 call.
Bird. Where's Evan? He said when he gets back, CELH better be up more, and it is. Come on. Well, kind of same spot, but.
Quiet. Dark, boys, dark. Celsius pulling back now. NVIDIA. I'm honestly just trying to get some stuff done right now. I have about 2 more minutes and I'll be back. And then I'm opening up that space at noon. So in about 7 minutes, we'll be talking some Tesla. And I'm excited for that Google event. Watching it live. Be ready.
Jordan, I like that tweet that you put out a couple minutes ago. That's a very good point. You know, anyone can make money in a bull market.
Yeah.
And, you know, like, the thing is, you know, the time when people are most prone to these heavy losses are after heavy wins.
Yep. And I'm just like, I mean, we're seeing everybody make money right now. I mean, people that haven't made money in years are like, oh my gosh, I'm up this much, this and that. And it's just like, at the end of the day, if you're not locking in some profits along the way, man, you're gonna get fucking bagged at one of these points, and just be careful. I love that everybody's making money, but I know that something like this hype does not last forever. As dope as it is, and as awesome as these moves are, it's not gonna last. So just make sure you're locking in that money, man.
Stockwitz, you got something? I feel like your information's time sensitive.
SPWR or 550 calls are almost in the money.
Heard that.
Ooh, Ollie, good morning. Where's the Vietnam part? Come on. Let's stay consistent. No, I appreciate you for joining me today, sir. Sorry, I was doing some stuff.
36%.
I have Spaces starting a little, which I'm going to have to host. So I'll have to be around here for a little. So I need to get some stuff done before. Eat. Go to the bathroom. Get some water. That type of thing.
All energy drinks are horrible, but I definitely think they're
yeah.
better than most.
It's Celsius is fine. You know?
Dude, I mean, I feel like I'm a big energy drink advocate, you know? I feel like if I drink a Bang, I'm ready to go to war. But I feel like if I drink a Celsius, I'm ready to go for a jog on the beach like I'm in Baywatch or something.
Yeah.
That was funny. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know if I've ever had a Bang Energy.
Whether it's like healthy or not, and I'm like, okay, like let's be real. I mean, anything if you're not growing yourself is probably poisoning you. So yeah, it's probably. I mean, it's not healthy, but
Natural herbs, bro.
Drink you're drinking, you know.
Natural herbs only, dude.
Natural herbs only, dude.
You a big ayahuasca guy? You subscribe to the Aaron Rodgers method?
No, I haven't tried that.
What is that?
I have no idea. I just know Aaron Rodgers did it. It's like I think it's like a hallucinogen.
Yeah, it's like a.
But apparently it's crazy. I don't know. Yeah.
Sort of hallucinogenic. I'm not sure though.
I have never done it. Probably will never.
I have not either.
So Aaron Rodgers is hallucinating for medical benefits?
He's a big guy. He is a big ayahuasca. No, I'm kidding. He's done it a couple times. Yeah. Look it up. They did like him, Poyer, who was on the Bills. I don't know what team he's on now. They like did it this all season. It's pretty random. You know what's funny? The stream viewers literally just dropped. That like every single second I look up now since we started talking about ayahuasca, they're just leaving. I think the algo's cashing it or something. We gotta stop. Pivot.
As soon as I start drone simming, like so many people leave. It's hilarious. Which I get. I totally get.
Is there like a tab on Twitch for like drone simulators?
Yes. There's one
Still looking
for the specific game that I play. Well, Bear Flaggy.
Yeah.
But, then there's I need to see if I just got a new drone sim game, one that's even better, and I need to see if that's even on Twitch. But either way, like there's nobody that really watches that on Twitch, to be honest.
Dude, so I know we probably shouldn't talk about drones, but like, what do you know about that DJI Phantom V3?
Oh, we can talk about drones. Fuck. Well, I used to have a Phantom.
Sorry, ticker NVAX, Novavax, NVAX, 1750 call, May 17.
Yeah, you're good, Mikey. You just cut us off. I don't care, bro. You're talking trades, so feel free. You're good. But no, I love drones. I just got myself a Nevada, a DJI.
How are you doing today, Ollie? I hope you're doing well.
Drones. The Phantoms are dope though, but I don't recall that you can like throw those in full manual and have full control of them.
Pull back
But
here,
they're dope.
fuck.
I used to run a Phantom 3.
Oh, at least in these meme names.
They're great for getting like cinematic photography, like videography and all that, you know.
I use it just to fly around for fun, to be honest.
Oh yeah, dude, you got to get into a full manual one, FPV, where you throw the goggles on and you fucking like you basically a normal drone goes up, down, forward,
All right.
back, left to right.
Here we go, boys.
full manual,
Leaving
like
this.
FPV.
Leaving the boys. Leaving chilling there for the day. We got a Spaces coming up. Talking some Tesla for a good little bit the next hour. I'm looking forward to it. We should be having Omar coming in here. Should be a good time. He always has a lot of Tesla. This is why I might get this. Busy morning. Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. I hope it's not too crazy. I hope it's the good busy. Make stuff go quick. Alright. Let's start that Spaces. I don't know why it sends me my the notification to start the Spaces a minute early. Just send it to me at the exact time. Where's Tesla today? Oh, damn. That Spaces isn't gonna work. Oh, well. Sometimes Twitter. Yeah, fuckers. Damn it. Alright. Tesla talk. It's weird on Twitter also. Like, when you make a Spaces, they give you, like, categories you could select, and Tesla is not one of them. Which is a little unfortunate and weird. So I just go the same ones. We'll talk about Apple on here. Oh, I'll do Google, actually. No, that, yeah. Come on, show me some Google. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, actually, both of them. Save. Start now. Alright, we got that space up. Sawyer. And then we'll let whoever else comes come. Oh, motherfucker, it didn't work again. I actually don't think it worked. Ah, you fuck. Damn it. Twitter is being so annoying right now. Shit. Tesla. Talk. Business and finance. Start now. Dude, I can't start a space. Let's close this. Let's see if I can update Twitter. I did one this morning. Frustrating. No update. Ooh. There you go. Yeah, it's gonna say that's actually the deal is done. Or the deal coming over year per year. I need to figure out the spaces as well, but fuck. You gotta get this real quick. Yeah. Copy image. Paste. Photo credit. Okay, let's try the spaces again. There we go. All right, we're finally live. Fuck. Oop. All right. Automate your tweets. Yeah, there is, Ali, but give me a minute. I just don't do it because a lot of the stuff is like news, so I have to do it in the moment. Oh fuck, I posted that twice, didn't I? Oh, let's get rid of this. All right, let's. Hopefully, Wolf says something. I don't think it's him actually. All right, there we go. We got some of the people up here. All right. What's up, everybody? How we doing? Hello. I hope everyone's having a great day so far and everyone is excited for some Tesla talk and maybe Elon and XAI. I actually just saw an article from The Information that Elon Musk owned XAI has been talking to Oracle executives about spending $10 billion to rent cloud servers from the company over a period of years. So we'll see. That was an interesting little headline on brand right here, but I'm excited for this talk. We also do have Google's I.O. event coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern, which I think we're going to listen to live in here. I'd imagine this is a developer conference, but I mean, that's just, everything's around AI right now, at least when they're talking. So I'd imagine there's going to be some big headlines in that direction. But yeah, I'm excited for this chat. I'm sure Wolf sent out a couple other invites too, so we'll see who joins in. Omar, Sawyer, hopefully, and everyone else who adds so much to these spaces. Shout out to Wolf for doing these so often. And Penny, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing excellent. How about yourself?
I cannot complain. You know what? Actually, I will complain a little bit. I went to the Rangers game last night and we lost. So that was unfortunate. I also was with my one degenerate like sports gambling friend. So I bet way more than I normally would have and lost that as well. So, you know. But I'm still excited to be here today. I actually have a couple trades that are going in my direction right now, but which I don't normally do. And now that I say it out loud, it's going to pull back. So here and there, but I'm excited for this conversation we have today.
Yeah, it's been, I think, kind of a somewhat slow week for Tesla. I think the biggest news from my point of view is the 0.99 APR. That seems to be probably something that's going to affect sales a lot over the coming months.
Yeah, I saw some tweets about that yesterday, but like I said, I was at a game last night, so I actually didn't dig too far into it. So I'm excited to maybe touch on that one going forward. We'll let some more people get in here though. But yeah, awesome. Looking forward to that. Shai, you were also up here nice and very early. How are you doing today? What are you watching?
Doing great. I mean, pretty wild week so far. I love high beta names running. That's not just meme stocks. I love that Tesla hit 178, my target.
Ollie, is that better?
I would love for them to kind of break the 200, but that'll give it time. I do agree with Penny that that 0.9%, that's a massive game changer. I know multiple people are now looking at Tesla cars because of that interest rate alone, and they've been driving the same car for 5 or 6 years, and they've paused on switching in for the newer version of whatever car they want due to the interest rates, and now this incentivizes them to actually make that leap forward. So I think I'm confused if Tesla's running because it's not short squeeze, but it's a high beta name, or is it running because of that news that dropped over the weekend? Who knows? But either way, it's trapped in this channel between 140 to 240 ever since this past year. So I think it's forming in a bullish wedge in my opinion, but curious on what we'll get into it later, but I'm wondering what everyone else says about the little pick-me-up that Tesla stock has had the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk about it. I said that weird. I recognize that. We're just going to swiftly move on. If anyone down below, if you have any questions or anything you want to add into the conversation, anything you want me to ask up here, throw that into the Spaces chat right now. I'm not going to say this again, so we'll take some of the questions from around this area. But Omar, it sounds like that 0.99% rate there is the big conversation here. I would love to maybe explain a little bit more about what kind of happened and your thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's definitely an amazing deal. By my estimate, you could save about $7,000 in financing costs over 6 years. So, I mean, I would jump on it. I think the offer expires at the end of May. If you're looking to get a Tesla, maybe start testing FSD, I think it's a really great offer. And it makes a lot of sense from Tesla's perspective. They can offer these incentives on a time-limited basis. So then, instead of the consumer psychology becoming, well, let me just wait for the next price cut, it actually becomes, well, let me jump and get this incentive before it expires. And you can get the orders in early, deliver the cars. Instead of sort of depreciating the value of the existing fleet, which causes problems for some customers, you can sort of just, pass it on in the form of financing, the sort of perceived price, or the list price stays the same. And, consumers really just don't like paying interest, right? So if you're paying $40,000 for a car, that's one thing. But if you're paying interest, consumers just feel like this is extra money that I didn't need to pay. So it really makes a difference to people to see the low interest or no interest financing. And, people really are choosing more affordable cars because they don't want to pay the interest, right? So I'm shopping for a car and I see interest rates are, let's say, 6% or 9% or even 11% if you have bad credit. And I'm going to try and keep it within a budget that I can pay for cash. So instead of getting maybe a $50,000 or $60,000 car, maybe I'm looking more in the $30,000 to $40,000 price range so I can avoid financing. And in a lot of cases, people have negative equity if they bought cars during the pandemic when prices were jacked up. So a lot of people are just rolling those loans with negative equity into this new low interest rate loan, getting a lower rate than before, and finally upgrading their car. So that's all good. Hopefully Tesla will expand this and continue offering incentives this way in the future. It definitely seems like it's a hit with consumers. There are firms that just track the hell out of sort of order data. Firms that, for example, look at people's emails and try and sample the rate that Tesla orders are coming in. So I've noticed that the price action in the market is often predictive of those numbers before they come out. So I think the market's just seeing a strong response. They're seeing orders, and that's all good. Now, generally it's a pretty tough time for EVs. I expect Tesla to be down maybe around 100,000 units or more year over year compared to last year. I think the first quarter was down year over year. The comp for Q2 2023 is 460,000 units. I don't think they can make that. I do think they're going to be above the 400,000 sort of psychological level, but where they fall in that range, we'll see. There's definitely still some weakness in the Chinese economy. There's a lot of stuff that isn't favorable in the U.S. economy. Rates are staying higher for longer. So it's going to be a tough time for EVs this year, and a lot of bears are going to pounce on that. They love to dramatize anything and make it seem like the end of the world. But long term, you look at the trend of battery cost declines, EVs are going to be the best and lowest cost option for consumers, and that's just becoming more and more true every day. We have a really vibrant EV ecosystem. It's just beautiful to see, like EVs from every brand, the technology, the chargers going up. Progress is being made, and I think EVs are ultimately going to win out, although they aren't seen as cool right now. But really, the company is just undergoing this major
Does Omar
transition.
think
We're seeing this
a refresh
explosion
of
in
Model Y is
AI.
in the near term?
And, you saw GPT-4o. We're about to have Google I.O. right after this. And they're making sure their company is transforming too. They're
Does
building
Omar
out
think a refresh of Model Y
like
is near
crazy.
term, or do
I'd
they
heard a
extend
rumor
the
that they
0.9%
ordered
from
100,000
630? Okay.
NVIDIA H200s, and they had started taking delivery of them. And
I'll ask that
will
a little
take
later,
delivery over
Debo. I
the
need to
next
go
12
around
months.
first after this, but
So there's some really
I'll get that
exciting
question
things
done.
happening there. We're going to get a new version of FSD this week, FSD 12.4, which is going to be a huge deal. It's going to come along with the spring update. It's going to remove the steering wheel nag, meaning you no longer have to touch the wheel. So it'll be hands-free, a hands-free system that works on city streets and highways. This is going to be a big change in the user experience. It's going to add the ability to reverse. Currently, the software couldn't reverse. So if it gets stuck in a situation where it needs to reverse, you have to take over and do that yourself. Now it's going to be able to reverse, do three-point turns, stuff like that. And they're actually going to enable driverless operation within parking lots. So you're in a parking lot, you're standing by the store, you go to your phone, you push a button, and the car just comes and drives to you without a driver. And you have to watch it, obviously. If you lift your finger up, it'll stop. But you can call your car to you without a driver and tell it to go park. So these are going to be really cool features, I think, are going to wow consumers. A lot of people are looking at what the FSD purchase rate is. Are more people buying FSD? There were 1.8 million free trials that started going out and are continuing to go out. Some preliminary data we've seen from Yipit suggests that
Yipit?
about 2% of the trials
Interesting name.
subscribed in the time period they looked at. But I would caution that, it could be a little bit early, and not all the free trials have gone out or ended. So we'll see what it actually looks like when we get official word from the company. But I would expect maybe 10 to 20%, maybe at most, to end up subscribing or buying. And, that would nearly double the user base from 400,000 to nearly 800,000. So I think there's some really good stuff happening there. It's a very hard problem. It's going to take time, but they're really sort of taking off on their AI efforts. The other big news out of the White House today was that Biden has increased tariffs on electric vehicles, utility scale batteries, steel and aluminum, and even graphite starting in 2026. So I'm not a fan of protectionism personally, although these tariffs do benefit Tesla somewhat in the sense that they're insulated from Chinese competition. And that could be part of the price action we're seeing today. But I believe that, and we already had a 27% tariff on Chinese auto imports. So bringing it up to 100% now, I think, is potentially a little bit excessive. It strikes me as, a political move. Tariffs are taxes, they're inflationary. The best thing for the clean energy transition would be if we just imported cheap stuff from China and used that. I think sort of playing up the national security concerns about buying Chinese batteries or buying Chinese cars, or, putting a tariff that's not just prohibitive, but essentially just, bans imports effectively with the 100% tariff. I don't think it really serves the American companies well long term. I don't think it'll make them globally competitive. I think, it's inflationary. I think it slows down the energy transition. But unfortunately, we've got two protectionist presidential candidates trying to out-tariff each other. It's a little bit of a ridiculous situation, and EVs have really become a focal point of this election. Trump has gone in and he's made tweets and said, not tweets, he's made speeches and said, you're going to lose your jobs to China because of Biden's policies. So it's really a situation where we're going to see EVs become a political football this year. And this is, I think, Biden's response to that argument that you're going to lose your jobs to China. If Biden's pushing for EVs, American companies can't make them. You all are going to lose their jobs, and all the jobs are going to go to China. So really, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are the swing states that are going to decide the election this year.
He feels the cars will have
Michigan,
interconnectivity to be able to communicate with each other.
Wisconsin,
Paul. Two questions. Appreciate you guys.
Thinking about this, it's important to them, many of the voters in those states. So I think we're going to continue to see this be an issue, which is, I think, unfortunate. There's a chance that China could take some type of retaliatory action as a result of these tariffs, but my gut tells me they probably will take action, but it probably won't be against EVs. American auto imports already have a 40% tariff in China, and most of the production is domestic. So, for example, Tesla's domestic production of Model 3 and Y wouldn't be impacted by any tariffs, given that they're manufactured domestically. But I could see China putting a tariff on some non-related industry, agricultural,
So it's moving lower.
or meat or something like that. So that's another story to watch, and I think definitely one that's
Celsius
on the market's mind today.
Appreciate the thoughts there, Omar. If anyone has any I know you said a lot, so everyone will have some talking points off of that. I wrote down some questions and have a couple too, so I'm excited for this conversation. Should be an interesting one. The steering wheel nag seemed like a big one, but I think a lot of people were talking about that 0.99% APR. Do we know how they're actually physically doing that on the back end? I mean, Omar or anyone else? How does that work?
Well, there's two ways to do it. I mean, one, you could go to a financing partner and you could say offer them a 0.99% interest rate and we'll pay you the delta, either in the form of cash or over the term of the loan or something. Or the other thing they could do, I mean, they've got $30 billion of cash on their balance sheet. They could just originate a loan themselves at 0.99% interest rate. My understanding is accounting rules don't really require you to account for the opportunity cost of, say, putting it in a higher interest security. You can actually show that 0.99% interest as interest income, and then eventually, sort of securitize those loans and sell them out at some point in the future and get the cash back. And, they could do that probably for a limited number of vehicles. Like we're talking Model Y in the United States within a certain time period. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're just, putting these loans on their own balance sheet and, we'll just sort of securitize them at some point in the future or something. And this is, much better for them. It actually supports higher average selling prices because you can borrow that greater price at a low rate, as opposed to, really encouraging lower average selling prices. So I'm not sure exactly how they're doing it. I'm sure there will be more color on the 10K, but maybe Jeff has more of an idea about how they do it.
Jeff, if you do, we'd love to hear the thoughts, but...
Oh, hey, I think there's a number of options that they have. They could be sharing it, some of the burden with another bank. Like I said, they could be buying securities as well and offsetting this. So I think there's a number of options, and I think we need to hear it play out from Tesla. But I like the move for a number of reasons. I like the point in the quarter that they actually did it. Similar to last quarter, they're really looking to get rid of this delivery wave at the end. And those expedite fees are a problem. But the other thing that's a real problem is if their production utilization drops in the middle of the quarter, precipitously, say it went from 80 to 65 or 60, which isn't the end of the world. It's more than the other automakers, actually. But it turns into a net drag on COGS. So if this allows them to keep their utilization up, and it looks like, the estimates out of Austin and Fremont by the people that count cars are up significantly from Model Y. If they can drive utilization higher in the middle of the quarter, that's a huge benefit for COGS. So there's I think financially this nets out to be a really good move.
I can call on people, but if anyone wants to jump into the conversation. Larry, I see you unmuted.
Yeah, so a couple of things I'd like to talk about. You know, I'm in Europe right now, so I'm very focused on what I see in Europe and what's happening in Europe. My good friend Kees Rolandskap, and you can look him up, he's at K Rolandskap. That's spelled ROELANDSSCHAP. He wrote about the DCAS legislation that's coming down. This is very important legislation because this controls all of rules relating to FSD or relating to autonomous driving on European roads. And US regulators really watch this stuff very carefully. And it's very important because the US try to harmonize with DCAS legislation. And so when we're looking at FSD, we're very concerned about regulators. And there's been a lot of, talk about the difficulty of FSD facing regulators. And many people say that it's really regulated at the state level, therefore it's not a problem, but actually it is a big problem because NHTSA will get very involved and can really lock down some rules that are very invidious to FSD. Anyway, bottom line is DCAS legislation and DCAS standards are very important from a global point of view. Anyway, Kees tweeted this, or posted on X this last week.
Question for you guys. Paul, Debo, Ali, anyone in here? You guys know if I play that Google I/O event in here and actually show it on my screen, are they going to give me a copyright strike or something, or am I chilling? If anyone knows, let me know. Bring it back up, sorry.
And Tesla Chan wrote up about it, and basically they gave FSD very, very high marks. They were extremely impressed, as they should be comparing to anything that's going on in Europe today. Bottom line is that the most recent amendments to the DCAS legislation that's coming down is that they see the time has come to relax the nag, to give up the nag, and this is probably related to Tesla's decision to stop the nag. So I think we are seeing a breakthrough, and interestingly enough, it's coming from the one area where FSD is not implemented yet, and that is Europe, and that's driving changes in US view of FSD, at least NHTSA's view of FSD. So this is a very important political moment, and it's very interesting that the Europeans are on board. It would be very important, I think, for Tesla to roll out FSD to Europe as soon as they can. I think that it's really, it's something that they should be looking at. I understand the pressure on training, the pressure on getting, the next version of version 12 or the next subversion of version 12 out. But I think all of this plays into, getting global FSD rolled out, because that is the future of Tesla, not, whether
cool.
they
I appreciate
adjust
Jolly.
the leasing pricing or just the retail pricing. It's FSD and automation. So it's very exciting to see what's happening, particularly in Europe, and particularly the view from Europe on FSD. So that's what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, I think what Larry said is really important because Tesla's investing billions of dollars in creating this system. And they can only sell it in 1/3 of their territories, right? 1/3 of their sales come from the US and Canada. They can't sell it in Europe or China. Now, China has now opened the door to them selling it. And now Europe is proposing regulations that would, one, allow system-initiated...
That's what I think about everything.
System-initiated maneuvers.
I'm sure it's only for music, it's a public event, I'm not a YouTuber, yeah, I don't know either. Alright, cool, we'll test it. Fuck around and find out, some could say.
Allowing them to do this is what allows FSD to be legal. Then they are also looking at regulations that would allow them to ship a system with no nag and just the cabin camera. So this would be huge. And these UNECE regulations, they don't just apply to Europe. You know, countries like Australia and New Zealand have them too. So we've seen, you know, them meet with the Swedish transport official. They showed it to him. He was formerly from Apple, and we saw a video of it working in Germany for the first time. We car there into Eastern Europe, and it just worked. Like, this system is very unique in that you can just drop it anywhere, and it can drive on a road just by recognizing visually that it's a road. It doesn't need every inch of the city pre-mapped. And the fact that we're actually making so much progress on the regulatory front, I don't think anyone expected Europe to move this quickly. But when you have the US moving quickly and you have China moving quickly, I don't think they want to seem like the last ones out.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to see that China and Europe are taking this initiative, and US regulators are doing this kind of double dance, you know. Oh, it's Elon. Oh, step backwards. Oh, Mercedes, you know, level 4, step forward. I mean, it's all such political nonsense. In the meantime, you know, Elon just presses ahead, and we're seeing, you know, enormous progress. And with the upcoming, with the training capacity that they have now, I think we're going to see this progress continue to improve, to continue to speed up. So I'm looking very forward to eight, you know, autonomy day. I think we are really at that critical launch point. And I think it's interesting
Movies
that
make
the
sense.
launch point may well be in China and in Europe.
I guess we're just gonna fuck around and find out. That's all I could say. We're watching it. That's good. He stopped talking for me. It kind of sounded like it could have been a disconnect, but throw it over to Kristen. I would love to hear your thoughts on the conversation we're having and anything else you're watching.
Yeah, I mean, I think everything's been covered that I wanted to speak on. I think the new interest rate for the loan for the Model Y is a game changer. I do see a lot of people wanting to get that Model Y. I think I don't think anyone spoke on it, but there is the new Tesla supercharger community that was thrown out there late at night. Elon put that together, it looks like, and I think Omar and Gail, there's a few other Tesla employee, or I should say ex-employees that are help mod it. It looks interesting. I think it'll be interesting to see the point of it, and maybe just if it's supposed to help people be encouraged about superchargers or just kind of lay out where people see issues. So I thought that was an interesting kind of new creative way of doing things here on X with the Tesla community.
Omar,
go for it, Larry. Yeah, I just wanted to say, I've done a month's worth of charging and supercharging in Europe. And I have to say, we all thought that the European, you know, charging situation was any better than the US. And, well, you know, in France, if you don't have a Tesla charger, you can forget about it. I mean, the problems of trying to charge in Europe without a supercharger is just as great as it is in US. They have a lot more chargers, but they're as difficult to use as they are in the US. So, you know, the supercharger network just works, and, you know, I can see why Tesla is so popular in France. It's incredible the value add that the supercharger network brings.
This is the AI event. I would mute right now, but David DJ going.
Relating to the supercharger
Jesus.
Community that is established. Supercharging remains absolutely prime component of the Tesla.
Oh, you know who I think this is? I think it's the guy who's like, I hate my work, right? Whatever.
It's not going to change. The fact that, you know, you kind of reorganize the business, it's not going to change.
That's actually jokes, though. I know who that guy is. He seems like Sundar has big problems to worry about. Okay, people live streaming his event. Oh, we'll see. Let's get Ryan into the conversation. Hello, Ryan.
Yeah. Hey, Evan. Thanks for having me on. With regards to the supercharger community and other supercharger notes, I think I saw something that Tesla was rehiring some of the folks who were fired on the charging team. I'm not sure if that was accurate. But one of the people that I recognized from the supercharger community on X is named Max. I heard he was rehired on, likely to rebuild out the charging team. I remember him as someone who was always willing to push what was possible. He was advocating and pushing new ideas.
Nike doing some layoffs?
I think he was an advocate for having Wi-Fi on charging sites. He was just, so I think like it would make sense that you retain as many of the top performers as much as possible. So it wouldn't surprise me if they are indeed rehiring out some of the team. I'm looking forward to just seeing any familiar faces or just seeing if there are people that I felt were really excellent team members, and then just seeing how they're able to perform with a smaller team. Going back to what Omar was saying about EVs, I think EVs are indeed where consumers are going to transition to. Like right now, there's kind of this lull. You're up right now. It doesn't matter. They're interested in
that one might get me in trouble.
And they are indeed.
But isn't it like a 5 seconds or something you can listen to?
Build out factories to support EVs, but it just seems like they recognize that right now they're losing money on at least Ford is losing money on their trucks, on the EV trucks, and they're just not as committed as they may have been if the economy was really strong and they had sales of their EVs to support future growth. Then it would be a no-brainer to build out EVs, whereas Tesla is able to build EVs at scale and with good margin. They have the best performance, they have the best technology, they're the safest. So it's just very clear for them to continue. And I think because of this dynamic playing out, it's going to be difficult for these other legacy auto manufacturers to even close the gap. Like the gap is going to widen because Tesla has this opportunity right now to just continue investing and really doubling down.
Did you guys hear my computer?
Vehicles.
She's going.
And autonomous vehicles.
Wait, what happened? I didn't even hear anything.
Toyota, they're not going to be able to.
Can you guys hear the computer or something?
So right now, although everything seems to be slowing in the EV space, I think it's a good period. For
was it this thing?
To make strides.
It might have been this. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Like 10 years ago, a lot of people.
Okay, yes, noted.
Equivalent to a golf cart. And
sorry,
now
guys.
I hear all the time that,
just making sure you're awake.
EVs, they may be great in some respects, but their range is just not enough.
I fooked up
for someone to commit to buying one. And
my bad, Ollie.
At least for myself and for the vast majority of people that I know who have an EV, we realize
that's
that
jokes though.
300 miles is plenty. And I almost never charge at a supercharging station unless I'm going on a road trip. I just charge with my trickle charger, just in a regular 120 volt wall outlet, and plug it in every night. And that's sufficient to cover my driving needs on a daily basis. So I think EVs are definitely the future. They're the present too, but they're the future for sure. And the charging infrastructure needed to support that is a critical aspect of Tesla's business. I think another critical aspect of all of this is just making sure that there's enough battery storage infrastructure as well to support the electric grid. And Tesla's doing all they can with building out megapack factories and deploying the megapacks for stationary energy storage. That's another huge aspect of Tesla's business.
Celsius.
It's probably
Celsius.
Be the most important part of what Wall Street analysts see as contributing to revenue and profit of Tesla's business.
Squad, we're getting close to a 2x in Celsius. Come on.
Like, I think there's
I probably need one
or
2 more pumps. I'm selling
that
out.
started construction this year and should be ramping by early next year. That'll be. It'll be.
Ideally,
nice
I'm
to
home
see
time
that
today.
play out once they deploy big megapack projects, and then it hits the financials, and then analysts are able to model out like, okay, this is where we see the growth of the business. This is where what we see for the trajectory of this business, and then all of a sudden they see like, okay, the margins are probably going to be in the 25+ % range. That'll be a huge driver for the stock, I predict, in the next year and a half. So it's like right now and always there's stuff that naysayers will say about Tesla's business and say about the stock, but the future of Tesla and the moves that Elon is making, I just have he has my full support. Like, his track record is fantastic.
My bad.
Tesla's track record is fantastic, and there's no reason to believe that they're going to stop anytime soon. Jeff, I saw your hand is up. You can go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Ryan. I was just going to make a quick comment about, I think the other legacy auto EV, they've been reducing their investments massively, actually, and they've been reducing. We saw Ford, this isn't the first time they've reduced their demand signal on batteries. It's probably the 5th time in the last year or more. So it's devastating for the supply base, what's happening to the EV supply base, especially in the U.S., but really abroad. There's definitely excess capacity abroad. But one of the things I wanted to say about in the U.S., I believe it's a read-through to the next election. I believe a lot of these automakers really kind of glommed on to an upcoming IRA legislation and said, oh, we're going to invest, we're doing the EV thing. And I think they somewhat believed that they could produce, especially with the benefits of the IRA, both on the battery side and the consumer side, that they could produce an EV at a competitive price. But even with the credits on the consumer side, they didn't execute on ramping batteries fast enough. And they looked at the trajectory of their bring up of their battery factories. They're like, oh shit. They're like, we're not going to have this capacity up in time, and this next administration is going to come in, and looks like the Senate may flip. Who knows what's going to happen to the House? And if the White House flips, it won't happen instantly, but I would say within, I would say it would be that legislation could be in danger within a year. So I think some of this is a read-through. Some of a lot of it is their inability to execute and scale. The IRA was there, the battery dollars were there for them to take, and they honestly couldn't execute. And quite frankly, Tesla didn't execute to the extent of their abilities, what they wanted to do with 4680 versus where they're actually at. So, so why am I bringing this up? I think some of this pullback you're seeing is a read through to the next election. Like, look, if those dollars aren't going to be there from the government, they saw those dollars as kind of like a multiplicative effect of like, we invest dollars, we get all this IRA benefit, We get all this benefit from the government was even going to, their superchargers, everything. What did $7.5 billion of U.S. How many chargers were bought with $7.5 billion from the U.S. government? I think it was just a handful. So now you've got a timing issue where they don't have a design. Like they don't have a. If you look in the drawing board inside of Ford and GM, they don't have a design right now that nets them the unit economics they need at scale. And they probably won't have it even in a year or two. So instead of this being like a little bit of a lull period where they just need to connect to the next generation design, get that out, get it ramped up, get the supply base ramped ahead, I think this is a tell that they don't really have the recipe even a couple of years from now. And they see that coupled with the legislative or the kind of the political pressure over the next couple of years, and they're pulling back. I'd be interested in what others have to say on that, if anything.
If anyone has any thoughts, not, or can I not hear Larry?
I also can't hear Larry if he's talking.
He might not be.
I can't hear Larry either.
You know what? Yeah? Sorry. All right, let's awkward pause ended. Shy, we only came to you for a second earlier. You have any thoughts on the conversation we've had so far? Anything you want to add on?
Yeah. I mean, everyone's doing such great content so far. I'm trying to add something else. Is curious for the panel, or even like Jeff. When you start thinking the narrative behind Tesla of being a car manufacturing company to more of a
All right, Devo, your question next.
Instead of Tesla selling selling cars, they're selling rides. Essentially, I think that's what Elon's vision is for the future. When do you think that narrative is going to start becoming more digestible for the mass scale? Because I think a lot of us, or maybe I'm speaking for everyone on the panel, but I'm noticing that it's a clear shift from Elon's Tesla vision from 5 years ago to right now, where he's clearly wanting to have Tesla sell rides, do the software and AI components, rather than focus on selling the cars. When do you think that narrative is going to start being wide scale adopted for everyone else? Is there an inflection point you're monitoring?
Yeah, so markets both look ahead and they're also slow and reactionary at the same time, if that makes sense. So I think markets are looking a bit ahead of this. That's why you kind of saw the not so great Q1 results, the not so great, guidance for the year, but the stock is actually higher than it was at earnings. So I think they're getting some small amount of credit. But honestly, right now, a large percentage for the markets, an amazing demo. I mean, I think it's helpful, but I think a large percentage of revenue would need to come from ride sharing. So I actually think that putting that ride sharing app, those screenshots in the earnings deck, that was definitely a message from Tesla that they could kind of ease into this. They could even ease into like having their own ride sharing network with, you and your car, and maybe you operate your car in FSD and you're still in the seat in a supervised manner. They could be giving rides that way, and eventually, in an unsupervised manner, soon after. So, but the short answer is a large percentage of their revenue will have to either be forecasted by Tesla or actually be, achieved. And then I think they'll wake up. Remember, look how long it took for NVIDIA. I mean, Jensen was talking about AI, the transition to AI for years, and even the months leading up into, Q4 2022. And just the markets didn't believe anything. And all of a sudden their revenues started skyrocketing, and then everybody's chasing.
Yes, you don't think that if they have a working demo and they have a manufacturing line up printing robo-taxis, that'll be enough to change the narrative?
So the demo, I think the demo will come first. I don't think in everything I'm seeing and everything, if I listen to what Elon says and I try to extrapolate some of the information that's out there, whether it's good or not, I don't think they're going to be, building robo-taxis, for another year or more. It looks like, if those RFQs were requests for quotes, that if those leaks were valid or not. But if they were, they were telling the supply base to be ready, call in the June time period next year. And that's the supply base ramp. And then you've got to ramp the facility, you have to ramp General Assembly. And that aligns with more what Elon said, which was closer to the tail end of 2025. But then these new interim vehicles were introduced. So I don't know what that does to the mix. But, my guess is it allows them to bring a lower cost vehicle forward sooner. But if it's in robotaxi form or not, I don't think it would be. But, it doesn't mean a normal vehicle can't operate as a robotaxi.
That's so my understanding, just real quick, Larry, am I understanding that you think that they might reach a significant amount of revenue from ride sharing before they start building robo-taxis, Jeff?
I mean, it's possible. I mean, why are they showing the app? Well, first off, it would be logical, in my opinion, to not wait and do everything all at one big bang, because that's where you have the most opportunity for error. So if robotaxi hardware is more than a year out at that cost structure and that price point, but you could come up and you can start layering and feathering in this app functionality, you can start taking payments, you can start building up a database of riders and information, and it's supervised. And then over time, yeah.
But Jeff, the point is that robotaxi is just a less expensive Tesla that can be used as a robotaxi. But you can use a more expensive Tesla as a robotaxi.
I agree.
And the economics are still, 40% better than an Uber, or 60% better than Uber, depends on how you look at it. So it just, they don't need a robotaxi in order to create a robotaxi service.
Yeah.
A robotaxi service, whether they do it with partners or by themselves, is completely independent of manufacturing a robotaxi car. That's why this whole, all these articles about robotaxis late or robotaxis cancelled or robotaxis not cancelled are just spurious. They have nothing to do with the economic factors.
I agree.
The principal economic factor is, when is the car capable of driving itself and offering itself as a service? The moment that happens, then robotaxis become a reality. Whether or not you have a robotaxi that's manufactured or that isn't manufactured or that's put off by X number of years, whatever the bullshit is, the fact of the matter is that, once a Tesla vehicle can be autonomous, we have robotaxis. And so the economics of a taxi or robotaxi at $45,000 is not that much different from a robotaxi at $25,000. In fact, it's not different at all. So, I think the whole question of when one's going to be available is a spurious question.
Well, the question was, when is the stock price going to react to it, right? When is Wall Street, or just in general, investors going to understand the narrative change?
And the answer to that question is very simple. The moment they perceive the value of autonomy and robotaxi. So, journalists love to glom on to the negative, and so they glom on to, this thing was cancelled, it wasn't cancelled, it was supposed to be this date, it was supposed to be that date, it was supposed to be this month. That's all bullshit. All that matters is the moment that Tesla deems the autonomous capability to be such that they can offer it as a service. And we're fast approaching that moment. The moment of the stock price moving is when the market realizes that Tesla has been able to do that. And that will be, it's coming. I mean, 8/8 is a very important date, because what is 8/8? It's the date that Elon tells people when the service is going to be offered. Now, how that service is offered, whether it's with Uber, whether it's with Hertz, whether it's with nobody, all of that doesn't matter. the moment the service is offered, the value of Tesla stock changes dramatically.
I actually kind of disagree a little bit. I think that and not in a huge way, but I think it's more when the market starts to see the revenue on the back end of it. I think you'll still have maybe a small pop, but like the real change will be like, I'm looking at NVIDIA's data center revenue went from 4.2 to 10.3, 14.5 billion up to 18 billion from 4.2 billion. So if you get something like that, that's the type of thing where like...
It's possible you're right. I don't want to, whether it's 8 2024 or 8 25, the transformation of the value is so great that whether it happens piecemeal or whether it happens in one big bang doesn't make much difference. The transformation
Tesla bulls or Tesla bulls.
fourfold,
I like that. I like to listen.
fivefolds. I don't know how.
Maybe we should get together a Tesla Bear Space. Could be interesting.
But it is so great that it doesn't.
Yeah, should do that.
The issue is, having the patience and having the belief that it's going to happen. Now, whether it happens in 6 months, 9 months, or a year, you do the discount on that. It doesn't matter. If you're going to get this kind of multiple, whether it's 6 months or 9, it doesn't matter. So yeah, I wouldn't argue that point.
All right, I got a question or two from the chat, and I want to make sure we get them in here. We're stopping at 1 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be watching that Google or listening to that Google I/O event. It's a developer conference, but AI has been said so many times over the next little bit, and I'm sure this is going to be some announcements there. It's even more interesting with OpenAI's event yesterday. But a question from my friend Debo says, does Omar think a refresh of Model Y is near term, or do they extend the 0.99% APR from 6/1 to into June, basically?
From what I heard, we are looking at an updated Model Y that incorporates a lot of the stuff that we saw from the Model 3, but not until at the earliest Q4 2024 or Q1 2025.
Okay, that's far away. I was going to ask the question of if we think this is them trying to get rid of the inventory for the updated model coming soon, but maybe it's a little far away from that one. The other question I got was a little bit more kind of longer term. Paul asked, I wonder when he feels the cars will have interconnectivity to be able to communicate with each other.
Yeah, they actually have the ability now to talk to each other over the internet in the latest builds. They've done some, simple stuff like communicating road roughness up to the cloud. But Elon mentioned when he was talking recently about FSD 12.5 and 12.6, he said, we're working on some crazy edge cases, like you get to the end of a very narrow road and it's a road closed and you need to turn around. And it also needs to be able to communicate to other Teslas that the road is closed so that you don't have a big lineup of Teslas all sort of, getting stuck on the street. So that is definitely going to be functionality that they can do, talk to each other over the internet and communicate information they see. So the perception system essentially becomes not just what's on your car, but what's on the millions of other cars around you.
Could I just jump in on that? I don't believe that the intention is cars to talk to cars. I think the intention is cars to talk to Tesla, Tesla to talk to the cars. I think that there's a very big difference because Elon has said on multiple occasions that for cars to talk to cars, that there's the technology is not. I mean, the latency between cars is so great that the value is really in updating the core knowledge and then pushing that out to the whole fleet for a lot of reasons. I mean, you don't know what car's going to go down that dead end road. You don't know which car, so you don't know which car to communicate it to. So you want to communicate it, to Tesla, and Tesla wants to update the maps automatically, in real time to everybody. So I don't know that there's going to be car-to-car communication.
Yeah, I mean, the cars obviously wouldn't talk directly to each other. We're talking about information being saved on a server to be accessed by a different car at a different point in time. You don't know what car is going to come, but you just use the cloud service and you save data. It's kind of like a real-time mapping service that can tell you about construction, road closed signs, things like that.
And they're already doing that, and they've experimented with that in real time in the past, and are still doing that. So I expect to see more of that.
All right, we got that event starting in a minute or two, so we might shift the conversation more in the Google direction. I'm sure we'll still be talking some Tesla. They play in not directly some. Oh, I guess they own some Google and some automation companies. But anyone have any final comments they want to get in there? I could just throw it over to Omar. But if anyone has anything that they really want to get out there too, definitely feel free. But now's the time. All right, no takers. Omar, any kind of final thoughts on this conversation we had here? Anything you're excited for on this Google I-O event? Oh, I see William, my boy, too.
OpenAI had a pretty interesting presentation yesterday. They presented an Omni model. It can handle text, images, audio, video, all in real time through this one model. And then Google released a little teaser. They apparently have an Omni model that they're going to be showing off today, too. So OpenAI hasn't actually released a lot of these features that they demoed, but they basically co-opted Google by demoing one day before Google I/O, which is extremely petty and kind of funny, and just shows how cutthroat things have gotten in the AI field. I mean, we're really in the middle of an AI arms race here.
I feel like last time that happened, it was Google got caught off guard and their thing wasn't ready. I wonder if OpenAI pushing it, maybe their thing isn't necessarily ready. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I think they've both got amazing teams, and they're just kind of competing neck and neck for this one.
All right, awesome. They're doing a very slow countdown right now. It's like they're counting down from 10, but it's like going every like 1 second, like 5 seconds. If you guys want to watch the event, I pinned a link up in the nest above to come join me, but we're going to be listening to it live in here. So appreciate all you guys, and shout out Omar for playing it. Event is starting now.
Google's ambitions in artificial intelligence.
Google launches Gemini.
All right, let's get this going.
Google's ambitions in artificial intelligence.
Google launches Gemini.
There have been new
How is the volume,
beginnings.
guys? We're good?
We found new ways to find new ideas and new solutions to age-old problems.
I'm also muting my mic in between so it doesn't double go,
Sorry
but it
about
sounds
your
good,
shirt.
right?
We dreamt of things, never too old for a treehouse. We trained for things.
All right, let's go, go, go.
And learned about this thing. We found new paths. Took the next step. And made the big leap. Cannonball! We filled days like they were weeks. And more
Thanks, Crypto.
happened in months than has happened in years.
Thank you, Wally.
Ooh, free eggs.
I guess the delay is longer than I thought it was. It should have been like 2 seconds.
Things got bigger. Like, way bigger. And it wasn't all just for him or for her. It was for everyone. And you know what? We're just getting started.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to Google I/O. It's great to have all of you with us. We have a few thousand developers with us here today at Shoreline. Millions more are joining virtually around the world. Thanks to everyone for being here. For those of you who haven't seen I/O before, it's basically Google's version of the Era store, but with fewer costume changes. At Google, though, we are fully in our Gemini era. You'll hear a lot about that today. Before we get into it, I want to reflect on this moment we are in. We've been investing in AI for more than a decade and innovating at every layer of the stack: research, product, infrastructure. We're going to talk about it all today. Still, we are in the very early days of the AI platform shift. We see so much opportunity ahead for creators, for developers, for startups, for everyone. Helping to drive those opportunities is what our Gemini era is all about. So let's get started. A year ago on this stage, we first shared our plans for Gemini, a frontier model built to be natively multimodal from the very beginning, that could reason across text, images, video, code, and more. It's a big step in turning any input into any output, an I/O for a new generation. Since then, we introduced the first Gemini models, our most capable yet. They demonstrated state-of-the-art performance on every multimodal benchmark, and that was just the beginning. 2 months later, we introduced Gemini 1.5 Pro, delivering a big breakthrough in long context. It can run 1 million tokens in production consistently, more than any other large-scale foundation model yet. We want everyone to benefit from what Gemini can do. So we have worked quickly to share these advances with all of you. Today, more than 1.5 million developers use Gemini models across our tools. You're using it to debug code, get new insights, and to build the next generation of AI applications. We've also been bringing Gemini's breakthrough capabilities across our products in powerful ways. We'll show examples today across search, photos, workspace, Android, and more. Today, all of our 2 billion user products use Gemini. And we've introduced new experiences too, including on mobile, where people can interact with Gemini directly through the app. Now available on Android and iOS, and through Gemini Advanced, which provides access to our most capable models. Over 1 million people have signed up to try it in just 3 months, and it continues to show strong momentum. One of the most exciting transformations with Gemini has been in Google Search. In the past year, we've answered billions of queries as part of our search generative experience. People are using it to search in entirely new ways and asking new types of questions, longer and more complex queries, even searching with photos, and getting back the best the web has to offer. We've been testing this experience outside of labs, and we are encouraged to see not only an increase in search usage, but also an increase in user satisfaction. I'm excited to announce that we'll begin launching this fully revamped experience, AI Overviews, to everyone in the US this week, and we'll bring it to more countries soon. There's so much innovation happening in search. Thanks to Gemini, we can create much more powerful search experiences, including within our products. Let me show you an example in Google Photos. We launched Google Photos almost 9 years ago. Since then, people have used it to organize their most important memories. Today, that amounts to more than 6 billion photos and videos uploaded every single day. And people love using photos to search across their life. With Gemini, you're making that a whole lot easier. Say you're at a parking station ready to pay, but you can't recall your license plate number. Before, you could search photos for keywords and then scroll through years' worth of photos looking for the right one. Now, you can simply ask Photos. It knows the cars that appear often, it triangulates which one is yours, and just tells you the license plate number. And Ask Photos can also help you search your memories in a deeper way. For example, you might be reminiscing about your daughter Lucia's early milestones. You can ask Photos, when did Lucia learn to swim? You can even follow up with something more complex. Show me how Lucia's swimming has progressed. Here, Gemini goes beyond a simple search, recognizing different contexts, from doing laps in the pool, to snorkeling in the ocean, to the text and dates on her swimming certificates, and Photos packages it up all together in a summary, you can really take it all in and relive amazing memories all over again. We are rolling out Ask Photos this summer with more capabilities to come. Unlocking knowledge across formats is why we built Gemini to be multimodal from the ground up. It's one model with all the modalities built in. So not only does it understand each type of input, it finds connections between them. Multimodality radically expands the questions we can ask and the answers we will get back. Long context takes this a step further, enabling us to bring in even more information. Hundreds of pages of text, hours of audio, a full hour of video, entire code repos, or if you want, roughly 96 Cheesecake Factory menus. For that many menus, you need a 1 million token context window, now possible with Gemini 1.5 Pro. Developers have been using it in super interesting ways. Let's take a look.
I remember the announcement, the 1 million token context window, and my first reaction was, there's no way they were able to achieve this.
I wanted to test its technical skills. So I uploaded a line chart. It was temperatures between like Tokyo and Berlin and how they vary across the 12 months of the year.
So I got in there and I threw in the Python library that I was really struggling with. And I just asked it a simple question. And it nailed it. It could find specific references to comments in the code and specific requests that people had made and other issues that people had had, but then suggest a fix for it that related to what I was working on?
I immediately tried to kind of crash it. So I took 4 or 5 research papers I had on my desktop. And it's a mind-blowing experience when you add so much text and then you see the kind of amount of tokens you add is not even at half the capacity.
It felt a little bit like Christmas because you saw things kind of peppered up to the top of your feed about like, oh wow, I built this thing.
Nice little bounce so
or,
far.
oh, it's doing this and I would have never expected.
Can I shoot a video of my possessions and turn that into a searchable database? So I ran to my bookshelf and I shot a video just panning my camera along the bookshelf, and I fed the video into the model. It gave me the titles and authors of the books, even though the authors weren't visible on those book spines. And on the bookshelf, there was a squirrel nutcracker sat in front of the book, truncating the title. You could just see the word Site C, and it still guessed the correct book. The range of things you can do with that is almost unlimited.
And so at that point, for me, it was just like a click, like, this is it.
I thought like I had like a superpower in my hands.
It was poetry. It was
Where do you
beautiful.
guys think
I was
Google
so
closed this
happy.
event at?
It just this is going to be
throw my
amazing.
guess in.
This is going to help people.
This is kind of where the future of language models are going. Personalized to you, not because you trained it to be personal to you, but personal to you because you can give it such a vast understanding of who you are.
We've been rolling out Gemini 1.5 Pro with long context in preview over the last few months. We've made a series of quality improvements across translation, coding, and reasoning. You'll see these updates reflected in the model starting today. I'm excited to announce that we are bringing this improved version of Gemini 1.5 Pro to all developers globally. In addition today, Gemini 1.5 Pro with 1 million context is now directly available for consumers in Gemini Advanced and can be used across 35 languages. 1 million tokens is opening up entirely new possibilities. It's exciting, but I think we can push ourselves even further. So today, we are expanding the context window to 2 million tokens. We are making it available for developers in private preview. It's amazing to look back and see just how much progress we have made in a few months. This represents the next step on our journey towards the ultimate goal of infinite context. Okay, so far we have talked about two technical advances, multimodality and long context. Each is powerful on its own, but together they unlock deeper capabilities and more intelligence. Let's see how this comes to life with Google Workspace. People are always searching their emails in Gmail. We are working to make it much more powerful with Gemini. Let's look at how. As a parent, you want to know everything that's going on with your child's school. Okay, maybe not everything, but you want to stay informed. Gemini can help you keep up. Now we can ask Gemini to summarize all recent emails from the school. In the background,
That's
it's
pretty cool.
identifying relevant emails, even analyzing attachments like PDFs, and you get a summary of the key points and action items. So helpful. Maybe you were traveling this week and you couldn't make the PTA meeting. The recording of the meeting is an hour long. If it's from Google Meet, you can ask Gemini to give you the highlights. There's a parents group looking for volunteers. You're free that day. Of course, Gemini can draft a reply. There are countless other examples of how this can make life easier. Gemini 1.5 Pro is available today in Workspace Labs, and Aparna will share more later on. We just looked at an example with text outputs, but with a multimodal model, we can do so much more. To show you an early demo of an audio output
Still a nice
in
move.
Notebook LM, here's
Need more.
Josh.
Hey, Josh.
Hey everyone. Last year at I/O, we introduced Notebook LM, a research and writing tool grounded in the information you give it. Since then, we've seen a lot of momentum with students and teachers using it. And today, Gemini 1.5 Pro is coming to Notebook LM, and it's great. Let me show you. So here we are in Notebook LM. You can load it up with all the materials here on the left. In this notebook, I've been using it with my younger son, and I've added some of his science worksheets, a few slide decks from his teacher, and even an open source textbook full of charts and diagrams. With 1.5 Pro, it instantly creates this notebook guide with a helpful summary and can generate a study guide, an FAQ, or even quizzes. But for my son, Jimmy, he really learns best when he can listen to something. So we've prototyped a new feature with Gemini, and it's called Audio Overviews. Notebook LM is going to take all the materials on the left as input and output them into a lively science discussion personalized for him. Let's take a listen.
So let's dive into physics. What's on deck for today?
Well, we're starting with the basics, force and motion.
Okay.
And that, of course, means we have to talk about Sir Isaac Newton and his 3 laws of motion.
Ah, yes, the foundation for understanding how objects move and interact.
Ah, yes, this is where multimodal really shines. Now, it generated this audio discussion based on that text material. And what's amazing is that my son and I can join into the conversation and steer it whichever direction we want. When I tap join.
Hold on, we have a question. What's up, Josh?
Yeah, can you give my son Jimmy a basketball example?
Hey, Jimmy! That's a fantastic idea. Basketball is actually a great way to visualize force and motion. Let's break it down.
Okay, so first, imagine a basketball just sitting there on the court. It's not moving, right? That's because all the forces acting on it are balanced. The downward pull of gravity.
Pretty cool, right? I gotta say, the first time my son heard this, you should have seen how big his eyes got, because he was gripped. They were talking to him. He was learning science through the example of basketball, his favorite sport. Now, what's interesting is under the hood, you saw that Gemini had used some of the concepts of gravity, Sir Isaac Newton, but nothing in there was about basketball. It connected the dots and created that age-appropriate example for him. And this is what's becoming possible with the power of Gemini. You can give it lots of information in any format, and it can be transformed in a way that's personalized and interactive for you. Back to you, Sundar.
Thanks, George. The demo shows the real opportunity with multimodality. Soon you'll be able to mix and match inputs and outputs. This is what we mean when we say it's an I/O for a new generation. And I can see you all out there thinking about the possibilities. But what if we could go even further? That's one of the opportunities we see with AI agents. Let me take a step back and explain what I mean by that. I think about them as intelligent systems that show reasoning, planning, and memory, are able to think multiple steps ahead, work across software and systems, all to get something done on your behalf, and most importantly, under your supervision. We are still in the early days, and you'll see glimpses of our approach throughout the day. But let me show you the kinds of use cases we are working hard to solve. Let's start with shopping. It's pretty fun to shop for shoes, and a lot less fun to return them when they don't fit. Imagine if Gemini could do all the steps for you, searching your inbox for the receipt, locating the order number from your email, filling out a return form, and even scheduling a pickup. That's much easier, right? Let's take another example that's a bit more complex. Say you just moved to Chicago. You can imagine Gemini and Chrome working together to help you do a number of things to get ready, organizing, reasoning, synthesizing on your behalf. For example, you will want to explore the city and find services nearby, from dry cleaners to dog walkers. You'll have to update your new address across dozens of websites. Gemini can work across these tasks and will prompt you for more information when needed, so you're always in control. That part is really important as we prototype these experiences. We are thinking hard about how to do it in a way that's private, secure, and works for everyone. These are simple use cases, but they give you a good sense of the types of problems we want to solve by building intelligent systems that think ahead, reason, and plan all on your behalf. The power of Gemini with multimodality, long context, and agents brings us closer to our ultimate goal, making AI helpful for everyone. We see this as how we will make the most progress against our mission, organizing the world's information across every input, making it accessible via any output, and combining the world's information with the information in your world in a way that's truly useful for you. To fully realize the benefits of AI, we'll continue to break new ground. Google DeepMind is hard at work. To share more, please welcome for the first time on the I/O stage, Sir Demis. Sit down.
Thanks, Sundar. It's so great to be here. Ever since I was a kid playing chess for the England junior team, I've been thinking about the nature of intelligence.
If you guys
I
have
was
chess.com, I'll
captivated
beat
by
you.
the idea of a computer that could think like a person. It's ultimately why I became a programmer and studied neuroscience. I co-founded DeepMind in 2010 with the goal of one day building AGI, Artificial General Intelligence, a system that has human-level cognitive capabilities. I've always believed that if we could build this technology responsibly, its impact would be truly profound, and it could benefit humanity in incredible ways. Last year, we reached a milestone on that path when we formed Google DeepMind, combining AI talent from across the company into one super unit. Since then, we've built AI systems that can do an amazing range of things, from turning language and vision into action for robots, navigating complex virtual 3D environments, solving Olympiad-level math problems, and even discovering thousands of new materials. Just last week, we announced our next-generation AlphaFold model. It can predict the structure and interactions of nearly all of life's molecules, including how proteins interact with strands of DNA and RNA. This will accelerate vitally important biological and medical research from disease understanding to drug discovery. And all of this was made possible with the best infrastructure for the AI era, including our highly optimized tensor processing units. At the center of our efforts is our Gemini model. It's built up from the ground up to be natively multimodal because that's how we interact with and understand the world around us. We've built a variety of models for different use cases. You've seen how powerful Gemini 1.5 Pro is, but we also know from user feedback that some applications need lower latency and a lower cost to serve. So today, we're introducing Gemini 1.5 Flash. Flash is a lighter weight model compared to Pro. It's designed to be fast and cost-efficient to serve at scale, while still featuring multimodal reasoning capabilities and breakthrough long context. Flash is optimized for tasks where low latency and efficiency matter most. Starting today, you can use 1.5 Flash and 1.5 Pro with up to 1 million tokens in Google AI Studio and Vertex AI. And developers can sign up to try 2 million tokens. We're so excited to see what all of you will create with it. And you'll hear a little more about Flash later on from Josh. We're very excited by the progress we've made so far with our family of Gemini models, but we're always striving to push the state of the art even further. At any one time, we have many different models in training, and we use our very large and powerful ones to help teach and train our production-ready models. Together with user feedback, this cutting-edge research will help us to build amazing new products for billions of people. For example, in December, we shared a glimpse into the future of how people would interact with multimodal AI, and how this would end up powering a new set of transformative experiences. Today, we have some exciting new progress to share about the future of AI assistants that we're calling Project Astra. For a long time, we've wanted to build a universal AI agent that can be truly helpful in everyday life. Our work making this vision a reality goes back many years. It's why we made Gemini multimodal from the very beginning. An agent like this has to understand and respond to our complex and dynamic world just like we do. It would need to take in and remember what it sees so it can understand context and take action. And it would have to be proactive, teachable, and personal, so you can talk to it naturally without lag or delay. While we've made some great strides in developing AI systems that can understand multimodal information, getting response time down to something conversational is a difficult engineering challenge. Building on our Gemini model, we've developed agents that can process information faster by continuously encoding video frames, combining the video and speech input into a timeline of events, and caching this for efficient recall. We've also enhanced how they sound with a wider range of intonations. These agents better understand the context you're in and can respond quickly in conversation, making the pace and quality of interaction feel much more natural. Here's a video of our prototype, which we'll see has 2 parts. Each part was captured in a single take in real time.
I agree.
Okay.
Everyone should hit the like
Let's
button.
do some tests. Tell me when you see
Thanks, Paul.
something that makes sound.
I see a speaker, which makes sound.
What is that part of the speaker called?
That is the tweeter. It produces high-frequency sounds.
I can actually call the tweeter. That's kind of crazy.
Give me a creative alliteration about these.
Creative crayons color cheerfully. They certainly craft colorful creations.
What does that part of the code do?
This code defines encryption and decryption functions. It seems to use AES-CBC encryption to encode and decode data based on a key and an initialization vector, IV.
That's right. What neighborhood do you think I'm in?
This appears to be the King's Cross area of London. It is known for its railway station and transportation connections.
Do you remember where you saw my glasses?
Yes, I do. Your glasses were on the desk near a red apple.
What can I add here to make this system faster?
Adding a cache between the server and database could improve speed.
What does this remind you of?
Schrodinger's cat.
All right, give me a band name for this duo.
Golden Stripes.
Nice. Thanks, Gemini.
I think you'll agree it's amazing to see how far AI has come, especially when it comes to spatial understanding, video processing, and memory. It's easy to envisage a future where you can have an expert assistant by your side through your phone or new exciting form factors like glasses. Some of these agent capabilities will come to Google products like Gemini app later this year. For those of you on site today, you can try out a live demo version of this experience in the AI Sandbox area. Next, let's take a look at how our innovations are helping people bring new creative ideas to life. Today, we're introducing a series of updates across our generative media tools with new models covering image, music, and video. Over the past year, we've been enhancing quality, improving safety, and increasing access. To help tell this story, here's Doug.
Thanks, Demis. Over the past few months, we've been working hard to build a new image generation model from the ground up, with stronger evaluations,
Bang, okay.
extensive red teaming, and state-of-the-art
Google.
watermarking with SynthID. Today, I'm so excited to introduce Imagen 3. It's our most capable image generation model yet. Imagen 3 is more photorealistic. You can literally count the whiskers on its snout, with richer details, like this incredible sunlight in the shot, and fewer visual artifacts or distorted images. It understands prompts written the way people write. The more creative and detailed you are, the better. And Imagen 3 remembers to incorporate small details, like the wildflowers or small blue bird, in this longer prompt. Plus, this is our best model yet for rendering text, which has been a challenge for image generation models. In side-by-side comparisons, independent evaluators preferred Imagen 3 over other popular image generation models. In sum, Imagen 3 is our highest quality image generation model so far. You can sign up today to try Imagen 3 in ImageFX, part of our suite of AI tools at labs.google. And it'll be coming soon to developers and enterprise customers in Vertex AI. Another area full of creative possibility is generative music. I've been working in this space for over 20 years, and this is by far the most exciting year of my career. We're exploring ways of working with artists to expand their creativity with AI. Together with YouTube, we've been building Music AI Sandbox, a suite of professional music AI tools that can create new instrumental sections from scratch, transfer styles between tracks, and more. To help us design and test them, we've been working closely with incredible musicians, songwriters, and producers. Some of them made even entirely new songs in ways that would have not been possible without these tools. Let's hear from some of the artists we've been working with.
I'm gonna put this right back into the Music AI tool, the same boom, 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 boom. What happens if Haiti meets Brazil? Dude, I have no clue what's about to be spread out. This is what excites me. See them one. As a hip hop producer, we dug in the crates. We playing these vinyls, and the part where there's no vocal, we pull it, we sample it, and we create an entire song around that. So right now, we digging in the infinite crate. It's endless.
Where I found the AI really useful for me, this way to like fill in the sparser sort of elements of my loops. Okay, let's try bongos. We're gonna put viola. We're gonna put rhythmic clapping, and we're gonna see what happens there. Woo! And it makes it sound, ironically, at the end of the day, a little more human. So then this is entirely Google's loops right here. These are gloops. It's like having like this.
That's what we were saying about earlier with
just
music.
like,
Yeah.
Try this. Try that.
I
And
guess
then
it's
you're
AI
like,
generated,
oh, okay.
so maybe
yeah,
we're
no, that's
chilling.
pretty dope.
Man. You guys think I should mute this?
The tools are capable of speeding up the process of what's in my head, getting it out. You're able to move light speed with your creativity. This is amazing. That right there?
All right, okay, we're done.
I think this really shows what's possible when we work with the artist community on the future of music. You can find some brand new songs from these acclaimed artists and songwriters on their YouTube channels now. There's one more area I'm really excited to share with you. Our teams have made some incredible progress in generative video. Today, I'm excited to announce our newest, most capable generative video model called Veo.
Ooh, very cool.
Veo creates high-quality 1080p videos from text, image, and video prompts. It can capture the details of your instructions in different visual and cinematic styles. You can prompt for things like aerial shots of a landscape or a time-lapse, and further edit your videos using additional prompts. You can use Veo in our new experimental tool called VideoFX. We're exploring features like storyboarding and generating longer scenes. Veo gives you unprecedented creative control. Techniques for generating static images have come a long way, but generating video is a different challenge altogether. Not only is it important to understand where an object or subject should be in space, it needs to maintain this consistency over time, just like the car in this video. Veo builds upon years of our pioneering generative video model work, including GQN, Phenaki, Walt, Video Poet, Lumiere, and much more. We combine the best of these architectures and techniques to improve consistency, quality, and output resolution. To see what Veo can do, we put it in the hands of an amazing filmmaker. Let's take a look.
Well, I've been interested in AI for a couple of years now. We got in contact with some of the people at Google, and they had been working on something of their own. So we're all meeting here at Gilgal Farms to make a short film.
The core technology is Google DeepMind's generative video model that has been trained to convert input text into output video.
It looks good.
We are able to bring ideas to life that were otherwise not possible. We can visualize things on a timescale that's 10 or 100 times faster than before.
When you're shooting, you can't really iterate as much as you wish. And so we've been hearing that feedback is that it allows for like more optionality, more iteration, more improvisation.
But that's what's cool about it. It's like you can make a mistake faster. That's all you really want at the end of the day. At least in art, it's just to make mistakes fast.
So using Gemini's multimodal capabilities to optimize the model training process, Veo is able to better capture the nuance from prompts. So this includes cinematic techniques and visual effects, giving you total creative control.
Everybody's gonna become a director, and everybody should be a director. Because at the heart of all of this is just storytelling. The closer we are to being able to tell each other our stories, the more we'll understand each other.
These models are really enabling us to be more creative and to share that creativity with each other.
Yeah, Childish Gambino. I'm a fan. It's cool.
Over the coming weeks, some of these features will be available to select creators through VideoFX at labs.google, and the wait list is open now. Of course,
Should I
these
sign up for that
advances in
with us?
generative
Let's
video
try it.
go beyond the beautiful visuals you've seen today. By teaching future AI models how to solve problems creatively, or in effect, simulate the physics of our world, we can build more useful systems that can help people communicate in new ways, and thereby advance the frontiers of AI. When we first began this journey to build AI more than 15 years ago, we knew that one day it would change everything. Now that time is here, and we continue to be amazed by the progress we see and inspired by the advances still to come on the path to AGI. Thanks, and back to you, Sundar.
Thanks, Thomas. A huge amount of innovation is happening at Google DeepMind. It's amazing how much progress we have made in a year. Training state-of-the-art models requires a lot of computing power. Industry demand for ML compute has grown by a factor of 1 million in the last 6 years, and every year it increases tenfold. Google was built for this. For 25 years, we have invested in world-class technical infrastructure. From the cutting-edge hardware that powers search to our custom tensor processing units that power our AI advances. Gemini was trained and served entirely on our 4th and 5th generation TPUs. And other leading AI companies like Anthropic have trained their models on TPUs as well. Today, we are excited to announce the 6th generation of TPUs called Trillium. Trillium delivers a 4.7x improvement in compute performance per chip over the previous generation. It's our most efficient and performant TPU to date. We'll make Trillium available to our cloud customers in late 2024. Alongside our TPUs, we are proud to offer CPUs and GPUs to support any workload. That includes the new Axion processors we announced last month, our first custom ARM-based CPU with industry-leading performance and energy efficiency. We are also proud to be one of the first cloud providers to offer NVIDIA's cutting-edge Blackwell GPUs available in early 2025. We are fortunate to have a long-standing partnership with NVIDIA, excited to bring Blackwell's capabilities to our customers. Chips are a foundational part of our integrated end-to-end system. From performance-optimized hardware and open software to flexible consumption models, this all comes together in our AI hypercomputer, a groundbreaking supercomputer architecture. Businesses and developers are using it to tackle more complex challenges with more than twice the efficiency relative to just buying the raw hardware and chips. Our AI hypercomputer advancements are made possible in part because of our approach to liquid cooling in our data centers. We've been doing this for nearly a decade, long before it became state-of-the-art for the industry. And today, our total deployed fleet capacity for liquid cooling systems is nearly 1 gigawatt and growing. That's close to 70 times the capacity of any other fleet. Underlying this is the sheer scale of our network, which connects our infrastructure globally. Our network spans more than 2 million miles of terrestrial and subsea fiber, over 10 times the reach of the next leading cloud provider. We'll keep making the investments necessary to advance AI innovation and deliver state-of-the-art capabilities. And one of our greatest areas of investment and innovation is in our founding product, Search. 25 years ago, we created Search to help people make sense of the waves of information moving online. With each platform shift, we have delivered breakthroughs to help answer your questions better. On mobile, we unlocked new types of questions and answers using better context, location awareness, and real-time information. With advances in natural language understanding and computer vision, we enable new ways to search with your voice, or a hum to find your new favorite song, or an image of that flower you saw on your walk. Now you can even circle to search those cool new shoes you might want to buy. go for it. You can always return them later. Of course, search in the Gemini era will take this to a whole new level. Combining our infrastructure strengths, the latest AI capabilities, our high bar for information quality, our decades of experience connecting you to the richness of the web, the result is a product that does the work for you. Google Search is generative AI at the scale of human curiosity, and it's our most exciting chapter of search yet. To tell you more, here's Liz.
Thanks, Sundar. With each of these platform shifts, we haven't just adapted. We've expanded what's possible with Google Search. And now, with generative AI, search will do more for you than you ever imagined. So whatever's on your mind, and whatever you need to get done, just ask. And Google will do the Googling for you. All the advancements you'll see today are made possible by a new Gemini model, customized for Google Search. What really sets this apart is our three unique strengths. First, our real-time information with over 1 trillion facts about people, places, and things. Second, our unparalleled ranking and quality systems, trusted for decades to get you the very best of the web. And third, the power of Gemini, which unlocks new agentive capabilities right in search. By bringing these three things all together, we're able to dramatically expand what's possible with Google Search. Yet again, this is search in the Gemini era. So let's dig in. You've heard today about AI overviews and how helpful people are finding them. With AI overviews, Google does the work for you. Instead of piecing together all the information yourself, you can ask your question. And as you see here, you can get an answer instantly, complete with a range of perspectives and links to dive deeper. As Sundar shared, AI overviews will begin rolling out to everyone in the US, starting today, with more countries soon. And by the end of the year, AI overviews will come to over 1 billion people in Google Search. But this is just the first step. We're making AI overviews even more helpful for your most complex questions, the type that are really more like 10 questions in one. You can ask your entire question with all its sub-questions and get an AI overview in seconds. To make this possible, we're introducing multi-step reasoning in Google Search, so Google can do the researching for you. For example, let's say you've been trying to get into yoga and Pilates. Finding the right studio can take a lot of research. There's so many factors you need to consider. Soon you'll be able to ask Search to find the best yoga or Pilates studios in Boston and show you details on their inter-offers and the walking time from Beacon Hill. As you can see here, Google gets to work for you, finding the most relevant information and bringing it together into your AI overview. You get some studios with great ratings and their introductory offers. And you can see the distance for each. Like this one, it's just a 10-minute walk away. Right below, you see where they're located, laid out visually. And you've got all this from just a single search. Under the hood, our custom Gemini model acts as your AI agent, using what we call multi-step reasoning. It breaks your bigger question down into all its parts, and it figures out which problems it needs to solve, and in what order. And thanks to our real-time info and ranking expertise, it reasons using the highest quality information out there. So since you're asking about places, it taps into Google's index of information about the real world, with over 250 million places, and updated in real time, including their ratings, reviews, business hours, and more. Research that might have taken you minutes or even hours, Google can now do on your behalf in just seconds. Next, let me show you another way multi-step reasoning in Google Search can make your life that much easier. Take planning, for example. Dreaming up trips and meal plans can be fun, but doing the work of actually figuring it all out, no thank you. With Gemini and Search, Google does the planning with you. Planning is really hard for AI to get right. It's the type of problem that takes advanced reasoning and logic. After all, if you're meal planning, you probably don't want mac and cheese for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Okay, my kids might, but say you're looking for a bit more variety. Now you can ask Search to create a 3-day meal plan for a group that's easy to prepare. And here you get a plan with a wide range of recipes from across the web. This one for overnight oats looks particularly interesting. And you can easily head over to the website to learn how to prepare them. If you want to get more veggies in, you can simply ask Search to swap in a vegetarian dish. And just like that, Search customizes your meal plan. And you can export your meal plan or get the ingredients as a list just by tapping here. Looking ahead, you can imagine asking Google to add everything to your preferred shopping cart. Then we're really cooking. These planning capabilities mean Search will be able to help plan everything from meals and trips to parties, dates, workout routines, and more. So you can get all the fun of planning without any of the hassle. You've seen how Google Search can help with increasingly complex questions and planning. But what about all those times when you don't know exactly what to ask and you need some help brainstorming? When you come to Search for ideas, you'll get more than an AI-generated answer. You'll get an entire AI-organized page, custom built for you and your question. Say you're heading to Dallas to celebrate your anniversary, and you're looking for the perfect restaurant. What you get here breaks AI out of the box, and it brings it to the whole page. Our Gemini model uncovers the most interesting angles for you to explore and organizes these results into these helpful clusters. Like you might never have considered restaurants with live music or ones with historic charm. Our model even uses contextual factors like the time of the year. So since it's warm in Dallas, you can get rooftop patios as an idea. And it pulls everything together into a dynamic whole-page experience. You'll start to see this new AI-organized search results page when you look for inspiration, starting with dining and recipes and coming to movies, music, books, hotels, shopping, and more. Today, you've seen how you can bring any question to search, and Google takes the work out of searching. But your questions aren't limited to words in a text box, and sometimes even that picture can't tell the whole story. Earlier, Demis showed you our latest advancements in video understanding, and I'm really excited to share that soon you'll be able to ask questions with video right in Google Search. Let me introduce Rose to show you this in a live demo.
Thank you, Liz. I have always run a record player, and I got this one and some vinyls at a yard sale recently. But when I go to play it, this thing keeps sliding off. I have no idea how to fix it or where to even start. Before, I would have pieced together a bunch of searches to try to figure this out. Like, what make is this record player? What's the model? And what is this thing actually called? But now, I can just ask of a video. So let's try it. Let's do a live demo. I'm going to take a video and ask Google, why will this not stay in place? And in a near instant, Google gives me an AI overview. I get some reasons this might be happening and steps I can take to troubleshoot. So looks like first, this is called a toner. Very helpful. And it looks like it may be unbalanced, and there's some really helpful steps here. And I love that because I'm new to all this, I can check out this helpful link from Audio-Technica to learn even more. So that was pretty quick. Yay! Let me walk you through what just happened. Thanks to a combination of our state-of-the-art speech models, our deep visual understanding, and our custom Gemini model, Search was able to understand the question I asked out loud, break down the video frame by frame, Each frame was fed into Gemini's long context window you heard about earlier today. So Search could then pinpoint the exact make and model of my record player and make sense of the motion across frames to identify that the tone arm was drifting. Search fanned out and combed the web to find relevant insights from articles, forums, videos, and more. And it stitched all of this together into my AI overview. The result was music to my ears. Back to you, Liz.
Everything you saw today is just a glimpse of how we're reimagining Google Search in the Gemini era. We're taking the very best of what makes Google, Google. All the reasons why billions of people turn to Google Search and have relied on us for decades. And we're bringing in the power of Gemini's agentive capabilities. So Google will do the searching, the researching, the planning, the brainstorming, and so much more. All you need to do is just ask. You'll start to see these features rolling out in Search in the coming weeks. Opt into Search Labs to be among the first to try them out. Now let's take a look at how this all comes together in Google Search this year.
I got that swagger, I got the feel, I got that new thing. I got that extra, got the real deal. When I just do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. I got that hustle.
Yeah, it's out nice. Let's pull back a little on the 5-minute candle.
Why is the lever not moving all the way?
Since last May, we've been hard at work making Gemini for Workspace even more helpful for businesses and consumers across the world. Tens of thousands of customers have been using Help Me Write, Help Me Visualize, Help Me Organize since we launched. And now we're really excited that the new Gemini-powered side panel will be generally available next month. One of our customers is a local favorite right here in California, Sports Basement. They rolled out Gemini for Workspace to the organization, and this has helped improve the productivity of their customer support team by more than 30%. Customers love how Gemini grows participation in meetings with automatic language detection and real-time captions now expanding to 68 languages. We are really excited about what Gemini 1.5 Pro unlocks for Workspace and AI Premium customers. Let me start by showing you 3 new capabilities coming to Gmail Mobile. This is my Gmail account. OK, there's an email up top from my husband. Help me sort out the roof repair thing, please. Now, we've been trying to find a contractor to fix our roof. And with work travel, I have clearly dropped the ball. it looks like there's an email thread on this with lots of emails that I haven't read. And luckily for me, I can simply tap the summarize option up top and skip reading this long back and forth. Now, Gemini pulls up this helpful mobile card as an overlay. And this is where I can read a nice summary of all the salient information that I need to know. So I see here that we have a quote from Jeff at Green Roofing, and he's ready to start. Now, I know we had other bids, and I don't remember the details. Previously, I would have had to do a number of searches in Gmail and then remember and compare information across different emails. Now, I can simply type out my question right here in the mobile card and say something like, compare my roof repair bids by price and availability. This new Q&A feature makes it so easy to get quick answers on anything in my inbox. For example, when are my shoes arriving, or what time do doors open for the Knicks game, without having to first search Gmail, then open the email, and then look for the specific information and attachments, and so on. Anyway, back to my roof. It looks like Gemini has found details that I got from 2 other contractors in completely different email threads, and I have this really nicely organized summary, and I can do a quick comparison. So it seems like Jeff's quote was right in the middle. He can start immediately, so Green Roofing it is. I'll open that last email from Jeff and confirm the project. And look at that. I see some suggested replies from Gemini. Now, what is really, really neat about this evolution of Smart Reply is that it's contextual. Gemini understood the back and forth in that thread and that Jeff was ready to start, so offers me a few customized options based on that context. So, here I see I have decline the service, suggest a new time. I'll choose proceed and confirm time. I can even see a preview of the full reply simply by long pressing. This looks reasonable, so I'll hit send. These new capabilities in Gemini and Gmail will start rolling out this month to Labs users. Okay, so one of the really neat things about workspace apps like Gmail, Drive, Docs, Calendar is how well they work together. And in our daily lives, we often have information that flows from one app to another, like, say, adding a calendar entry from Gmail or creating reminders from a spreadsheet tracker. But what if Gemini could make these journeys totally seamless? Perhaps even automate them for you entirely. So let me show you what I mean with a real-life example. My sister is a self-employed photographer, and her inbox is full of appointment bookings, receipts, client feedback on photos, and so much more. Now, if you're a freelancer or a small business, you really want to focus on your craft and not on bookkeeping and logistics. So let's go to her inbox and take a look. Lots of unread emails. Let's click on the first one. It's got a PDF that's an attachment from a hotel as a receipt, and I see a suggestion in the side panel. Help me organize and track my receipts. Let's click on this prompt. The side panel now will show me more details about what that really means. And as you can see, there's 2 steps here. Step 1, create a Drive folder and put this receipt and 37 others it's found into that folder. Makes sense. Step 2, extract the relevant information from those receipts in that folder into a new spreadsheet. Now, this sounds useful. Why not? I also have the option to edit these actions or just hit OK. So let's hit OK. Gemini will now complete the 2 steps described above, and this is where it gets even better. Gemini offers you the option to automate this so that this particular workflow is run on all future emails, keeping your Drive folder and expense sheet up to date with no effort from you. Now, we know that creating a complex spreadsheet like this can be daunting for most people. But with this automation, Gemini does the hard work of extracting all the right information from all the files and in that folder and generates this sheet for you. So let's take a look. OK, it's super well organized. And it even has a category for expense type.
There
Now,
you go.
we have this sheet. Things can get even more fun. We can ask Gemini questions. Questions
What's
like,
up?
show me where the money's
Welcome
spent.
to the chat, man. Appreciate you being here.
Gemini not only analyzes the data from the sheet, but also creates a nice visual to help me see the complete breakdown by category. And you can imagine how this extends to all sorts of use cases in your inbox, like travel expenses, shopping, remodeling projects, you name it. All of that information in Gmail can be put to good use and help you work, plan, and play better. Now, this particular, I know. This particular ability to organize your attachments in Drive and generate a sheet and do data analysis via Q&A will be rolling out to Labs users this September. And it's just one of the many automations that we're working on in Workspace. Workspace in the Gemini era will continue to unlock new ways of getting things done. We're building advanced agentive experiences, including customizing how you use
We're
Gemini.
past 2 o'clock. I wonder how long this is going to go.
Now, as we look to 2025 and beyond, we're exploring entirely new ways of working with AI. Now, with Gemini, you have an AI-powered assistant always at your side. But what if you could expand how you interact with AI? For example, when we work with other people, we mention them in comments in docs, or we send them emails, we have group chats with them, etc. And it's not just how we collaborate with each other, but we each have a specific role to play in the team. And as the team works together, we build a set of collective experiences and context to learn from each other. We have the combined set of skills to draw from when we need help. So how could we introduce AI into this mix and build on this shared expertise? Well, here's one way. We're prototyping a virtual Gemini-powered teammate. This teammate has an identity, a Workspace account, along with a specific role and objective. Let me bring Tony up to show you what I mean. Hey, Tony.
Hey, Aparna. Hey, everyone. OK, so let me start by showing you how we set up this virtual teammate. As you can see, the teammate has its very own account. And we can go ahead and give it a name. We'll do something fun like Chip. Chip's been given a specific job role with a set of descriptions on how to be helpful for the team. You can see that here. And some of the jobs are to monitor and track projects. We've listed a few out, to organize information and provide context, and a few more things. Now that we've configured our virtual teammate, let's go ahead and see Chip in action. To do that, I'll switch us over here to Google Chat. First, when planning for an event like I/O, we have a ton of chat rooms for various purposes. Luckily for me, Chip is in all of them. To quickly catch up, I might ask a question like, anyone know if our I/O storyboards are approved? Because we've instructed Chip to track this project, Chip searches across all the conversations and knows to respond with an answer. There it is. Simple. Now, as the team adds Chip to more group chats, more files, more email threads, Chip builds a collective memory of our work together. Let's look at an example. To show you, I'll switch over to a different room. How about Project Sapphire over here? And here we are discussing a product release coming up. And as usual, many pieces are still in flight. So I can go ahead and ask, are we on track for launch? Chip gets to work not only searching through everything it has access to, but also synthesizing what's found and coming back with an up-to-date response. There it is. A clear timeline, a nice summary, and notice even in this first message here, Chip flags a potential issue the team should be aware of. Because we're in a group space, everyone can follow along, anyone can jump in at any time. As you see, someone just did, asking Chip to help create a doc to help address the issue. A task like this could take me hours, dozens of hours. Chip can get it all done in just a few minutes, sending the doc over right when it's ready. And so much of this practical helpfulness comes from how we've customized Chip to our team's needs. and how seamlessly this AI is integrated directly into where we're already working. Back to you, Aparna.
Thank you, Tony. Now, I can imagine a number of different types of virtual teammates configured by businesses to help them do what they need. Now, we have a lot of work to do to figure out how to bring these agentive experiences like virtual teammates into Workspace, including enabling third parties to make their very own versions of Chip. We're excited about where this is headed, so stay tuned. And as Gemini and its capabilities continue to evolve, we're diligently bringing that power directly into Workspace to make all our users more productive and creative, both at home and at work. And now, over to Sissy to tell you more about Gemini app.
Our vision for the Gemini app is to be the most helpful personal AI assistant by giving you direct access to Google's latest AI models. Gemini can help you learn, create, code, and anything else you can imagine. And over the past year, Gemini has put Google's AI in the hands of millions of people with experiences designed for your phone and the web. We also launched Gemini Advanced, our premium subscription for access to the latest AI innovations from Google. Today, we'll show you how Gemini is delivering our most intelligent AI experience. Let's start with the Gemini app, which is redefining how we interact with AI. It's natively multimodal, so you can use text, voice, or your phone's camera to express yourself naturally. And this summer, you can have an in-depth conversation with Gemini using your voice. We're calling this new experience Live. Using Google's latest speech models, Gemini can better understand you and answer naturally. You can even interrupt while Gemini is responding, and it will adapt to your speech patterns. And this is just the beginning. We're excited to bring the speed gains and video understanding capabilities from Project Astra to the Gemini app. When you go live, you'll be able to open your camera so Gemini can see what you see and respond to your surroundings in real time. Now, the way I use Gemini isn't the way you use Gemini. So we're rolling out a new feature that lets you customize it for your own needs and create personal experts on any topic you want. We're calling these gems. They're really simple to set up. Just tap to create a gem, write your instructions once, and come back whenever you need it. For example, here's a gem that I created that acts as a personal writing coach. It specializes in short stories with mysterious twists, and it even builds on the story drafts in my Google Drive. I call it the Cliffhanger Curator. Now, gems are a great time saver when you have specific ways that you want to interact with Gemini again and again. Gems will roll out in the coming months, and our trusted testers are already finding so many creative ways to put them to use. They can act as your yoga bestie, your personal sous chef, a brainy calculus tutor, a peer reviewer for your code, and so much more. Next, I'll show you how Gemini is taking a step closer to being a true AI assistant by planning and taking actions for you. Now, we all know that chatbots can give you ideas for your next vacation.
Yeah, it's paperclip.
But there's
if
a
it works,
lot more
it's cool.
that goes into planning a great trip. It requires reasoning that considers space-time logistics and the intelligence to prioritize and make decisions. That reasoning and intelligence all come together in the new trip planning experience in Gemini Advanced. Now, it all starts with a prompt. Okay, so here we go. We're going to Miami.
Toka Yatagomi.
My son loves art.
I have no idea if I said that right, but I appreciate you, man.
And our flight and
Thanks for
hotel
coming.
details are
Hanging out with
already
us.
in my Gmail inbox. Now, there's a lot going on in that prompt. Everyone has their own things that they want to do. To make sense of these variables, Gemini starts by gathering all kinds of information from search and helpful extensions like Maps and Gmail. It uses that data to create a dynamic graph of possible travel options, taking into account all of my priorities and constraints. The end result is a personalized vacation plan presented in Gemini's new dynamic UI. Now, based on my flight information, Gemini knows that I need a 2.5-day itinerary. And you can see how Gemini uses spatial data to make decisions. Our flight lands in the late afternoon, so Gemini skips a big activity that day and finds a highly rated seafood restaurant close to our hotel. Now, on Sunday, we have a jam-packed day.
Quick price check.
I like these recommendations, but my family likes to sleep in. So I tap to change the start time, and just like that, Gemini adjusted my itinerary for the rest of the trip. It moved our walking tour to the next day and added lunch options near the Street Art Museum to make the most of our Sunday afternoon. This looks great. It would have taken me hours of work checking multiple sources, figuring out schedules, and Gemini did this in a fraction of the time. This new trip planning experience will be rolling out to Gemini Advanced this summer, just in time to help you plan your own Labor Day weekend. All right, we saved the best for last. You heard Sundar say earlier that starting today, Gemini Advanced subscribers get access to Gemini 1.5 Pro with 1 million tokens. That is the longest context window of any chatbot in the world. It unlocks incredible new potential in AI, so you can tackle complex problems that were previously unimaginable. You can upload a PDF up to 1,500 pages long, or multiple files to get insights across a project. And soon you can upload as much as 30,000 lines of code or even an hour-long video. Gemini Advanced is the only chatbot that lets you process this amount of information. Now just imagine how useful this will be for students. Let's say you've spent months on your thesis and you could really use a fresh perspective. You can upload your entire thesis, your sources, your notes, your research, and soon interview audio recordings and videos too. So Gemini has all of this context to give you actionable advice. It can dissect your main points, identify improvements, and even role play as your professor. So you can feel confident in your work. And check out what Gemini Advanced can do with your spreadsheets, with the new data analysis feature launching in the coming weeks. Maybe you have a side hustle selling handcrafted products, but you're a better artist than accountant, and it's really hard to understand which products are worth your time.
Devo, we have to find a way.
And ask
I'm down to
Gemini
try and test it on
visualize
these
your
streams at some point in the
help you
future. Let's do
understand
it.
your profit. Gemini goes to work calculating your returns and pulling its analysis together into a single chart so you can easily
I'm down to
understand
try and figure it
which
out. It'd actually be
products
funny.
are really paying off. Now, behind the scenes, Gemini writes custom Python code to crunch these numbers. And of course, your files are not used to train our models. Oh, and just one more thing.
Look after, I know the stream.
Later this year, we'll be doubling the long context window to 2 million tokens. We absolutely can't wait for you to try all of this for yourself. Gemini is continuing to evolve and improve at a breakthrough pace. We're making Gemini more multimodal, more agentive, and more intelligent, with the capacity to process the most information of any chatbot in the world. And as you heard earlier, we're also expanding Gemini Advanced to over 35 supported languages available today. But of course, what makes Gemini so compelling is how easy it is to do just about anything you want with a simple prompt. Let's take a look.
Enter a prompt here. Okay, it can't be that hard. How about generate an image of a cat playing guitar?
Is that how it works? Am I doing AI?
Yeah, it just does whatever you type.
What a last-minute gift ideas you can make with arts and crafts.
Plan a workout routine to get bigger calves.
Help me think of titles for my tell-all memoir.
What's something smart I can say about Renoir?
Generate another image of a cat playing guitar.
If a girl calls me a snack, how do I reply?
Yeah, that's how it works. You're doing AI.
Make this email sound more professional before I hit send.
What's a good excuse to cancel dinner with my friends?
We're literally sitting right here.
There's no wrong way to prompt. Yeah, you're doing it. There's no wrong way to prompt. Just whatever you just prompt your prompt in a prompt bar.
Or just generate an image of a cat playing guitar.
You know I can do other stuff, right?
Hi, everyone. It's great to be back at Google I/O. Today, you've seen how AI is transforming our products across Gemini, Search, Workspace, and more. We're bringing all these innovations right onto your Android phone. And we're going even further
Android
to
suck.
make Android the best place to experience Google AI. This new
iPhones
era
only,
of
guys.
AI is a profound opportunity to make smartphones truly smart. Our phones have come a long way in a short time, but if you think about it, it's been years since the user experience has fundamentally transformed. This is a once-in-a-generation moment to reinvent what phones can do. So we've embarked on a multi-year journey to reimagine Android with AI at the core. And it starts with 3 breakthroughs you'll see this year. First, we're putting AI-powered search right at your fingertips, creating entirely new ways to get the answers you need. Second, Gemini is becoming your new AI assistant on Android, there to help you anytime. And third, we're harnessing on-device AI to unlock new experiences that work as fast as you do while keeping your sensitive data private. Let's start with AI-powered search.
Gotta pull up the Apple.
Earlier this year, we took an important first step at Samsung Unpacked by introducing Circle to Search. It brings the best of search directly into the user experience, so you can go deeper on anything you see on your phone without switching apps. Fashionistas are finding the perfect shoes, home chefs are discovering new ingredients, and with our latest update, it's never been easier to translate whatever's on your screen, like a social post in another language. And there are even more ways Circle to Search can help. One thing we've heard from students is that they're doing more of their schoolwork directly on their phones and tablets. So we thought, could Circle to Search be your perfect study buddy? Let's say my son needs help with a tricky physics word problem, like this one. My first thought is, oh boy, it's been a while since I've thought about kinematics. If he's stumped on this question, instead of putting me on the spot, he can circle the exact part he's stuck on and get step-by-step instructions, right where he's already doing the work. Ah, of course, final velocity equals initial velocity plus acceleration times elapsed time. Right. I was just about to say that. Seriously, though, I love how it shows how to solve the problem, not just the answer. This new capability is available today. And later this year, Circle to Search will be able to tackle more complex problems involving symbolic formulas, diagrams, graphs, and more. Circle to Search is only on Android. It's available on more than 100 million devices today, and we're on track to double that by the end of the year. You've already heard from Sissy about the incredible updates coming to the Gemini app. On Android, Gemini is so much more. It's becoming a foundational part of the Android experience. Here's Dave to share more.
Hey, everyone. A couple of months ago, we launched Gemini on Android. And like Circle to Search, Gemini works at the system level. So instead of going to a separate app, I can bring Gemini right to what I'm doing. Now, we're making Gemini context-aware, so it can anticipate what you're trying to do and provide more helpful suggestions in the moment. In other words, to be a more helpful assistant. So let me show you how this works. And I have my shiny new Pixel 8a here to help me. So my friend Pete is asking if I want to play pickleball this weekend. And I know how to play tennis, sort of. I had to say that for the demo. But I'm new to this pickleball thing. So I'm going to reply and try to be funny. And I'll say, is that like tennis, but with pickles? This would be actually a lot funnier with a meme. So let me bring up Gemini to help with that. And I'll say, create image of tennis with pickles. Now, one new thing you'll notice is that the Gemini window now hovers in place above the app so that I stay in the flow. OK, so that generates some pretty good images. What's nice is I can then drag and drop any of these directly into the Messages app below. So like so. Cool, let me send that. All right, so Pete was typing, and he says, he's sending me a video on how to play pickleball. All right, thanks, Pete. Let's tap on that. That launches YouTube. But you know, I only have 1 or 2 burning questions about the game, and I can bring up Gemini to help with that. And because it's context-aware, Gemini knows I'm looking at a video, so it proactively shows me an Ask This Video chip. So let me tap on that, and now I can ask specific questions about the video. So for example, what is can't type, the 2 bounce rule? Because that's something that I've heard about but don't quite understand in the game. By the way, this uses signals like YouTube's captions, which means you can use it on billions of videos. So give it a moment, and there. I get a nice, succinct answer. The ball must bounce once on each side of the court after a serve. OK, cool. Let me go back to Messages. And Pete's followed up, and he says, you're an engineer, so here's the official rule book for pickleball. OK, thanks, Pete. Pete's very helpful, by the way. OK, so we tap on that, launches a PDF. That's an 84-page PDF. I don't know how much time Pete thinks I have. Anyway, us engineers, as you all know, like to work smarter, not harder. So instead of trolling through this entire document, I can pull up Gemini to help. And again, Gemini anticipates what I need and offers me an Ask This PDF option. So if I tap on that, Gemini now ingests all of the rules to become a pickleball expert. And that means I can ask very esoteric questions, like, for example, are spin serves allowed? And let's hit that, because I've heard that rule may be changing. Now, because I'm a Gemini Advanced user, this works on any PDF and takes full advantage of the long context window. And there's just lots of times when that's useful. For example, let's say you're looking for a quick answer in an appliance user manual. And there you have it. It turns out, nope, spin serves are not allowed. So Gemini not only gives me a clear answer to my question, it also shows me exactly where in the PDF to learn more. Awesome. OK. So that's a few of the ways that we're enhancing Gemini to be more context-aware and helpful in the moment. And what you've seen here are the first of really many new ways that Gemini will unlock new experiences at the system level. And they're only available on Android. You'll see these and more coming to hundreds of millions of devices over the next couple of months. Now, building Google AI directly into the OS elevates the entire smartphone experience. And Android is the first mobile operating system to include a built-in on-device foundation model. This lets us bring Gemini goodness from the data center right into your pocket. So the experience is faster while also protecting your privacy. Starting with Pixel later this year, we'll be expanding what's possible with our latest model, Gemini Nano with multimodality. This means your phone can understand the world the way you understand it. So not just through text input, but also through sights, sounds, and spoken language. Let me give you an example. 2.2 billion people experience blindness or low vision. So several years ago, we developed TalkBack, an accessibility feature that helps people navigate their phone through touch and spoken feedback. Helping with images is especially important. In fact, my colleague Caro, who uses TalkBack, will typically come across 90 unlabeled images per day. Thankfully, TalkBack makes them accessible. And now we're taking that to the next level with the multimodal capabilities of Gemini Nano. So when someone sends Caro a photo, she'll get a richer and clearer description of what's happening. Or let's say Caro is shopping online for an outfit. Now she can get a crystal clear description of the style and cut to find the perfect look. Running Gemini Nano on device helps minimize the latency, and the model even works when there's no network connection. These improvements to TalkBack are coming later this year. Let me show you another example of what on-device AI can unlock. People lost more than $1 trillion to fraud last year. And as scams continue to evolve across texts, phone calls, and even videos, Android can help protect you from the bad guys, no matter how they try to reach you. So let's say I get rudely interrupted by an unknown caller right in the middle of my presentation. Hello?
Hi, I'm calling from Safemore Bank Security Department. Am I speaking to Dave?
Yeah, this is Dave. Kind of in the middle of something.
We've detected some suspicious activity on your account. It appears someone is trying to make unauthorized charges.
Oh yeah, what kind of charges?
I can't give you specifics over the phone, but to protect your account, I'm going to help you transfer your money to a secure account we've set up for you.
And look at this. My phone gives me a warning that this call might be a scam.
Sorry, there was probably an echo there. I left my mic on.
Gemini Nano
Muted.
alerts me the second it detects suspicious activity, like a bank asking me to move my money to keep it safe. And everything happens right on my phone, so the audio processing stays completely private to me and on my device. We're currently testing this feature, and we'll have more updates to share later this summer. And we're really just scratching the surface of the kinds of fast, private experiences that on-device AI unlocks. Later this year, Gemini will be able to more deeply understand the content of the screen without any information leaving your phone, thanks to the on-device model. So remember that pickleball example earlier? Gemini and Android will be able to automatically understand the conversation and provide relevant suggestions, like where to find pickleball clubs near me. And this is a powerful concept that will work across many apps on your phone. In fact, later today, at the developer keynote, you'll hear about how we're empowering our developer community with our latest AI models and tools like Gemini Nano and Gemini in Android Studio. Also, stay tuned tomorrow for our upcoming Android 15 updates, which we can't wait to share with you. As we said at the outset, we're reimagining Android with Gemini at the core. From your favorite apps to the OS itself, we're bringing the power of AI to every aspect of the smartphone experience. And with that, let me hand over to Josh to share more on our news for developers. Thank you.
Long event. Looks like it might be a 2:45 or 3 o'clock end.
Thanks, Dave. It's amazing to see Gemini Nano do all of that directly on an Android phone. That was our plan all along, to create a natively multimodal Gemini in a range of sizes so you all, as developers, can choose the one that works best for you. Throughout the morning, you've heard a lot about our Gemini 1.5 series, and I want to talk about the 2 models you can access today. 1.5 Pro, which is getting a series of quality improvements that go out right about now, and the brand new 1.5 Flash. Both are available today globally in over 200 countries and territories. You can go over to AI Studio or Vertex AI if you're a Google Cloud customer to give them a try. Now, both of these models are natively multimodal. That means you can interleave text, images, audio, and video as inputs, and pack that massive 1 million token context window. And if you go to ai.google.dev today, you can sign up to try the 2 million token context window for 1.5 Pro. And we're also adding a bunch of new developer features, starting with video frame extraction. That's going to be in the Gemini API. Parallel function calling, so you can return more than one function call at a time. And my favorite, context caching. So you can send all of your files to the model once and not have to resend them over and over again. That should make the long context even more useful and more affordable. It ships next month. Now, we're using Google's infrastructure to serve these models, so developers, like all of you, can get great prices. 1.5 Pro is $7 per 1 million tokens, and I'm excited to share that for prompts up to 128K, it'll be 50% less for $3.50. And 1.5 Flash will start at 35 cents per 1 million tokens. Now, one thing you might be wondering is which model is best for your use case. Here's how we've been thinking about it on the team. We use 1.5 Pro for complex tasks where you really want the highest quality response, and it's okay if it takes a little bit longer to come back. We're using 1.5 Flash for quick tasks where the speed of the model is what matters the most. And as a developer, you can go try them both out today and see what works best for you. Now, I'm going to show you how it works here in AI Studio, the fastest way to build with Gemini. And we'll pull it up here. And you can see this is AI Studio. It's free to use. You don't have to configure anything to get going. You just go to aistudio.google.com, log in with your Google account, and you can just pick the model here in the right that works best for you. So one of the ways we've been using 1.5 Flash is to actually learn from customer feedback about some of our labs products. Flash makes this possible with its low latency. So what we did here is we just took a bunch of different feedback from our customer forums. You can put it into Flash, load up a prompt, and hit run. Now, in the background, what it's going to do is it's going to go through that 93,000 token pile of information, and you can see here, start streaming it back. Now, this is really helpful because it pulls out the themes for us. It gives us all the right places where we can start to look. And you can see this is from some of the benefits from NotebookLM, like we showed earlier. Now, what's great about this is that you can take something like this in AI Studio, prototyped here in 10 seconds, and with one click in the upper left, get an API key, or over here in the upper right, just tap Git Code. And you've got all of the model configurations, the safety settings, ready to go, straight into your IDE. Now, over time, if you find that you need more enterprise-grade features, you can use these same Gemini 1.5 models and the same configurations right in Vertex AI. That way, you can scale up with Google Cloud as your enterprise needs grow. So that's our newly updated Gemini 1.5 Pro and the new 1.5 Flash, both of which are available today globally. And you'll hear a lot more about them in the developer keynote later today. Now let's shift gears and talk about Gemma, our family of open models, which are crucial for driving AI innovation and responsibility. Gemma is built from the same research and technology as Gemini. It offers top performance and comes in lightweight 7B and 2B sizes. Now, since it launched less than 3 months ago, it's been downloaded millions of times across all the major model hubs. Developers and researchers have been using it and customizing the base Gemma model and using some of our pre-trained variants, like Recurrent Gemma and CodeGemma. And today's newest member, PolyGemma, our first vision language open model, and it's available right now. It's optimized for a range of image captioning, visual Q&A, and other image labeling tasks, so go give it a try. I'm also too excited to announce that we have Gemma 2 coming. It's the next generation of Gemma, and it will be available in June. One of the top requests we've heard from developers is for a bigger Gemma model, but it's still got to fit in a size that's easy for all of you to use. So in a few weeks, we'll be adding a new 27 billion parameter model to Gemma 2. And here's what's great about it. This size is optimized by NVIDIA to run on next-gen GPUs and can run efficiently on a single TPU host in Vertex AI. So this quality to size ratio is amazing because it'll outperform models more than twice its size. We can't wait to see what you're going to build with it. To wrap up, I want to share this inspiring story from India, where developers have been using Gemma and its unique tokenization to create Navarasa, a set of instruction-tuned models to expand access to 15 Indic languages. This builds on our efforts to make information accessible in more than 7,000 languages around the world. Take a look.
Language is a very interesting problem to solve, actually. And given India has a huge variety of languages and it changes every 5 kilometers.
When technology is developed for a particular culture, it won't be able to solve and understand the nuances of a country like India. One of Gemma's features is an incredibly powerful tokenizer, which enables the model to use hundreds of thousands of words, symbols, and characters across so many alphabets and language systems. This large vocabulary is critical to adapting Gemma to power projects like Navrasa.
Navrasa is a model that's trained for Indic languages. It's a fine-tuned model based on Google's Gemma. We built Navrasa to make large language models culturally rooted, where people can talk in their native language and get the responses in their native language. Our biggest dream is to build a model to include everyone from all corners of India.
तो हमें AI को यूज़ करके एक ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी चाहिए कि कोई भी पीछे ना रहे और हर कोई इसको यूज़ कर सके.
Today, the language that you speak in could be the tool and the technology that you use for solving your real-world problems. And that's the power of generative AI that we want to bring to every corner of India and the entire world.
Listening to everything that's been announced today, it's clear that AI is already helping people, from their everyday tasks to their most ambitious, productive, and imaginative endeavors. Our AI innovations like multimodality, long context, and agents are at the cutting edge of what this technology can do, taking to a whole new level its capacity to help people. Yet, as with any emerging technology, there are still risks and new questions that will arise as AI advances and its uses evolve. In navigating these complexities, we're guided by our AI principles, and we're learning from our users, partners, and our own research. To us, building AI responsibly means both addressing the risks and maximizing the benefits for people and society. Let me begin with what we're doing to address the risks. Here, I want to focus on how we are improving our models and protecting against their misuse. Beyond what Demis shared earlier, we're improving our models with an industry-standard practice called red teaming, in which we test our own models and try to break them to identify weaknesses. Adding to this work, we're developing a cutting-edge technique we call AI-assisted red teaming. This draws on Google DeepMind's gaming breakthroughs like AlphaGo, where we train AI agents to compete against each other and improve and expand the scope of their red teaming capabilities. We're developing AI models with these capabilities to help address adversarial prompting and limit problematic outputs. We're also improving our models with feedback from two important groups: thousands of internal safety experts with a range of disciplines, and a range of independent experts from academia to civil society. Both groups help us identify emerging risks from cybersecurity threats to potentially dangerous capabilities in areas like chem-bio. Combining human insight with our safety testing methods will help make our models and products more accurate, reliable, and safer. This is particularly important as technical advances like better intonation make interactions with AI feel and sound more human-like. We're doing a lot of research in this area, including the potential for harm and misuse. We're also developing new tools to help prevent the misuse of our models. For example, Imagen 3 and Veo create more realistic imagery and videos. We must also consider how they might be misused to spread misinformation. To help, last year, we introduced SynthID, a tool that adds imperceptible watermarks to our AI-generated images and audio so that they're easier to identify. Today, we're expanding SynthID to 2 new modalities, text and video. These launches build on our efforts to deploy state-of-the-art watermarking capabilities across modalities. Moving forward, we'll keep integrating advances like watermarking and other emerging techniques to secure our latest generations of Gemini, Imagen, Lyria, and Veo models. We're also committed to working with the ecosystem, with all of you, to help others build on the advances we're making. And in the coming months, we'll be open sourcing SynthID text watermarking. This will be available in our updated Responsible Generative AI Toolkit, which we created to make it easier for developers to build AI responsibly. We're also collaborating with C2PA, and we support C2PA collaborating with Adobe, Microsoft, startups, and many others to build and implement standards that improve the transparency of digital media. Now, let's turn to the second and equally important part of our responsible AI approach, how we're building AI to benefit people and society. Today, our AI advances are helping to solve real-world problems like accelerating the work of 1.8 million scientists in 190 countries who are using AlphaFold to work on issues like neglected diseases, helping predict floods in more than 80 countries, and helping organizations like the United Nations track progress on the world's 17 Sustainable Development Goals with data commons. And now, generative AI is unlocking new ways for us to make the world's information and knowledge universally accessible and useful for learning. Billions of people already use Google products to learn every day. And generative AI is opening up new possibilities, allowing us to ask questions like, what if everyone, everywhere, could have their own personal AI tutor on any topic? Or, what if every educator could have their own assistant in the classroom? Today marks a new chapter for learning and education at Google. I'm excited to introduce LearnLM, our new family of models based on Gemini and fine-tuned for learning. LearnLM is grounded in educational research, making learning experiences more personal and engaging. And it's coming to the products you use every day, like Search, Android, Gemini, and YouTube. In fact, you've already seen LearnLM on stage today, when it helps Samir with his son's homework on Android. Now let's see how this works in the Gemini app. Earlier, Sissy introduced Gems, custom versions of Gemini that can act as personal assistive experts on any topic. We're developing some pre-made gems, which will be available in the Gemini app and web experience, including one called Learning Coach. With Learning Coach, you can get step-by-step study guidance, along with helpful practice and memory techniques designed to build understanding rather than just give you the answer. Let's say you're a college student studying for an upcoming biology exam. If you need a tip to remember the formula for photosynthesis, Learning Coach can help. Learning Coach, along with other pre-made gems, will launch in Gemini in the coming months. And you can imagine what features like Gemini Live can unlock for learning. Another example is a new feature in YouTube that uses LearnLM to make educational videos more interactive, allowing you to ask a clarifying question, get a helpful explanation, or take a quiz. This even works for those long lectures or seminars, thanks to Gemini model's long context capabilities. This feature in YouTube is already rolling out to select Android users. As we work to extend LearnLM beyond our own products, we're partnering with experts and institutions like Columbia Teachers College, Arizona State University, and Khan Academy to test and improve the new capabilities in our models for learning. And we've collaborated with MIT Raise to develop an online course to help educators better understand and use generative AI. We're also working directly with educators to build more helpful generative AI tools with LearnLM. For example, in Google Classroom, we're drawing on the advances you've heard about today to develop new ways to simplify and improve lesson planning and enable teachers to tailor lessons and content to meet the individual needs of their students. Standing here today makes me think back to my own time as an undergraduate. Then AI was considered speculative, far from any real-world uses. Today we can see how much is already real, how much it is already helping people from their everyday tasks to their most ambitious, productive, and imaginative endeavors, and how much more is still to come. This is what motivates us. I'm excited about what's ahead and what we'll build with all of you. Back to you, Sundar.
Thanks, James. All of this shows the important progress we have made as we take a bold and responsible approach to making AI helpful for everyone. Before we wrap, I have a feeling that someone out there might be counting how many times we have mentioned AI today. And since the big theme today has been letting Google do the work for you, we went ahead and counted so that you don't have to. That might be a record in how many times someone has said AI. I'm tempted to say it a few more times, but I won't. Anyhow, this tally is more than just a punchline. It reflects something much deeper. We've been AI first in our approach for a long time. Our decades of research leadership have pioneered many of the modern breakthroughs that power AI progress for us and for the industry. On top of that, we have world-leading infrastructure built for the AI era, cutting-edge innovation in search now powered by Gemini, products that help at extraordinary scale, including 15 products with over 500 million users, and platforms that enable everyone, partners, customers, creators, and all of you to invent the future. This progress is only possible because of our incredible developer community. You're making it real through the experiences you build every day. So to everyone here in Shoreline, and the millions more watching around the world, here's to the possibilities ahead and creating them together. Thank you.
All right, there we go. And that is Google's, let me close that, I/O Developer Conference event coming on here. I posted a couple things during that. I'll run through that. And then we got our Stocks on Spaces Power Hour coming up any second. So we did talk about how they actually said the word AI 121 times. I don't know if it was 122 or 3, or if everything said after that counted as more, but 121 times is the word, the way they said it. And I think the way of kind of spinning it off of like, hey, this just isn't just a punchline. It shows you the direction we're moving in. I think it's pretty interesting. All right, actually quickly, I'm going to end the spaces and yeah, so I appreciate everyone for coming in here and hanging out with me for this Google I/O Developer Conference. We'll talk more. We're going to be live on the Stocks on Spaces account in like 5-10 minutes. If you want to stay with me, you can either just come on here on Spaces, or if you join in on the YouTube live stream, you'll get to come in and listen to that as well. And we'll have a good conversation, look at how the stock market is moving, talk about some of the my thoughts on this Google AI event. But we got a Spaces starting in about 8 minutes here, 7 minutes. I appreciate you guys for all listening into that Google basically AI event, give or take. And shout out to you. So talk later. See you in 5 minutes. All right. I could get better at outros. That is definitely a known fact, but we're back. This high penny thing, he was messaging me like saying I was showing my trading screen, which I appreciate him looking out for me. So I just changed that to high penny. But this is what I thought that Google would close the event at. So I thought that this pullback would be here, would be about where they're at. Chandra, appreciate you for hanging out with me. Oh, you know what I should say? Anyone in here, if you enjoy this live stream, you want to see these more, first of all, subscribe to the channel, and then also make sure you hit the bell button. That will send you notifications whenever I go live. The first people in here who see it from the start are always that. And yeah, I just appreciate each and every single one of you guys, especially those who subscribe and comment and do all that helpful stuff. My thoughts, though, let me get these charts going in the right direction. I still have that Celsius call. I still have that SoFi call. I want to look into the meme stocks as well. I think that these names are kind of meme-ish plays. Not fully, but a little bit. And obviously they're going to move off of Alpha Captain. Penny, what's up, man? I appreciate you hanging out and helping me out. Having my back. Let's look at GME. Never did I think I would be looking up GME again. 5 minutes aren't that nice. AMC. All right. Nothing too hot there. All right. So some of the stuff from the Google event though that I tweeted out. Quick water sip. They announced pricing. Their Flash and Pro model less than GPT. But the output tokens pretty expensive for GPT when you compare them. So we'll see. Google definitely wants to show that they are cheaper. I thought this one was actually really cool. The AI assistant that you could put into group chats and answer basic questions. It looked like they were sourcing as well. I think this one was interesting. Chip. Not a terrible name. Kind of random. I guess as random as Bard. This was something we didn't talk about during it. The Department of Education announced the highest interest rate on federal student loans debt in more than a decade. Your chart doesn't have any indicators. It's always... this is just kind of a chart for the spaces, or for the stream. I don't really use this one. I have something else on the side too. But yeah, interest rate on federal direct undergraduate loans will be 6.53%. That would suck. Google CEO, I knew this headline would hit. People love the NVIDIA talks. Sundar Pichai said, it will be one of the first companies with NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs, which will be available in early 2025. Google announced a new generative AI model it's calling Veo. This one would be cool. Short form video is really big on social media right now. It's what you need on like a couple of the other websites. Like on YouTube Shorts, the only way to grow on YouTube Shorts is to be pumping out some... the only way to grow on YouTube like organically is to be growing and throwing YouTube Shorts out there. Live streams are actually really good for when you have a subscriber to like engage them. Like I'm sure a lot of you guys will see in your direct feed, if you just click like refresh button, the live stream will be there. Paul, take a guess. How many watch hours? Write it down. Okay. Continuing on. Announced Project Astra, universal AI agent that could be helpful in everyday life. Here's what this was. Why the hell does it do this?
Okay,
Let's
let's do some tests. Tell me when you see something that makes sound.
I see a
Computers
speaker,
kinda make
which
sounds.
makes sound.
What is that part of the speaker called?
That is the tweeter. It produces high-frequency sounds.
That was that one. A couple other stuff. Integrate with 2 billion people. Yeah, so it was an interesting event. What are we talking about? 100, 200? Oh, how many it is? Oh, sorry. I'm stupid sometimes. Yeah, no, 100 exactly, Paul, on the dot. 100. That was impressive how quickly I forgot that. Yeah, 40 people was pretty good. We'll see. 100. Let's see if we get a little pump here. I have to start the stocks on Spaces, which I wish I could. I don't know. It'll be weird. We'll see. I could maybe find a way to do this so you guys hear it. I mean, let's test something. Fuck it. We'll fuck around and find out. Guys, I'm going to need you guys to tell me how this ends up working. I'm going to start the Spaces on the phone and then join from my computer so you guys hear it through the sound. And then mute my mic. So you should only hear it through the computer. It'll be interesting. Let's see. Tech Head Evan. Guys, I am horrible at clicking links when I'm live, and if you do, it ends the Spaces. So if I click a link, it's over. It's done. Let's hope it's an easy Spaces today. You're a great multitasker. You hosted here, talking with us, and video editing from recordings and posting on Twitter. It's tough. Well, I mean, that's what this job is. This job is like a social media person. Like, that's why, like, I'm saying like too much. It's difficult as, you know, someone who's like fully focused on trading or investing. Like, that's what you're doing. As a social media person, you have to be good at doing like a lot of things at like a surface level, and, you know, digging in a little bit to find some extra stuff. But yeah, you have to be good at doing a lot and having a lot on your radar and stuff like that. As like people are walking around me. All right, start the stream. Start the stream. It didn't work, and let's test if it does. Starts now. There we go. It is starting. Invite via DM. He won't come. Monative. KG Bull and Bear. Shy Dimitri. Fuck it, we'll send to Brad. I hope that music doesn't sound horrible. I don't love it. I really don't like the music they have at the start. And let's test this. I'm gonna test Paul, Chandra, Debo. I'm gonna need you to tell me how this sounds. I need to close. One person. Boys, I'm definitely dropping frames around. All right. I was kind of waiting for someone else to join me up here to unmute, and then no one did. So here we are. Me unmuting. No one else up here. Just me, myself, and I. Wolf Financial, but he's at an undisclosed location, which will be probably filled later. I don't want to like tell you where he is in real time. But it's been an interesting day in the stock market. We had a little bit of that meme stock craze hitting in, but I think it did pull back. My computer is currently frozen. So I cannot dig around into that one. That's always fun when you're live streaming. Shout out to that. But yeah, I'm seeing the market has been pumping higher in this last hour or so. We have Nvidia up like 1.2%, Facebook up around 1%, Tesla doing well. I know a lot of people have been watching those meme stocks. GME pulled back pretty significantly since the open, but it's still up around 45% today. Casual 45% as you do. AMC up like 27% so far today. So it's been an interesting day, talking a lot of meme stocks. Let me double check. We sent it to Shy. Yep, cool. So meme stock talk is back in vogue. People are talking about it again. We'll see how long that lasts. If you guys have any questions or anything you want, as we get some speakers in here, we'll see who actually joins. You know, casually, no one in here. I'm gonna roast who's ever first. No, I'll thank them. Okay, I will talk. I'm also trying to deal with my computer that is not paying attention and working in the background. Google did just have an event right there just now. It's I-O Developer Conference, but it really kind of turned into an AI event. They said the word AI more than 120 times. Some of the big headlines, though, that I was seeing from it included the pricing for their newest model, which I put out a tweet which compares it to what the GBT announcement is from yesterday, but the pricing was a little bit below what GBT was charging. They also announced a AI teammate, a virtual assistant basically, which they're calling Chip, which you can add into group chats, and it will cool, getting this going, and it will it can perform roles. So if you ask a question or if you do something that requires it, it can help out there. We had Sundar Pichai said that it will be one of the first companies with NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs, which will be available in early 2025. That tweet did pretty good, so I knew that one would. They also announced people love themselves some NVIDIA talk. They also announced a new generative AI video model that they're calling Veo. That one came out. I'm excited to use it. I know OpenAI has Sora, and I think Meta has one as well. They also announced Project Astra, which was a universal AI agent that can be truly helpful in everyday life. That was the quote that they gave. Basically, you kind of use your camera and you point it at stuff and you can ask it questions in real time. And it was actually pretty cool. The event was like an hour, 2 hours basically. It was a little long, but there was a lot of very interesting stuff in there. A lot of AI talk. They said it more than 120 times. They actually kind of made a joke about it at the end. And kind of turned it into like, hey, this is how much we care about OpenAI and AI and everything in that direction. So that was the Google event. I enjoyed watching that one. We had a couple other stories from today as well. I think one of the big ones for me was Amazon Web Services CEO Adam Selipsky is leaving the company. That is according to The Verge. He's being replaced by Matt Garman, who's been at the company for 18 years and started there as an intern. So we'll see how that one goes. Obviously, AWS is a significant segment for that company, so it's important to watch that one. What's up, Amit?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me again.
No, I appreciate you joining in. I'm struggling with some computer problems in the back end. So my account will be up here in a second. I know I should have gotten the MacBook Pro, not the MacBook Air. Mistakes were made, but we live in and fight through it. How are you doing today, though? I saw some of your tweets around like the high short interest, and it's that time of the market. We haven't had this type of environment, especially with those names, for a little bit, a couple of years. Long enough for people to forget how it ended, we'll say.
Yeah, man, this has been kind of crazy. For those that don't know me, my name is Amit. Thank you all for listening here today.
Especially with those names. For a little bit, a couple of years. Long enough for people to forget how it ended, we'll say.
First couple days. Yeah, man, this has been kind of crazy. For those that don't know me, my name is Amit. Thank you all for listening here today as well.
How does this sound, guys?
Manufacture a soft landing.
This sounds
and to
good,
be
right?
honest, as someone who covers the markets daily, the narrative has gotten pretty boring because it's this constant debate of what is Jay Powell going to say, always going to be data driven, and then, PPI comes in a little hotter than expected, market overreacts. It's been relatively boring for the past couple months. And in my wild card for this year, I did not expect Roaring Kitty to make a comeback. For those that don't know, he was the person who saw the asymmetric opportunity in GameStop in August of 2020 when it was shorted at about 150%. So the hedge funds were shorting this company greater than the amount of shares that were even available. And that's where sort of the extreme greed is what Keith Gill, Roaring Kitty, saw and basically said, look, if we can get a bunch of people to buy this stock, it's not about the fundamentals. It's about showing
Chat,
these
you
hedge
guys
funds
can
they
still
can't
hear
just
me,
prey
right?
on innocent
Just double
companies
checking.
and
My
make
mic might
money
be
at the
somewhere
expense
else
of people
now,
that
so
have real
just check,
jobs,
you
real
hear me still,
employees
right?
that inevitably would lose their jobs if the company went out of business if those hedge funds continue to short. So I didn't expect that would happen again, but it happened on Sunday night, where he puts this meme out saying that he's basically coming back. And I've been viewing his tweets over the past couple of days. I didn't realize this guy has always tweeted about movies back in 2021. So when I went through his older tweets in June, he was constantly tweeting these movie clips, or these like sort of symbolic messages. Stopped tweeting for 3 years. Now he's back. A lot of people are thinking AMC is his new stock because he's tweeting movie clips. But back in June of 2021, he was also tweeting movie clips. So I'm not sure the
Appreciate you,
correlation
Paul.
is correct there in the context of AMC. But he is back, and he has inspired a lot of other heavy short interest stocks like Faraday Futures, EV company, 94% short. Tupperware, about 37% short. We've got a BlackBerry about 30% short. All of these companies, it seems like retail has decided that this is the trend, and you're not supposed to fight against the trend. And if the trend is going towards giving companies a premium that have high short interests, it seems like that's where the market's headed. It's just absolutely insane that this is happening right now.
It is definitely some interesting timing. So yeah, no, I appreciate you adding those thoughts in. I saw some of your tweets last night, kind of around some of those stocks with higher short interest. I may have taken a little bit of a nibble into some SoFi calls, see how that one does. And I also had some Celsius ones coming into this, and I'm kind of going with the cult like names while it's hot, and we'll see how long it lasts. But trying to make some trades. Yeah, but I've been enjoying your tweets about it.
Yeah, I mean,
Jai, yeah, go for it.
no, I was just gonna say, yeah, I think it's kind of crazy. It's this warning for me, but this could end really badly. I mean, these things have gone up a lot, and it's just one of those things where you
And
don't want to see
lastly,
people
how did
lose a
that sound
lot of
when I was
money. A
speaking
lot
on
of the big
Spaces
money's been
too?
made. I mean,
That
the
I'm
stock
worried
is up,
about.
GameStop 6x, AMC up like 3, 4x. So people have made their money. Now you've got people trying to make even more money, and usually that tends to be the time where things crash and burn. Maybe it doesn't. We'll see. But yeah, I guess people should just be a bit careful with all this.
Monte, we got you up here. I hear you. Yep. Google event? How was that? What'd you think?
That's true. It's a narrative problem. And I think I don't know. It's just something change. Hope they'll do. But they bring out. We also have a Blackberry. Google up. Takes Google's own identity. So they have the take this. We saw earlier today about was that XAI, whatever company name is, for a AI compute capability. So now we're talking about it in the day. That to me is a sign that it's if they need that much capacity, you can only wildly speculate what an OpenAI deal with Apple would unleash in terms of capacity expansion needed by OpenAI, and ultimately, that flowing through
I'm
to
dropping
Azure,
frames heavy.
if that deal
My
gets
computer
done. That
can
is,
handle this
so there's a lot of interesting takes, and I think one consistent theme is we might be underestimating NVIDIA's numbers.
May try the way I've been doing it. Let's see if my computer does better.
Everybody in the industry confirming again their large investments. So, NVIDIA is going to be very interesting tomorrow, or sorry, next week. Other than that, let's see. Was there anything else interesting that we discussed, Talk? I think that was it. That was to me the standout. And then you're going to get the usual noise with the Fed speakers and. Oh yeah, I mean, Paul was all over the map trying to, say something without saying anything. Really, it's just going nowhere. It's like we're not good, but really not bad. We're not there yet, but we're not far away.
What's up? I know.
We've been, it looks so. It's sort of like no man's land in terms of policy. data is going to get overreacted upon because of that more than anything else. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. But other than that, I think I'm going to be more interested in seeing what Nvidia really plays out.
Next Wednesday, it's our Super Bowl. It's our quarterly Super Bowl. I'm excited for Nvidia. We'll see how closely it how tight its grasp on the market really is and how much it will move. I'm excited for it. Should be a lot of good information coming. Shy. Yes, Monotone?
Every single company's earnings call, forget events, earnings call has had an Nvidia take. They're talking about investing in Nvidia cluster, adding or increasing their capex spend. This is good in every way. I don't see anybody that has not mentioned Nvidia yet.
Yeah, even that Google event from today, they said they're going to be one of the first companies to get the Blackwell GPUs from Nvidia, saying in early 2025. And again, no surprise here. That's actually my most liked tweet that I put out from the event. So companies want to say it. At least Twitter wants to see it and share it. Nvidia is the top of the game right now. Shai, you got anything you want to add to the conversation? Appreciate you joining us up here.
Yeah, I think Nvidia is gonna hit a home run on their earnings. It's just all about their guide. Who knows what their guide is gonna be? Guide's been pretty light all around, so let's see if Nvidia can buck that trend and continue the party. I can just go off of what I started doing today. I had a realization today of Nvidia is reporting on Wednesday, and so is Snowflake, same time, and I was like, oh shit, I need to start raising some capital because that might be an insane afternoon for my growth portfolio, which is essentially centered around all cloud usage names, and essentially Snowflake's 12% of my portfolio, and Nvidia will drive 60-something% of my portfolio on that one afternoon. So I did some portfolio management. I cut my Unity position in half. I downgraded it to a spec position, which essentially means it's going to be a 2% position in my portfolio, a similar position size as Rocket Lab. So that's mainly because I'm not ready to cut bait yet on Unity. They just have such a superior tech, and they're in a duopoly, and their TAM is essentially engagement across so many different industries that it's too difficult for me to cut bait. And they just got a new CEO, so I kind of want to give him 3 to 4 quarters of leeway of let's see if he can turn the ship around. But they're 100% in the penalty box for me. Will not be adding. I just cut it in half, and I'm okay letting that 2% just be there and watch the turnaround story potentially. Another move I made is I cut some of my Zscaler position. Not because I'm bearish in the name at all. It's just
Come on, give me a power hour pump.
Fastly and Cloudflare earnings call.
Power hour pump.
Edge computing showing some kind of weakness in the near term, and Zscaler's price action has been just really bearish compared to other cybersecurity names the past couple weeks. Honestly, since their last reported earnings, they just have not recovered at all. They've just stayed in the 170s. So this is a newer position for me. I started adding after that gap down in their Q4 earnings. And it was a 4% position, and I cut it down to 2.5%. I think I'm going to make this a slow DCA. I want to see them kind of turn the boat around and just maybe it shows some strength in their numbers. I know they had weak billings last cycle, but again, edge computing looks like it's a bit weak in the near term. Regarding Google today, I've been pretty adamant that I was shocked that Google really wasn't front-running this race in AI, and the reason for that is essentially data is like gasoline for AI. You need data to have a superior AI product, and who has the most exposure to everyday
My computer's
consumer
shitting
data?
itself.
It's Google. So I'm not surprised that
I think
expectations are really low today, and a lot of people
6
are
hour
excited
stream might
about
be a
it.
little too much for
But
my
I
computer.
anticipated Google being one of the winners early on. They just complete from the ball, and I was like, they have such an advantage because of that consumer. that everyday
Power
consumer
hour
touch
pump.
points that could just call it out.
Power
Like
hour pump.
that data access is gonna be so valuable for them to create this kind of ultimate AI product.
It's hot in this room.
I still don't think I saw enough today to make myself feel like they're close enough to like the Microsofts out there, but I do think as a Google shareholder, you should count today as a W for sure. And let's see what they do with this progress that they've made. This was a pretty big leap, in my opinion, with their AI implementation from 3 months ago. So let's see what the progress continues. I also am just, I mean, I know SPY got an uptick in the past hour. I can't really pinpoint what caused it. Maybe
Come on, power hour pump. Give us a power hour pump. Let's do it. Don't you know? Pump it up.
I feel like every month it's like a CPI leak or whatnot. So maybe, or it could be a PowerPoint. You're right. But regardless, I'm looking at the SPY chart, daily chart. Like they haven't had one above volume green day since February 2nd. So even today's volume, like it's still so light. It's, I wouldn't really. It's not any. What I mean by that is like got a pretty big bump and nice candle, and that like 5-minute candle for a couple sequences, and it was a decent bump. But I look at the volume to see any kind of confirmation. Like
Apple looking good. Come on, Celsius, break out.
I think everyone's just waiting for the CPI print tomorrow morning. But regardless, I don't think it will move the market as much as next week. I really think Wednesday is going to be the D-day for market. Like, that's going to be the catalyst, in my opinion, for the next leg up? Or are we going to break some key technicals and finally retest that 200 day that everyone and their mother has been, like, hoping for and saying? So, again, I'm just being cautious. I'm raising capital. I want to get a 4% cash position for that Wednesday afternoon, like I said, because NVIDIA is going to be driving all of tech, and my second biggest position, Snowflake, is reporting after the bell as well. And Datadog, MongoDB, Cloudflare, like those usage names are going to be severely affected by whatever Snowflake reports. And I anticipate a really big beat and a guide up. But again, none of the enterprise software names this earnings cycle have really guided up that significantly. It's been a couple basis points. And for me, I'm underwriting Snowflake at 26% revenue growth for 2024. So I really want to see a decent guide up in this print for me to feel confident enough that they're actually going to get there. Because right now, analysts are expecting 22, 23%. So there's a pretty large delta of what I'm underwriting and what analyst expectations are. And if they're closer to 22, 23%, it is overvalued a little bit at in the 160s, 170s. But if it
Spaces
actually
isn't too bad.
does what I think it's going to do and guide up and we're on pace to 26, 27% revenue growth, I think this is going to approach $200 pretty quickly. So I'll pass back to you, Evan. I know you circle back with me later on, but those are kind of the things I've been monitoring today and my 2 cents.
Appreciate you as always, Shy. Interesting times. I'm sure there's even a couple earnings we got coming up in your area. I'm seeing like a Monday.com. I don't hear you talk about that one too much, but could be.
Yeah, I mean, I can make some comments on that. I think fintechs after the bell. dLocal is a Latin American fintech company that's always been just stupid undervalued. Similar trend as all fintech names. However, like dLocal is growing top line 40% with mid 20% net income margins, and they're trading at 20 times free cash flow this year. Like that's stupid cheap. I think a lot of people are just thinking those numbers aren't actually that real. However, they took I think it was a CFO of Mercado Libre.
I do have to say,
2 or 3 quarters ago.
I apologize. Sorry, keep going.
No worries.
I do have to say, hosting the space and being live, as you just saw there, and being like live on here is pretty tough.
You don't make
being the
that
person
kind of
actually
leap
hosting is
of
difficult.
Going from the Latin American king, like Mercado Libre, to going to a company that you believe their numbers don't really pass the sniff test. I know there's been a couple short reports on the company highlighting their red flags of these numbers are pretty manipulated. But again, the market's not really respecting dLocal. It's in $13, and I just call out the fundamentals are like superior. And this name has just been lagging all year. So that's reporting after the bell. Monday.com, it's such a polarizing stock for me because fundamentally, they are just so elite. My favorite metric for growth tech is the Rule of 40 score, combining the revenue growth with free cash flow margin. Monday.com has a score of 50 while trading only at 40 times free cash flow. Why is that? I know I got dinged on they're based in Israel, and like the conflict geopolitically is like there was a certain time headwind for them a couple months ago. But again, at the end of the day, I really do think it's because CRMs will be disrupted in the next couple of years due to AI. It's inevitable. I really do think they're going to be. Like the Klaviyo's, the Monday.coms, like those kind of companies, I think there's going to be a massive consolidation or just a massive disruption. However, Monday.com could be the one winner of the mid-market CRM space that they just would, like, everyone else will lose, like the Sanas, the Klaviyo's, but Monday.com might be the only solo winner where they won't get eaten up by AI. That could be the case, but in my opinion, I think that headwind will always be shadowing Monday.com's valuation, and because of that, there's just so many better opportunities, in my opinion, out there where I don't really have to worry about AI just replacing the whole company, essentially in like 10 years. I could be absolutely wrong. Again, I want to highlight, fundamentally, they're elite. I'm just looking at the 4D vision, like I'm creating my own.
All right, team. I won't lie to you. It's kind of is a lot being live and hosting the spaces as well. So I'm gonna go in and focus on spaces. Make sure we put a good thing out there. A couple of you guys still in here. Get on Twitter. Join the spaces. Stocks on Spaces. I'm live right now. I appreciate you all guys for being in here. I enjoy these live streams. Like genuinely, it's a good time. So I'll catch. I'm planning to be live all day tomorrow, I think. So you guys should all join in and hang out with me, and I'll appreciate that. If you're not already subscribed to the channel, which I'm sure all of you guys still in here are, make sure you are. If you don't already have notifications turned on and hit that bell button, you definitely should. I actually have to answer on the spaces quickly. Sorry about that. But yep, I appreciate you guys. Subscribe to the channel, hit that bell button so you can get notified when I go live tomorrow morning. My guess it's CP.